Chapter 1. This is the story of an average anime nerd who got his fondest wish granted, but in a way that he never imagined. After all, there is a reason for the saying, be careful what you wish for. My name is Ash. And until recently, I was a human living on Earth in the United States. This is my story. The story of how I died and was summoned to another world, which was my most heartfelt wish. But was the granting of this wish a blessing or a curse? I was an only child who fell in love with anime at an early age. My love for anime led me to manga and games and all things nerdy throughout my life. I was never close with my extended relatives, and so after my parents died, my only real connections were with my friends who shared my love of anime. My parents had left me a house that was mostly paid for and not needing all that room for just myself. I had my friends move in and pay me rent. Between the rent and working part-time as a pizza delivery driver, I was able to pay my bills and feed myself, which was all I really needed, since every minute of free time I spent either watching anime, reading manga, or playing games. As long as I could do those things, I was happy. It didn't matter to me that I was single most of the time or barely scraping by, because I could always escape to another world. Isekai, once I found it, became my absolute favorite because I never truly felt I belonged in this world and always wished I could be summoned to another world to be a hero. I watched or read every isekai I could find, even if I didn't really like it. The fact that it was isekai was enough for me. That is, I was mostly happy right up until the day a drunk driver ran a red light and smashed into my car as I was on a delivery. I did not die in the crash, but the bones of the left side of my body were mostly crushed and several organs were damaged. I woke up in the hospital in an immense amount of pain, despite being on large amounts of painkillers. The doctors told me I only had a few hours at most to live. In fact, they were surprised I was still alive, after the amount of damage my body had suffered. The doctor asked if there was anything I wanted. My first request was to stop the pain, but I was told I was already at the maximum allowed dosage. My second request was for my phone so I could contact my friends. But unfortunately, it had been in my left pants pocket and was destroyed in the crash. Unfortunately, I had gotten out of the habit of memorizing phone numbers after I got a smartphone, so I had to borrow a phone and log into Messenger to let my friends know what happened. My friends soon arrived at the hospital to be with me, and knowing me so well, they brought me my tablet from home. Once I had my tablet and could read the latest episodes of manga that had come out, my pain didn't bother me so much. To the surprise of my doctors, I was able to hold on for the next few days, simply because I didn't want to die without first finding out what happened next in my favorite manga. But alas, I was only human, and on the 5th day after the accident I passed away while surrounded by my friends and clutching tightly to my tablet. Death is but a doorway to another path. Joyce Levine. I was sure I had closed my eyes for the last time, but I opened them again, although it is hard to be sure they are open since I see nothing but darkness. I know I am not in the hospital room. That room was never truly dark with all the machine displays and blinking lights. I feel like I am floating in an endless sea of darkness. What is this? I don't believe in God, so I just get a void. Come on! At least let me be a ghost so I can spy on people and play pranks on my friends. Whining system message. Error. No valid belief systems found. Huh? What was that voice? Are you God? Is God a computer? Diding system message. Activating reincarnation system. Wait. Tell me what is going on. Ugh. I have to go through all that again. Diding system message transferring to other world system. Yes, send me to another world. I want to be a hero. Iding other world system message. Karmic balance calculated. New world selected. Initiating reincarnation. It is finally happening. I am finally going to another world. This is going to be awesome. Suddenly, I notice a change in the void. Off in the far distance, a darkness seems to be moving. Somehow, I can see what looks like a black hole forming in the void, and then the colors erupt. The spinning mass is every color I have ever seen, and many I don't have a name for. It is the most amazing and beautiful sight I have ever witnessed. Then, I feel an impact, like a giant hand swatting me in the back, and suddenly I am hurtling towards the spinning colors at incredible speeds. Or, at least that is how it feels to me. As I get closer and closer to the event, I can see a hole forming in the middle of it, and I am flying straight at the hole. As I fly into the hole, instead of feeling like I am flying, I suddenly feel myself falling through the tunnel. The colors are blinding up close, and the feeling of falling has me freaking out. I tell myself everything is okay. As long as it gets me to another world, I can handle anything. Ding do. Due to your strength in resisting death, you have gained the skill Tenacity. Tenacity level 1 endurance plus 2 horsepower plus 10%. Your strong willpower allows you to attempt to resist death. Ding do. Due to your ignoring of immense pain, you have gained the skill Pain Resist. Pain Resist level 1, you feel 30% less pain. Oh, an RPG-like skill system. Cool. And these skills look really useful. All right, now, I just need some type of heroic skill or class. Ding, other world system message. Error. Warning, due to incorrect location error, no class can be offered. What do you mean incorrect location? Where are you sending me? Are you running on Windows or something? And how long am I going to keep falling? It feels like I've been falling for days already. I get no answer as I continue falling through the tunnel. I've gotten used to the feeling of falling by this point. Unknown girl's voice? No, he lied to me. My own father has betrayed me and is killing me. Someone? Anyone? Help! I don't want to die. I want him to die. Someone come kill this monster, who was my father, Dark Goddess Chronosia, ruler of the underworld. I offer you my soul if you send someone to avenge me. Whose voice is that? And why can I hear them here in this tunnel as if they were standing next to me? Ouch. Why is my chest suddenly burning? It feels like someone ran me through with a red-hot poker. Wait, is that light? Oh, great! There is a light at the end of the tunnel. This better not be me being reborn as an infant. Now I am falling towards the light, and as I get closer, I can see a room. It is a large room, and I see people. I feel like I am not falling as fast as I was before, but I am still falling down towards the room. I can see a dais throne, and is that a girl being carried away? I seem to be heading towards a huge glowing circle that has around 50 people standing in it. I hope I don't land on anyone or die on impact. That would be a horrible end to an adventure that is just beginning. Hiding 20 Underworld System message. Final message. Welcome to your new world. Was this the beginning of the hero's story he had always dreamed of? Or was this the start of a cursed story? Chapter 2. In the throne room, I passed through the ceiling and seemed to pause for a second. I noticed the throne room is rectangular, and the long walls are lined with lots of tall windows and almost as many guards. Then the burning sensation in my chest grows worse and spreads throughout my body. My feeling of floating is replaced by the feeling of weight and solidity, and in my vision, all the shadows become clearer. I notice 16 guys in robes sitting or lying around the glowing circle. Suddenly, my immunity to gravity ends, and I feel myself falling for real. It only takes seconds before I smash into the cold marble within the glowing circle. I find myself lying on a beautiful marble floor, which is only an inch away from my eyes. I can clearly see the veining and an inscribed pattern in the marble. I try to get up, but my body feels strange. And when I see my arms, I freeze because I notice my arms seem to be covered in black fur. Where am I? What am I? Why am I furry? I stare at my arms in shock and disbelief for a few seconds before something hits me in the head. Thwack! Royal Guard says, "Damn monster!" Thud, 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 crack. Thud, thud, thud. I am getting hit and kicked from several directions, and all I can do is curl up and take it since I can't control this body and have no idea what is going on. I try to move to defend myself better, but the new body I am apparently in feels heavy and sluggish, almost as if it hears my commands but doesn't understand them. Dieting, congratulations. Skill Pain Resist has progressed to level 2. Pain Resist level 2, you feel 30% less pain. Physical damage reduced by 1%. Why is this happening? Stop this. Someone save me. I am your hero, aren't I? King Raiden Feldster, I says, enough. What is going on over there? Royal Guard says, Your Majesty, it is a beast man. A beast man? Is he talking about me? Is that why I am furry? King Raiden says, Zamart, check him. Head Court Mage Zamart says, As you wish, Your Majesty. I hear someone approaching, and then words in a language I don't understand. I am not sure what is going on, but I am thankful that the beating has stopped for the moment. between the drop to the floor and the beating, I feel nothing but pain all over my body. Samart shouts, "Status." As the mage completes his spell, I get to see my character screen for the first time. It appears to be floating in front of my eyes, and I see it even if I close my eyes. Name, Ash Race. Black Lion title. None class, none level, 0 horsepower, 21, 130 seconds. MP, 50/50th Statenar, 20 AGI, 20 end, 20 end, 20 int, 18 whiz, 18 unspent points. 0 quests, 0 skills, 2 crafts, 0 Zamart says. Your Majesty, he has no class and is level 0, King Raiden says. He is worthless then. Dispose of him. Wait, I am supposed to be the hero, right? How dare you call me worthless? Shine King Raiden says no. Stay your blade. I don't want his blood all over my throne room. Throw it in the pit. Royal Guard says, yes, Your Majesty, as I am staring at my status screen, trying to understand what is going on. My ankles are grabbed and I am dragged across the floor. I finally figure out how to will it away just as the guards lift me and toss me into what looks like a well. As I start falling, yet again, I instinctively flip, so I am facing down and extend my arms and legs fully. By extending claws, I didn't even know I had. I am just barely able to reach the walls of the well and start slowing myself down. The screeching noise of my claws against the stone makes my head feel like it is splitting in two, but I don't dare stop. Not if I want a chance to survive this. Kind congratulations. You have acquired the skill Safe Fall. Safe Fall level 1. You take 5% less damage from falling. Piding Tauvin mandatory quest. Asterisk quest. Survive the pit. Objective. Survive and find a way to escape the pit. Reward. 10 stat points. These messages pop up as I am falling and desperately trying to slow myself down enough to survive the fall. The skill Safe Fall sounds like it will help, but I am not in a position to check and don't want to trust my life to a skill I just got and don't fully understand yet. A few seconds later, I can see the bottom of the pit. The first thing I notice is a large pile of bones directly beneath me. I then spot a small green-skinned humanoid creature right next to the pile of bones. Is that a goblin? I make a split-second decision to aim for the creature to cushion my landing, since landing on the bones would probably mean instant death. So I push off slightly from the wall, just as it ends, and come down on top of the creature, with my hands and feet. As soon as I make contact, I push myself into a roll to try and minimize the damage I take. I roll 5 or 6 times before hitting the wall fairly hard. Hiding congratulations! Skill Tenacity has progressed to level 2. Tenacity level 2, your street-wrong willpower allows you to attempt to resist death. End plus 4 horsepower plus 15%. Ow, WWW. That hurt! I am surprised that it worked, and that I am still alive. But I hurt all over, and I don't even want to think about how much worse it would hurt without the pain resist skill. Hiding new quests are available. New quests, huh? I'll take a look later. Speaking of looking, I realize I can see the room around me just fine, even though it should be almost pitch black down here. There is a tiny bit of light coming from the well above, but not enough for even a cat to see this well. It looks like a round room with 5 passages leading out of it. The walls are made of large stone blocks mortared together like a medieval castle. Taking a look at the closest opening, I see a thick layer of dust that doesn't look like it has been disturbed in a very long time. Considering the main thing I want right now is somewhere to hide and recover, and try to figure things out, this sounds about perfect. So I pull myself painfully to my feet and turn to walk down the passage. Unfortunately, at my first step something goes wrong and I end up falling flat on my face. Fudda! This staring at the floor from an inch away better not become a habit. I roll over and look at myself and realize for the first time that my legs are bent backwards like an animal's instead of what I was used to. No wonder I can't even walk properly. After several attempts, I manage to stand up and shuffle my way into the passageway. I realize I am leaving tracks in the dust, but I will just have to hope that if there are more goblins, they are too stupid to notice. After about 20 feet, I come to an area where the wall and ceiling have collapsed, blocking the tunnel. As I stand and study the collapse, I notice the passage isn't completely blocked. There is a small gap in the top right corner that I might just be able to squeeze through. So, I crawl up the slope of the collapse and try to push myself into the gap. It takes quite a bit of grunting and squeezing for me to get my new body through the gap. Once I do, I find myself in a 5 by 10 area between the collapse and the end of the tunnel. Deciding this is the best I can do at the moment, I sit down with my back against the wall, planning to look over my stats and think things through, but almost immediately I fall fast asleep. Chapter 3, Castle Throne Room. Zamart's POV. I slowly approach the king, who is speaking with his council. I am not looking forward to what I have to tell the king. The king is a tall and broad-shouldered man, although he has some paunch nowadays. He has short gray hair and a well-trimmed gray beard. The only thing that keeps him from looking truly regal is his small and sunken eyes. They give the king a devious look, more like a swindler than a king. I have never liked looking into the king's eyes, even back when he was just the prince consort. I bow and wait for the king to acknowledge me before speaking. Your Majesty, I regret to inform you that your daughter, Princess Maricel, did not survive the casting of the spell. King Raiden says, never mind that. What were the results? I can't believe my ears. How can the king care more about the summons than his own daughter? It is not like Princess Amercy, who was the daughter of the previous prince regent. This is his own flesh and blood that just died? Am I just seeing things, or does he appear happy about it? Ahem. We successfully summoned all 50 available summons, Your Majesty. Although 22 of the 49 were non-combat classes such as crafters and farmers, leaving only 27 combat types, King Raiden says that is fine. As long as the other nations can't summon anyone next year during the normal summoning time, everything will go according to plan. Teach the non-combat summons enough about the nation to get by. Then send the crafters to the appropriate guilds, and give the farmers each a parcel of empty land. Yes, we summoned all of them, and it only cost your daughter's life. I wish I dared say that to his face. The more time that passes since the queen died, the more I find myself wondering what I am even doing here. As you command, my king, Knight Commander Tarek says. Your Majesty, why bother with the non-combat summons? Just throw them all in the pit. As usual, Tarek doesn't think or understand anything. He is a complete idiot, and so out of shape he has to have his armor enchanted to support its own weight, because he can barely move himself around. I understand the king needed to bribe his family into supporting the crown, but to put such a buffoon as Knight Commander of the army is just ridiculous. King Raiden says, because economic prosperity is a weapon as well, sometimes even more powerful than an army. Besides, we lost a lot of subjects after my wife's death before we closed the border. Well, what did you expect when both the queen and her eldest daughter died in the same week? This country has been ruled by a queen since it was founded, and you took the throne and named yourself king the same day she died. I still believe you killed them, and if I could just find proof, I would kill you myself, even if I had to bring this entire castle down on both our heads to do it. Knight Commander Tarek says, yes, Your Majesty. King Raiden says, Tarek, I leave the 27 combat types to you. Train them well, and make them believe we are fighting for our survival against the other nations who want our land. It is your job to turn them into an elite fighting force that is loyal to me. Knight Commander Tarek says, as you command. Your Majesty, there was one other issue. None of the 49 summons registered as a grand summon or had an advanced class. King Raiden says, are you saying that piece of trash beastman was the grand summon? How could it be? It was a level 0 with no class. You shouldn't call him trash and underestimate him just because you hate and envy beastmen, not to mention coveting their mineral-rich mountains and fertile valleys. I am not sure, Your Majesty. It could be because he was meant to be summoned in the Beast Kingdom. King Raiden says, it doesn't matter. It is dead by now. A summoned hero is only powerful because they have the power to level up. Without that, it can't possibly survive the pit. I am sure it is as you say, Your Majesty. However, just to be safe, I would like permission to send a summoned creature after him just to be certain, Knight Commander, Tarek says. What would be the point? He was injured and unarmed when we threw him down there. I doubt he even survived the fall, Chancellor Marvok says. If you had ever faced them in battle, you would know there is no such thing as an unarmed beastman, Tarek. Marvok served the queen like me, but he has always been a political animal, and I've never trusted him. He is a tall, dignified man and looks utterly trustworthy, and he uses that to play the noble factions against each other. I doubt even the king trusts him, but he is a very useful man. Royal historian Dammer says, "Your Majesty, I have consulted the records and was unable to locate any mention of a black-furred beastman of any race anywhere in the records. There is also no record of a beastman ever being summoned before. As you know, the beastmen have no mages, so they are unable to perform the summoning themselves." King Raiden says, "So you are saying this could be the grand summon then? Very well, Zamart. You have permission to make sure of him." I bow and move over next to Dammer now that I am no longer reporting. Dammer is the only one here I would actually trust. He served the queen and her mother before her, just like I have. He is in his 70s and looks it. I am afraid he doesn't have much more time left, which is unfortunate as he has one of the best minds I've ever encountered. If only he had mage talent, he would have probably surpassed me. Then a figure steps out of the shadows to kneel before the king. He is a rail-thin man with a dark complexion. He is a master of shadows, and it has marked him. I know for a fact he can't be trusted. No one who makes deals with the darkness can ever be trusted. Yet the king seems to trust him and relies on him for all sorts of dark deeds. Spymaster Quill says, "It is done, your majesty. Everyone outside of your council who knew of the summoning or of your daughter's death are dead." What? The healers? Even the king should be cautious of angering the church. I know he has some sort of arrangement with the high priest, but even so, 4 healers going missing won't be ignored by the church. King Raiden says, "Good job, Quill. Make sure the rumors say that the princess died while attempting to negotiate with the bandits. We need to make sure the people hate the rebels so that when we use the army to wipe them out, we are seen as the heroes. Now the next stage of the plan can proceed." Spymaster Quill says, "Yes, your majesty. I will begin immediately." King Raiden thinks just 1 year from now, I will be able to conquer the other nations and rule the continent. If that day comes, I feel sorry for the people of this continent. Maybe I can send some messages to old friends warning them of what the king is planning? Chapter 4. Down in the pit, I wake up after who knows how long, feeling better physically. But now I am feeling hungry and very thirsty. If it wasn't for the pain, I would think it was all a bad dream, and I was still in the hospital. Thinking back on what happened, maybe it would be better if this had been just a bad dream. Wishing isn't going to change anything, though. I need to focus on surviving. A source of food and water are going to be top priority, I guess. But first, I want to take a better look at this. Status. Name, Ash race, Black Lion title, none class, none level, 0 horsepower. 35 divided by 140 MP, 50 divided by 50 STR, 20 AGI, 20 End, 22 Int, 18 Whiz, 18 unspent points, 0 quests, 4 skills, 3 crafts, 0. I only have 35 hit points. I didn't heal much from sleeping. Is it because I am hungry and thirsty? Even so, this rate of healing is just too slow. It will take days to fully heal. Okay, so we have strength, agility, and endurance for physical stats, and intelligence, wisdom, and charisma for mental stats. It really is just like an RPG game. Oh yeah, let's take a look here. Race. Race. Black Lion abilities. Higher starting stats. Dark sight. No skill limit. Eligible for advanced classes. Okay, so that is why I can see. But if I am eligible for advanced classes, why do I have no class? Select class? Choose class? Clyde does nothing work. Okay, I guess I can't have a class for some reason. Let's see what those quests were. Quests. Survive the pit. Objective, survive, and find a way to escape the pit. Reward, 10 stat points. Kill goblins objective. Kill goblins, 1 divided by 20 reward. 5 stat points. Do you accept? Yen kill the goblin shaman objective. Kill the goblin shaman 0, divided by 1 reward. Skill firebolt. Do you accept? In kill the chief objective. Kill the goblin chieftain. 0 divided by 1 reward. Black razor, do you accept? In, oh, so that was a goblin I landed on. Nice of it to give me credit for that. Okay, I guess accept all. As I am sitting there, after accepting the quests, trying to decide my first move, I notice some tracks in the dust. Leaning over for a closer look, I recognize them as large rat tracks. The odd thing is the tracks go right into the wall, As I lean down for a closer look, I go to put my hand on the wall for balance. But when my hand passes right through the wall, I overbalance and end up falling on my face again. Oof! What is this? An illusionary wall? As I pick myself up off the floor and step through the wall, I am momentarily blinded because the room is as bright as day inside. While waiting for my eyes to adjust, I am happy to hear the sound of water trickling somewhere inside the room. As soon as I can see again, I look around and see a 20 by 20 room. There is water trickling from a crack in the wall in one corner and flowing to a crack in the floor. I immediately rush over to the corner to lick the water off the wall. Once I satisfy the worst of my thirst, I take a good look around the room. The first thing I notice is I can see through the wall from this side, meaning I will be able to see any goblins who come into the passage. The next thing I notice is the light is coming from a stone suspended from the ceiling in the middle of the room. Other than that, all that is in the room is some old decayed wooden furniture, leaving me confused as to why this room is here and why it is hidden by an illusionary wall. The first thing I do is move all the broken furniture to the far corner of the room so the floor space is nice and clear. Then, I proceed to go through some stretches and basic exercises to try and get used to this new body. Getting used to my new body is definitely weird for me, but it is something I know I need to do. In my previous life, I had been lazy and out of shape, so seeing what this body can do really surprises me. I am actually having fun, so I decide to work out a bit more seriously and see what my physical limits are. I am able to do 100 push-ups before I start to feel my muscles protesting. Hiding, congratulations. You have acquired the passive skill fitness. Fitness level 1, STR +1 end +1. I wonder why it is so easy to acquire skills. Could it be because of my race? Well, at least if I keep getting stat points from all these skills, then it should be possible for me to become fairly strong even without being able to gain levels. After I finish my workout, I go over to drink some more water. As I am licking the water off the wall, I hear a squeaking sound, and looking around, I see a rat on the other side of the doorway. Knowing it couldn't have seen me yet, I rush over to the wall beside the door and try to be as still and as quiet as possible. Ding, congratulations. You have acquired the active skill Stealth. Stealth level 1 MP costs 20. You can hide in the shadows and move quietly. Ignoring the skill message, I focus on the doorway and pounce on the rat as soon as it sticks its head inside. I squeak. Asterisk, yes. Got you. Wow, it is as big as a house cat. I feel guilty killing it since I had a pet rat in my previous life, but survival comes first. I carry the rat into the room and lay it on its back and use a claw to slowly start removing the rat's pelt. Hiding, congratulations. You have acquired the craft skill skinning. Skinning level 1 AGI +1, you can skin small to medium animals. I carefully skin and gut the rat. Then I try to make a small fire using the broken furniture. It takes me a long time to get the fire started. Once the fire is going, I try roasting the meat over the flames. Hiding, congratulations. You have acquired the craft skill cooking. Cooking level 1 int, +1 you can cook basic food items. I am too hungry to be patient and end up eating the rat meat while it is only half cooked. It isn't very tasty, but it is food, and I have no intention of starving. Okay, so food and water are taken care of for the time being. This hidden room is going to be my base of operations while I explore, so I guess I should try to make some improvements. To start, I am not thrilled with having to lick the wall to get water. I need some kind of bowl or jug to catch the water in. I get up and start looking around, trying to think of what I can use, when my eyes pass over the collapsed area in the passage. I notice one of the bricks sticking out. I look at the corner where the water comes in and decide to try making a basin to catch the water. So I go out to the pile and start using my claws to dig through the dirt looking for the bricks from the original wall. Piding, congratulations. You have acquired the craft skill mining. Mining level 1 STIR +1, you can attempt to mine normal ore. I don't really think digging through some loose dirt counts as mining, but it is not like I am complaining. I need every advantage and skill point I can get. I continue digging through the dirt looking for bricks, but I dig a little too far in one direction and set off a small collapse, bringing more dirt falling through the broken wall. After things settle down, I notice something odd in the new dirt. Picking it up, I find it is a lump of clay. I immediately start sifting through the dirt looking for more. Once I have a decent number of bricks and a nice pile of clay, I carry everything into the room. I then start building a wall around the corner using the bricks and mud in place of mortar. Dined! Congratulations! You have acquired the craft skill Masonry. Masonry level 1, Styr +1, N +1. Able to build simple structures using brick or stone. Oh, strength and endurance from this one. Nice! Once I finish building the wall, I line the inside of the new wall, the floor inside, and the old wall up to the level of the new wall with clay, making a square clay basin to catch the water. Harding, congratulations! Skill Masonry has progressed to level 2. Masonry level 2, Styr +2, N +2, able to build simple structures using brick or stone. Well, that helps. And once this fills, I will have a better way of drinking water, which is important. With that done, I go back out to the collapse and start expanding the opening so I can get through easier since I am going to be going out to explore fairly often. Hiding, congratulations! Skill Mining has progressed to level 2. Mining level 2, SDR +2N +1. You can attempt to mine normal ore. Chapter 5. Since I am out here, I should check out the central room. I was kind of in a rush last time. Activate stealth. MP 30 divided by 50. Once I am concealed by the skill, I walk carefully back to the well room. I look around and see that there are no goblins. However, there are several more rats nibbling at the goblin's corpse. Still in stealth, I slowly move closer until I am right behind one of the rats. Then I extend my claws and stab down at the rat's neck, killing it instantly. Hideen, congratulations. You have acquired the active skill Sneak Attack. Sneak Attack level 1 MP cost 5. Attacking from stealth deals 5% more damage. Of course, all the other rats bolt and are gone in seconds. But I don't mind, because now I have more food. I am about to return to my room with the rat when I notice the goblin corpse has a rope belt over its loincloth. I don't want to touch the loincloth even though I am tired of being naked. But rope is always useful, so I untie it and remove it from the corpse. I get a pleasant surprise when I remove the belt. I find a sheathed dagger on it when I pick it up. Taking my spoils, I quickly return to my room. Once safe behind the illusionary wall, I set the rat down and pull the dagger to take a look at it. I am immediately disappointed as it is rusty and looks fairly dull. But it is still a weapon, so I decide to see what I can do to make it useful. I stare at the dagger while I try to think how to remove the rust and sharpen the blade with what I have available. Item in rusty dagger. Damage -5 durability, 5 durability, 5, divided by 30 sudding congratulations. You have acquired the passive skill Observe. Observe level 1 int +1. You can identify common level items. Not that I need a skill to identify that this is a rusty dagger, but the int point is nice. I try using some coarse dirt to buff the rust off the dagger. It works somewhat, but takes a lot of elbow grease. Then I use a claw to notch one of the leftover bricks and repeatedly draw the dagger back through the notch to sharpen it. Ding, congratulations. You have acquired the craft skill Repair. Repair level 1, Styr +1, int +1, you can repair common items somewhat. Once the dagger is kind of sharp again, I use it to skin the rat. Then I use it to scrape the rat pelts clean. Once the pelts are as clean as I can get them, I use the rat's organs as a tanning agent and stretch them out and pin them down with bricks. Biting, congratulations. Skill Skinning has progressed to level 2. Skinning level 2 AGI +2, you can skin small to medium animals. It won't work as well as a frame, but I don't have enough wood to make one. Hopefully I've remembered how to do this right. After all, I only saw it once on a random survival video. Then I take the rat's guts and stretch them out and twist them tight and leave them to dry. Next, I cook the rat meat. Not as hungry this time, I fully cook it. It doesn't taste any better, but it is easier on my stomach. Then I go to check the basin, and while it is only half full, the water is crystal clear. I drink my fill and then curl up on the floor to try to get some sleep. When I wake up, I am stiff and sore from sleeping on the cold stone. I stand up and stretch out the kinks, then drink some water. Next, I go through another workout routine to warm up my muscles. Time routine, congratulations. Skill Fitness has progressed to level 2. Fitness level 2 SDR +2 End +2, okay. That is going to be my morning routine from now on. At least I think it is morning. I guess I can't really keep track of time down here. Let's see how I am doing so far. Stats? Name, Ash race, Black Lion title, none class, none level, 0 horsepower, 65 divided by 145 MP, 50 divided by 50 STR, 27 AGI, 22 End, 27 Int, 21 Wiz, 18 Shay, 18 unspent points. 0? My stats have gone up nicely just from getting skills, but I am still not healing very fast. I wasn't hungry or thirsty last night when I went to sleep, so that wasn't the reason. Maybe healing is just this slow without any kind of items. I need a skill to help me heal faster. Now that I think about it, in a lot of martial arts, manga the characters can use meditation to heal. So maybe I can create a similar skill here. Worth a shot, I guess. First, I try to sit down cross-legged, but with my legs bending the wrong way, I have a hard time. It takes me a few minutes to find a way to sit that works with my new legs. Then I slow my breathing and work to clear my mind. Ding, congratulations. You have acquired the passive skill meditation. Meditation level 1 whiz plus 1 a skill for recovery. HP 5T5. Our MP5. Our yes. It worked. It is still kind of slow, but it is better than sleeping. At this rate, I can be fully healed with 16 more hours of meditation, and maybe it will improve if I level the skill up. Then I meditate for the next 2 hours. HP 75 divided by 145. Dang, congratulations. Skill meditation has progressed to level 2. Meditation level 2. Wiz plus 2, a skill for recovery. HP 5, N10, Power MP 10. Our OK leveling. The skill was fairly easy. My MP recovery went up, but not my HP recovery. Oh well, maybe next level up. I get up and get a drink before returning to my meditation. I meditate for 4 more hours before the ding breaks my meditation. HP 95 divided by 145. Tinding, congratulations. Skill meditation has progressed to level 3. Meditation level 3 Wes plus 3 a skill for recovery. HP 10, Our MP 10, Our MP 10, Hour. Alright, that is much better. 5 more hours of meditation and I'll be fully healed. Chapter 6. I try to continue meditating, but my stomach growling breaks my concentration. So, I get up, have a drink of water, grab my dagger, and set off to explore and look for some food. I get to the center area fairly quickly, but unfortunately there are no rats around this time. So, after carefully looking around, I make my way along the right-hand wall towards the next passageway. I make my way carefully down the hallway, which goes on for about 40 feet before opening into another room. Again, I can hear the sound of water before I can see anything. When I get to the end of the passage and can see into the room, I am fairly surprised to see a small stream cutting the room in half. On the other side of the stream, I can see mounds of dirt and what looks like mushrooms. Not seeing anything moving, I slowly and cautiously enter the room. As I move towards the stream, I notice a small bridge over it, leading to a path between the piles of dirt. I stop at the edge of the stream to take a look. The stream enters through the right wall and flows to the left, meaning it runs away from my room. I wonder if this is the source of the water in my room. Looking at the walls and the stone arches where the water flows, it is obvious. This stream was here when the room was built. And whoever built this place built the stream into the design. Looking at the piles of dirt, I doubt those were here originally. But from here, I can see a lot of mushrooms growing on the piles, so I step across the stream, ignoring the bridge, to take a closer look. I spot 5 different types of mushrooms, so I decide to pick 2 of each type and try them back in my room. Ding, congratulations. You have acquired the craft skill herb gathering. Herb gathering level 1 int plus 1. You can gather common herbs and plants. I take the mushrooms and carefully return to my room. Then I sit down and place the mushrooms in pairs in front of me. I then pick up 1 mushroom from the first pair and eat it. Hiding, you have been poisoned. 10 damage received. HP 85 divided by 146 whiting, congratulations. You have acquired the passive skill Poison Resist. Poison Resist level 1N plus 1, you take 5% less damage from poison. Huh? I took damage, but I don't feel sick or anything from it. Then I eat one from the next type of mushroom. Not a bad taste, and no poison. Good, then I set the other mushroom of that type off to the side. Then I eat one from the third type. Hi, Dingoon, you have been poisoned. 20 damage received. HP 65 divided by 146. Blur. Ah, I have to wait a while for my stomach to settle down before I can try the next type of mushroom. Hiding doing. You have been poisoned. 5 damage received. HP 60 divided by 146. Fighting, congratulations. Skill Poison Resist has progressed to level 2. Poison Resist level 2 end +2. You take 10% less damage from poison. Okay, that one wasn't so bad. Now, for the last one, I eat the last type of mushroom and find it not only isn't poisonous, but it is really delicious. So I pick up the 2 types that aren't poisonous and memorize what they look like before eating them. Then, I meditate for the next 2 hours until my stomach grumbling again stops me. HP 80 divided by 147. Then I carefully return to the mushroom room to gather more edible mushrooms, because I remember hearing that if you only gather half of something, it will grow back faster. I only pick half of the edible mushrooms. Fighting, congratulations! Skill Herb Gathering has progressed to level 2. Herb Gathering level 2 int +2, you can gather common herbs and plants. As I am trying to figure out how to carry the pile of mushrooms, I hear footsteps in the passageway. I quickly dart over to the wall next to the opening and get ready. Activate stealth. MP 30 divided by 50. I wait patiently as the footsteps grow louder. From what I can hear, there is only one set of footsteps. So I pull my dagger and get ready to attack. As soon as I see the goblin step into the room, sneak attack. MP 25 divided by 50. I activate the skill and stab the goblin in the throat, killing it instantly. Kill goblin's objective. Kill goblins 2 divided by 20, even though I kill the goblin silently. As the goblin falls, there is quite a bit of noise, because the goblin has on a pot helm and is carrying a bucket. I freeze and wait to see if any more come to investigate the noise. A few minutes later, I relax and pick up the bucket. I then fill it with all the mushrooms I picked. Returning to the goblin, I loot the helm, another sheathed dagger, and another rope belt. Then, carrying everything in one arm, I reach down with the other and grab the goblin's ankle. Then I drag the goblin back to the well room and toss it his corpse over next to what is left of the first goblin. Then I take a last look around before I return to my room with my prizes. The helm is poor quality and too small for me, but I figure I can use it as a pot for the time being. The dagger, when I draw it out of the sheath, is rusty and dull as I expected, but I can fix that. So I set about polishing off the rust and using the brick to sharpen it. Hiding, congratulations. Skill Repair has progressed to level 2. Repair level 2 SDR +2 int +2. You can repair common items somewhat. Now that a bit of time has passed, I decide to go check for more rats to eat. Stealth! MP 5 divided by 50. When I return to the well room, I find 6 rats eating the goblin I left there. So I grip a dagger in each hand and carefully sneak closer to them. I then do a sneak attack on one rat with my right hand, while at the same time, I throw the dagger in my left hand at a second rat. MP 0 divided by 50 Stiding, congratulations. You have acquired the active skill Dagger Throw. Dagger Throw level 1 MP cost 5. You can throw a dagger with speed and accuracy. Hit +1 damage +2 twinding, congratulations. Skill Sneak Attack has progressed to level 2. Sneak Attack level 2 MP cost 5. Attacking from stealth deals 10% more damage. Why do I suddenly feel lightheaded? Is it because my MP hit 0? I collect the 2 rat corpses and slowly stumble back to my room, where I immediately sit down and meditate for an hour. HP 90 divided by 147 MP, 10 divided by 50. I feel a lot better. Okay, so MP hitting 0 is bad. Got it? I want to try making soup instead of just eating the meat, but I can't figure out how to keep the helm above the fire with what I have. Then I remember the bones in the well room, and while it is kind of morbid, I figure I can use them and learn the scrimshaw skill while I am at it. I am really glad I was obsessed with fantasy movies, anime, and manga. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a clue how all this worked. I go back to the well room, and after checking the coast is clear, I proceed to gather up some leg bones and a skull before returning to my room. First, I use the 3 leg bones to make a simple tripod to hold the helm. Tiding, congratulations. You have acquired the craft skill, Scrimshaw. Scrimshaw level 1 AGI +1. You can carve normal bones into basic items. Then I fill the helm halfway with water and set it on the tripod and start a small fire under it. I cut up about half of the mushrooms and add them to the water. Then, while I am waiting for it to boil, I carefully skin the 2 rats and scrape and stretch the pelts. Ding, congratulations. Skill skinning has progressed to level 3. Skinning level 3 AGI plus 3. You can skin small to large normal animals. Then I proceed to strip the meat off the rats and sear it before adding it to the pot. Then, while the pot is boiling, I carefully carve myself a bone spoon. Unfortunately, by the time the soup is cooked, I have used up the last of my wood. Biting congratulations. Skill cooking has progressed to level 2. Cooking level 2 int plus 2, you can cook basic food items. I eat about a quarter of the soup before I am full. Then I go out to the collapse and dig a pit behind the wall and take all the leftover waste from the rats and bury it. I have got to keep things clean. I don't want to smell rotting stuff or catch a disease. I return to the room and sit down to meditate for the next 8 hours instead of sleeping. HP 147 divided by 147 MP 50 divided by 50 signing congratulations. Skill meditation has progressed to level 4. Meditation level 4 whiz plus 4 a skill for recovery. HP 10, our MP 50 Knive and Tower, Chapter 7. Castle Throne Room. The king sits on his throne with his council gathered around him. The nobles waiting to petition the king wait at the far end of the throne room. In a crowd of glittering jewels and expensive silks, they listen intently to the king speaking with his council. King Raiden says, "Tarek, what do you have to report?" Knight Commander Tarek says, "Your Majesty, the recruiting is complete, and all new recruits have been moved to the training grounds. We even managed to recruit above the required number because I expect some casualties from the training. We are on schedule. And by this time next year, you should have a fully trained army of 10,000 that the other nations know nothing about." King Raiden says, "Good, very good, Quill." Spymaster Quill says, "Your Majesty, as you ordered, everyone who witnessed the recruiting has been silenced, and it has been made to look like bandit attacks. Also, my men are patrolling the areas around the training grounds to ensure no one finds out about it. Also, I have dispatched men to the borders and the port to ensure no spies can enter or leave the country." King Raiden says, "Excellent. Good work, both of you." Tarek and Quill bow to the king upon receiving praise. Just then, there are several screams from the back of the throne room, and everyone looks in that direction. What they see is all the courtiers waiting to speak with His Majesty are cowering against the walls, leaving the middle of the floor open. Down this path walks head court mage Zamart, and behind him is a massive wolf. It is a huge beast standing 5 feet at the shoulder. Its fur is a dark gray, and it moves like it has nothing to fear from those around it. The royal guards immediately rush forward to form a line in front of the king with weapons ready, although they all look nervous about fighting such a beast. Zamart's Puvi King Raiden says, "Zamart, what is the meaning of this?" I stop a few feet from the royal guards and bow to the king as the wolf lays down behind me. "Your Majesty, this is a level 10 dire wolf, which I intend to send down into the pit to hunt the beastmen as we discussed previously." King Raiden says, "I thought you were going to send a summoned monster to hunt him?" After checking with my mages that have summoning magic, I deemed that none of their summons are strong enough, so I went to the northern defense line and captured this beast to do the job. Better not to mention that is at the limit of what I can control. They all look nervous enough as it is, although the look of terror on Tarek's face is priceless. Knight Commander Tarek says, "Don't you think that is a bit of overkill, Zamart? After all, this wolf is as strong as a squad of knights. There is no such thing as overkill when it comes to making sure His Majesty's plans are not disrupted. Besides, Tarek, unlike you, I know better than to underestimate an opponent." King Raiden says, "Enough, you two." "Very well, Zamart. Send the beast to hunt in the pit." I bow again, and with a gesture send the dire wolf towards the well. Everyone watches as the wolf jumps into the well and disappears. The royal guard all sigh with relief and resume their posts, and the court resumes. In the pit, Ash's Povi girl's voice, "Wake up. If you want to live, wake up now." I snap out of my meditation. Did I just hear a voice? Or was that a dream? It sounded familiar. Hiding emergency quest. Defeat the dire wolf that is hunting you. Objective. Kill the dire wolf. 0 divided by 1 reward. Unlock combat skills. Gain new skill. My head snaps around at the ding, and I look at the quest. I jump to my feet and look through the illusionary wall. As soon as I see the 5-foot wolf, I know I am in trouble. As it creeps closer, I ready myself, gripping my 2 daggers tightly. Stealth, MP 30 divided by 50. I am hoping I can kill the wolf quickly with a double sneak attack, so I crouch and wait for it to come through the illusionary wall. As soon as the wolf's head clears the wall, I make my move. Sneak attack, MP 25 divided by 50. With that, I lunge with both daggers and stab for the wolf's neck, but the wolf is quicker than I expected and manages to turn, so I only stab at his shoulder. And before I can retreat, the wolf whips back around and bites my side. You have suffered a bite attack. Damage 53 horsepower. HP 94 divided by 147. Ow, crap, 53 hit points. 2 more hits and I am dead, so I crouch and wait. And as the wolf lunges at me again, I step to the side, then shoulder tackle the wolf into the wall and stab it in the stomach with both daggers. I then twist the daggers before I pull them out and jump away. Again, the wolf is too quick and manages to bite my thigh as I am jumping away. You have suffered a bite attack. Damage 47 horsepower. HP 47 divided by 147 dinding. Congratulations. Skill Pain Resist has progressed to level 3. Pain Resist level 3. You feel 40% less pain. Physical damage reduced by 2%. I land badly and stumble backwards until my back hits the wall. With the injury to my leg, my mobility is compromised, but the wolf also looks fairly hurt. 1 more bite and I am done. I need to end this with my next attack, or it is game over. I charge at the wolf and feint high, then drop low to try and go for the wolf's throat. The wolf falls for the feint but recovers quickly and bites into my shoulder as I stab both daggers into the wolf's throat. The wolf throws me across the room, then staggers. You have suffered a bite attack. Damage 48 horsepower. Ding, congratulations. Skill Tenacity has progressed to level 3. Tenacity level 3, your street wrong willpower allows you to attempt to resist death. End plus 6 horsepower plus 20% HP. 1 divided by 157. With the last of my strength, I throw both daggers at the wolf. Dagger throw. Dagger throw. Then I slide into darkness. MP. 15 divided by 50 sighting. Congratulations. You have completed the emergency quest. Objective: kill the dire wolf. 1 divided by 1 reward. Unlock combat skills. Gain new skill. Fighting, conding. Congratulations. You can now learn combat skills. Congratulations. Skill Dagger Throw has progressed to level 2. Dagger Throw level 2. MP cost 5. You can throw a dagger with speed and accuracy. Hit plus 2 damage plus 4. Congratulations. You have acquired the combat skill Beast Slayer. Beast Slayer level 1. All street ATS plus 1. You do 5% additional damage against beasts. Congratulations. You have acquired the combat skill Dagger Basics. Dagger Basics level 1, AGI plus 1. You do 5% extra damage with daggers. Congratulations. You have acquired the combat skill Dual Wield. Dual Wield level 1, AGI plus 1. You can fight with a weapon in each hand. Castle Throne. Room, Samart's Povey. I am standing off to the side listening to the king discuss the tax rate with one of his nobles, when suddenly I feel a stabbing pain and grab my chest, let out a groan, and collapse to my knees. Everyone, including the king, turns to stare at me. King Raiden says, "Samart, what is wrong?" Chancellor Marvoke says, "Quick, fetch the healer." I pant as I try to focus through the pain and push it aside like I was trained. Number, I don't need the healer. It is spell Backlash. Chancellor Marvoke says, "Backlash from what?" "I am sorry, Your Majesty. I have failed. The dire wolf has been slain." It seems even I underestimated the beast man. Everyone around the king, and the king himself, are all stunned by my news. King Raiden says, "What?" Knight Commander Tarek says, "Well, maybe it was killed by the goblins or another monster?" Chancellor Marvoke says, "You fool. There are not enough goblins down there to kill a dire wolf, and there are no other monsters down there." Knight Commander Tarek says, "So you are saying a measly level 0 beastman defeated it?" "Ridiculous!" King Raiden shouts. "Enough." Both bow to the king and say, We apologize, Your Majesty. King Raiden, says Zamart. Can you be sure it was killed? And by the Beast Man. Yes, Your Majesty. I saw through its eyes at it his last moment, and I saw the Beastman throwing the dagger that ended his life? I also saw the Beastman close to death, but I think you should sweat a little. I would say he is sure to die, but I've already underestimated him. Once I won't make the same mistake again. King Raiden says, this is troubling to say the least. For now, we will have to assume that he is indeed the Grand Summon, and that he is still alive, and will eventually find a way out of the pit. Tarek, I want guards on the well at all times, and alert all forces throughout the kingdom that if spotted he is to be killed on sight. Knight Commander Tarek says, it shall be done, Your Majesty. Chapter 8. In the pit I slowly wake up with a groan, still lying on the floor where I collapsed. The first thing I see as my eyes focus is the wolf about a foot away from me. I scream and try to crawl away from the dead wolf, but all I manage to do is to painfully reopen all of my wounds. After a second, I calm down and realize that the wolf is dead. I let out a sigh of relief and sit up carefully. Health, HP 1 divided by 158. Wow, I came so close to dying again. I really need to find a way to get stronger. I push aside such thoughts for the time being and focus on meditating for a few hours so I don't bleed to death. HP 31 divided by 158 with my wounds closed again. I carefully get up and have a long drink of water. Then I eat half of the leftover mushroom soup. After I am done eating, I approach the wolf's corpse and recover and clean my daggers. Then I skin and butcher the wolf. Ding, congratulations. Skill skinning has progressed to level 4. Skinning level 4 AGI plus 4. You can skin small to large normal animals. As I am butchering the wolf, I come across a strange orb located inside the wolf's chest. I stare at it intently, trying to figure out what it could be. Item and beast core quality. Average fighting, congratulations. Skill Observe has progressed to level 2. Observe level 2 int plus 2, you can identify items with intense study. It is possible to absorb the beast core. Do you wish to proceed? I can absorb it. What does that even mean? I guess there is only one way to find out. Yes, ding, you have absorbed the average beast core. HP plus 50, MP plus 50, FTI plus 5, AGI plus 5, N plus 5. Wow, that is amazing. I need more beast cores. Talk about an easy shortcut to getting stronger. The fight almost killed me, but this is worth it. Status. Name, Ash Race. Black Lion title. None class. None level. 0 horsepower. 31 divided by 223 MP. 100 divided by 100 ST-Air. 34 AGI. 33 end. 33 end. 27 int. 27 Whis 23 Che. 19 unspent points. 0 quests. 4 skills. 13 crafts. 7. I've definitely gotten stronger. First, I need to heal up. Then I need to continue exploring while acquiring and leveling up skills. I start off with my normal workout routine. Then I draw both daggers and go through every combat motion I can remember from all the various anime and manga. Iding, congratulations. Skill Dagger Basics has progressed to level 2. Dagger Basics level 2 AGI plus 2. You do 10% extra damage with daggers. By ding, congratulations. Skill Dual Wield has progressed to level 2. Dual Wield level 2 AGI plus 2, you can fight with a weapon in each hand. Once done exercising, I have a long drink of water, then settle down to heal some more. I meditate for the next 4 hours. HP, 71 divided by 223 when I am done meditating. I eat the last of the mushroom soup, then decide to work on some of my craft skills. First, I go out to the well room, and after checking it is empty, I gather up the best bones I can find from the pile and carry them back to my room. I sit down with my dagger and start carving. First, I turn a skull into a bowl to go with my spoon. Then I make a plate out of a hip bone. Ding, congratulations. Skill Scrimshaw has progressed to level 2. Scrimshaw level 2 AGI plus 2. You can carve normal bones into basic items. Next, I carve a knife and fork, then I carve several needles for sewing. Now that I have carved everything I can think of, I turn my attention to the rat pelts. The wolf hide still needs some time to cure, So I decide to try sewing the pelts together to make myself some pants. Binding congratulations. You have acquired the craft skill leatherworking. Leatherworking level 1 AGI +1. You can craft crude items from leather. The planned pants end up being shorts due to lack of material. But what matters to me is that I no longer have to run around naked. Using the leftover scraps, I make a belt to hold the dagger sheaths. The rat gut has worked fairly well as cord. I got the idea because I remember reading once that, in the Middle Ages, violin strings had been made from catgut. Since I have used it all, I set out the tendons from the wolf to dry in a similar way. I hope to be able to use it on whatever I make from the wolf hide. Not being able to think of anything else to craft at the moment, I decide to meditate for another 4 hours before going exploring. HP 111 divided by 223 finding. Congratulations. Skill meditation has progressed to level 5. Meditation level 5 whiz +5 int +1 che. +1 A skill for recovery. HP 15, hour MP 15, hour. Extra stat bonuses at level 5. Nice. I bet that means level 10 will be special too. Now that I am a bit more healed, I decide to do some exploring, so I drink my fill and check my weapons, then set off towards the well room. I don't activate stealth, but I do walk as quietly as I can. I am thinking that the stealth skill hasn't leveled up from using it, so maybe I need to actually practice being sneaky. I find the well room as I left it, so I move along the right-hand wall again. This time I pass the first passage, which leads to the mushroom room, and continue on to the next passage. This passageway looks just like the others, except it isn't as dusty, which should mean it is in use. So I move slowly and cautiously, keeping on guard against running into goblins. The passage goes on for 30 feet before a side passage opens to the left. Looking down it, I can see that in about 15 feet, it ends in a T-junction. After listening intently and not hearing any movement, I decide to continue down the main hallway first. Hiding congratulations! Skill stealth has progressed to level 2. Stealth level 2 MP cost 15. You can hide in the shadows and move quietly. I was right. I have to practice the skill, not just activate it. After another 10 feet, I find a door on the right. Not only is this the first door I have found, but when I try to open it, I find it is locked. I crouch down to take a look at the keyhole, and am surprised to faintly see light on the other side similar to the light in my room. Since I don't have the tools to try the lock, and not wanting to risk the noise of trying to break the door down, I continue down the main hallway. After another 30 feet, it opens up into a room where I can see the flicker of firelight. So I slowly and cautiously sneak towards the room until I can see inside. What I see in the room is 5 goblins sitting around a small campfire. While I want to kill them, I decide it is probably best not to get into a fight yet since I am only at half my HP. So I quietly move back down the corridor. Heading back towards the well room, I pass the locked door and then take the right turn into the side passage. I silently move to the T and take a look around the corner. Both ways only go about 10 feet before opening into what looks like small rooms. Seeing no movement and hearing nothing, I approach the room on the right first and take a look inside. Inside, I see broken and rotten crates, making me think this used to be a storeroom. I am fairly surprised that the wood down here hasn't long since rotted away. But as I think about it, other than the stream and the trickle in my room, the rest of this place is bone dry, which will have slowed the decay. Well, at least if nothing else in here is useful, I have a supply of wood for cooking. I turn around and head the other way to check the other room before going through the piles of rubbish. The second room is the same size, but instead of crates, it looks more like collapsed shelving. After I take a closer look, I recognize parts of armor racks and figure out this was probably an armory long ago. Hoping to find weapons, I start sorting through the piles and stacking the remaining wood for easier carrying. After I search the whole room, I only find an old rusty mace and a broken buckler. So I take them and an armload of wood and make my way back to my room. Once back, I clean up the mace and then take a few practice swings with it. Tyndon, congratulations. You have acquired the combat skill Blunt Basics. Blunt Basics. Level 1, Stytar +1, you do 5% extra damage with blunt weapons. I decide the buckler is beyond my ability to repair, but I think of another use for it. So I start a small fire and put the tripod over it. Then I use the buckler as a makeshift pan, and I start cooking some wolf steaks and mushrooms. Ding, congratulations. Skill cooking has progressed to level 3. Cooking level 3 int plus 3, you can cook food without burning it. Never having eaten wolf before, I am not sure if it is normally this delicious. Whatever the case, I clean up the mess, then make several more trips to fetch wood while being as sneaky as possible. Tinding, congratulations. Skill Stealth has progressed to level 3. Stealth level 3 MP cost 15 AGI plus 2. You can sneak up on average beings. After cleaning out the armory, I have enough wood stacked in my room to last for several days. Deciding I have done enough for the day, I settle down to meditate for 8 hours. HP 223 divided by 223 MP, 100 divided by 100, Chapter 9. In the pit, I come out of my meditation feeling great. As I stand up and stretch, I realize all the aches and pains are completely gone, so having full HP actually affects how I feel. Then, I go through my workout routine and do some combat exercises with both the daggers and the mace. I don't get any level ups, but I still feel good about my condition and feel I am ready for a fight. Before that, though, I decide to have my breakfast, so I start a fire and cook up some wolf steak and mushrooms again. After eating and cleaning the dishes, I grab my dagger and some bones and carve a set of lockpicks, or at least what I think lockpicks should be. I never actually tried to pick a lock in my past life, so this is definitely going to be trial and error. Before heading out, I check the wolf hide and find it ready to use. But after looking at it and the holes I put in it fighting the wolf, I don't see much I can make out of it. Finally, I decide to make a vest, and if I have enough left, maybe a belt pouch. So I sit down and start cutting and sewing. Dinding Didem created a dire wolf jerkin defense, plus 2 durability, 20 divided by 20 sighting. Congratulations. Skill Leatherworking has progressed to level 2. Leatherworking level 2 AGI plus 2, you can craft crude items from leather, a jerkin instead of a vest. Well, whatever the plus 2 to defense is more than I expected, so I pull on my new jerkin and find it to be a good fit and fairly comfortable. I am about to leave when I have an idea. I take a half-burnt piece of wood from the fire and using the burnt end, I start drawing a map of what I have explored so far on the wall. I ding, congratulations. You have acquired the craft skill Cartography. Cartography level 1, int plus 1. You can draw crude maps. Looking at the crude map, I realize once I finish the passageway from yesterday, I only have 2 left to explore. So, feeling motivated and refreshed, I set out to finish the passageway. I head straight for the main passageway. I intend to deal with the goblins first, before trying to pick the locked door. I still move cautiously, but don't activate stealth until I am right outside the goblin room. MP 85 divided by 100. I study the goblins before making a move. 4 of them just have daggers, but the 5th has a spear and wooden round shield on the floor next to him, so that is the one I want to kill first. Unfortunately, it is on the far side of the room from the doorway, so I have to slowly move around the room using the shadows cast by the fire. It takes me a while, but finally I am behind the spear goblin and ready to make my move. I start with a sneak attack on the goblin with a spear. Driving my dagger deep into it is back. MP 80 divided by 100 piting, congratulations. Skill Sneak Attack has progressed to level 3. Sneak Attack level 3, MP cost 5. Attacking from stealth deals 15% more damage. Leaving the dagger in the goblin, I grab the mace off my belt as I throw the dagger in my left hand at the goblin on my left. MP 75 divided by 100 fighting, congratulations. Skill Dagger Throw has progressed to level 3. Dagger Throw level 3 MP cost 5. You can throw a dagger with speed and accuracy. Hit plus 3 damage plus 6 objective. Kill goblins, 4 divided by 22 down 3 to go. Now, with the element of surprise gone and just the mace left, I face off against the 3 remaining goblins. As they scramble to their feet and draw their daggers, I move to my right and swing the mace at a goblin's head. Crunchin' objective. Kill goblins, 5 divided by 20 now. The 2 remaining goblins are rushing at me. I swing the mace down at the closer goblin's arm and dance aside from the thrust of the second. Crack Tiding, congratulations. You have acquired the combat skill dodge. Dodge level 1 defense, plus 1. Your nimbleness allows you to evade attacks. As the goblin that missed stumbles, I kick it hard in the stomach and send it flying into the wall. Then, I bring the mace back around and swing at the head of the goblin that is clutching. It is broken arm and screaming. Crunch at objective. Kill goblins, 6 divided by 20. A couple of steps over to the goblin that is stunned from hitting the wall, and a swing of the mace, and it is all over. Crunched objective. Kill goblins, 7 divided by 20 siding, congratulations. Skill Blunt Basics has progressed to level 2. Blunt Basics level 2, Styar +2. You do 10% extra damage with blunt weapons. Whew, that was easier than expected. I didn't even take damage. This proves it, even with no class or level I can become strong, and I will become strong and find a way out of this pit. I glare at the ceiling and shout. And one day I will come back and make you pay for throwing me out, like garbage. Throne room of the Castle Dammers Pav. The king sits on his throne, brooding about the next stages of his plan when he feels a cold chill climb up his spine. He looks around, and even though he is surrounded by his royal guard, he feels a sense of danger. With a shiver, his gaze focuses on the well leading to the pit. King Raiden says, "Guard, summon the historian." Royal Guard says, "At once, your majesty." The guard rushes out and a few minutes later returns leading me. I come limping in with my cane moving as fast as I am able to. "You called for me, your majesty." King Raiden says, "I want to know everything the archives say about the pit." "Ah, yes, I see." I admit, after recent events, I was curious myself, and already looked through the archives, your majesty. The pit was actually already here before the castle was built. King Raiden says, "How can that be? The castle is the oldest building in the kingdom, isn't it?" "That is correct, your majesty. The archives contain a report from the construction of the castle. When they were digging the foundation for this castle, they discovered the entrance to what we now call the pit," King Raiden says. "So you are saying the pit already existed and was buried here before the kingdom's founding 500 years ago?" "Yes, your majesty. Are you familiar with the legends of the ancient ruins? Specifically, how they were all created by an empire that ruled the continent and fell a little over 1,000 years ago?" King Raiden says, "Of course I have heard the legends. An all-powerful empire of magic destroyed by their own greed?" "Correct, your majesty. The reports refer to it as the Empire of Alethal and state that the pit was a basement to a structure in the empire. When it was found, they did explore it, and the archive even contains a map of it." King Raiden says, "A map. Good. So is there another way out of the pit?" "According to the report, there is a way down into something they called a sewer. I am not familiar with the term and have been unable to find the meaning. However, the report also states that everyone sent down to explore the sewer, including several powerful warriors, never returned." King Raiden says never returned. Good. So the beastman may survive the pit, but his only hope of getting out is certain death? Ha ha ha, that is perfect. I miss the old queen. She would have paid attention to the fact that greed destroyed the old empire. By ignoring history, you are dooming yourself to repeat it. King Raiden says, "That will be all Dammer." I bow and depart, leaving the king to return to his brooding on conquering the continent. Chapter 10. In the pit once I settle down and catch my breath, I gather the 4 daggers and the spear and shield and carry them back to my room. Then I return, and though I don't want to, I cut open the spear goblin's chest to check for a beast core. Not finding one, I drag the goblin corpses to the well room and toss them on the bone pile. I return to the room to check it over one last time. I even run my hands along the walls to check for illusions. Once I am sure the room is empty, I return to the locked door in the passageway and sit down. I take out my lock picks and start feeling around inside the lock with them to try and figure out how to pick it. Hiding, congratulations. You have acquired the passive skill lockpicking. Lockpicking level 1 AGI +1, you can attempt to open a lock without a key. My good mood at acquiring the skill disappears moments later when the lockpicks break. With a sigh, I toss aside the broken picks and get back to my feet. Before returning to my room, I decide to go through the storeroom. I quickly sort through the piles of trash, separating out any wood and piling it by the door. I am disappointed, but not too surprised when I don't find anything useful other than the wood. So I gather up an armful of wood and return to my room. After putting down the wood, I update the map and then sit down to take a look at the weapons I took from the goblins. As expected, all the daggers are dull and rusty, so I set about cleaning and sharpening them first. Hiding, congratulations. Skill repair has progressed to level 3. Repair level 3, STR +3, int +3. You can repair common items without damaging them. When I turn to the spear, I am surprised to find it isn't rusty, and all I need to do is sharpen it a bit. Once that is done, I take a dagger and some bone and start to carve 10 sets of lockpicks. Hiding, congratulations. Skill Scrimshaw has progressed to level 3. Scrimshaw level 3 AGI plus 3. You can carve normal bones into basic items. Once the lockpicks are done, I gather them up and head back to the locked door to try again. I sit down in front of the door again and begin trying to learn how to pick a lock through trial and error. I figure out from the shape of the keyhole that I need to manipulate the bottom of the lock and turn it somehow. 3 broken lockpick sets later. Hiding, congratulations. Skill lockpicking has progressed to level 2. Lockpicking level 2 AGI plus 2, you can attempt to open a lock without a key. After breaking 5 more sets of lockpicks, click Towending congratulations. Skill lockpicking has progressed to level 3. Lockpicking level 3 AGI plus 3, you can attempt to open a lock without a key. Finally, that took forever. I stick the remaining 2 sets of picks through my belt and get to my feet. Being forewarned, I close my eyes to slits before opening the door so I don't get blinded. Once my eyes adjust to the light, I find myself in a very small room. A small desk, a single chair, and a small bookcase with 6 books greets my eyes as I look around. My attention is immediately drawn to the books, as I still know nothing about the world I have been summoned to. I grab the first book and flip it open, but am disappointed to find I can't read the language the book is written in. I quickly check the other 5 books, but they are all in the same language. Since I can't read them, I just carry the books back to my room. Then I go back for the furniture. Once the room is empty, I carefully check the walls for illusions, finding none. The last thing I do is reach up and take down the lightstone. Returning to my room carrying the lightstone, I am surprised by the details I miss when using my dark sight. Looking at the walls under the bright light, I get a feel for just how ancient this place must be. I return to my room and try to sit in the chair, but I find it is too small for me and doesn't work with my legs. So I break it up into firewood and add it to the pile. Then I try crouching in front of the desk, but it is too low and not comfortable, so it also gets added to the firewood. Getting hungry, I decide to make soup using the last of the mushrooms and wolf meat. While it is cooking, I sit on the floor and open one of the books to start trying to figure out the language. It is a very slow and hard task, but by the time the soup is ready, I have figured out a few letters. Whiting, congratulations! You have acquired the craft skill Linguistics. Linguistics level 1 int plus 2. You can attempt to decipher other languages. As I eat a bowl of soup, I keep studying the weird letters. By the time I figure out the next letter, the soup is gone. I keep at it for hours, figuring out one letter at a time until I can start translating simple words. Hutting, congratulations! Skill Linguistics has progressed to level 2. Linguistics level 2 int plus 4. You can attempt to decipher other languages. I keep at it all night, and by morning, I am able to read the titles of the books. They are History of the Empire I, Aid, and Third, Basic Spellcasting, Magic Theory, and Diary of an Archmage. Once I can identify the books, I switch to History of the Empire, and start reading it from the beginning. At first, it takes me an hour just to read one sentence, but it becomes easier and easier to understand as I go. Hiding, congratulations! Skill Linguistics has progressed to level 3. Linguistics level 3 int plus 6, you can attempt to decipher other languages. Is it getting easier because the skill is going up? Or because my int is going up? Or I guess it could be both. After reading the first chapter, I decide to put the book down for a while. I meditate for 2 hours and then go back to the storeroom and finish hauling the wood to my room. That done, I go through my normal exercise routine and then do my weapons work. Then I pick up the spear and shield and start working with them. Pinding dang congratulations. You have acquired the combat skill spear basics. Spear basics level 1, Sty R plus 1, AGI plus 1. You do 5% extra damage with spears. Congratulations! You have acquired the combat skill shield basics. Shield basics, level 1 star plus 1 N plus 1. You gain defense plus 1 when using a shield. I like the feel of the spear and shield, so I decide to go with it as my main weapon for now. I attach the mace to my belt and still have 2 daggers on me. All set, I decide to head out and explore the next passageway. Crossing the well room, everything is as I left it, but not far into the new passage I see something new. It is a door, and it is being guarded by 2 goblins. There are no turnoffs before the door, so this is the only way to go. Both goblins are just armed with daggers, so I decide to be a little reckless. Instead of sneaking up on them, I am just going to attack them openly. So I step out of the shadows and run down the hallway straight at them. I end up laughing as I run due to the look on the goblins' faces. But that doesn't stop me from spearing the one on the right and slamming into the other with the shield. Objective: kill goblins. 8 divided by 20 finding dinding. Congratulations. You have acquired the combat skill charge, charge level 1, STR plus 1. When you charge into battle, you do double damage on your first hit. Congratulations. You have acquired the active skill shield bash. Shield bash level 1 MP cost 5 when you bash an enemy with your shield. You have a 25% chance to stun them. I have to step on the first goblin to pull the spear free. Then it is a simple matter to dispatch the second one. Objective: kill goblins. 9 divided by 20. I kick the goblins aside and try the door, which opens. What I see inside horrifies and enrages me. There are 5 human women, all of whom have obviously been tortured and abused. What is worse is all of them look to be massively pregnant. They are all lying on the floor, not moving. And when I look closer, I see that they can't. All their tendons have been cut. Even in my old world with full medical equipment, I don't think anything could be done for them. Here with no way to treat them, I can't do anything. Even if I could get them out of here, I have nothing to use on their injuries. No way to feed them. And worse, no way to end the pregnancies. I have yet to see a female goblin, which means this is probably like some of the darker manga I have read. The young goblins will eat their way out of the mother. I hate what has been done to them, and I hate even more that there is only one thing I can do for them. No way can I just walk away and leave them to suffer in the dark. As I approach the first woman, she opens her mouth to say something, but I can see that her tongue has been cut or ripped out. I have tears rolling down my face as I meet her eyes and hold up a dagger for her to see. Shh, I am not going to hurt you. I am going to end your suffering. She seems to understand my intent as she closes her eyes and gives me a nod. I make it as quick and painless as I possibly can before moving on to the second woman. I am sorry this happened to you, and I promise you, I will kill every single goblin. At that moment, I hate myself and want nothing more than to kill everything down here, then climb up the well and kill everyone in the castle. However, I can't do that until I have ended the suffering of these women and made sure the goblins have paid for what they did. Then, I am going to find out how these women ended up down here and who put them here, and I will make them pay. I remove the daggers and rope from the goblins, then toss their corpses on the bone pile. The 5 women I carry back one by one to the hallway outside my room. I gather more bones and sit down to carve a crude shovel and pick. And congratulations! Skill Scrimshaw has progressed to level 4. Scrimshaw level 4 AGI plus 4. You can carve bone into basic items. For once the ding of the skill up doesn't make me smile, I proceed to use the new tools to dig into the dirt behind the broken wall. I wish I had more room for separate graves, but one is all I can fit. Ding, congratulations. Skill mining has progressed to level 3. Mining level 3, star plus 3, end plus 1, you can attempt to mine normal ore. Oh, shut up. I proceed to bury the 5 unfortunate women. Then I return to my room and clean myself up and have a bowl of soup. After a while, I hear angry screaming echoing through the hallways, which makes me smile. Then, for the first time, I hear goblins actively moving around. Okay, now it is my turn to hunt you. I've got some rage to share with you, monsters. Chapter 11. In the pit, I quickly gather my spear and shield and get ready to go out to hunt the goblins. As I am about to step through the wall, I stop as I see 2 goblins coming through the gap in the collapse. So I wait and watch. The goblins take a quick look around at the dead end, then turn to go back. As they are entering the gap and are in single file, I charge at them. I am expecting the spear to go through the first goblin. What I am not expecting is for it to impale the second goblin as well. Objective: kill goblins 11, divided by 27. Congratulations. Skill charge has progressed to level 2. Charge level 2 STR plus 2 when you charge into battle. You do double damage on your first hit. I kick the goblins off the spear and head towards the well room. I stop at the corner to take a look around. The well room is empty as I look around, but while I am deciding what to do, a goblin comes out of the passageway to my left and starts running towards me. Guessing from where it is looking, it is heading for the next passageway. I wait until it steps right in front of me and swing the spear at neck level to the goblin. Stink objective. Kill goblins. 12 divided by 20. The goblin's body continues on for a few steps before falling over as its head hits the ground with a plop sound. Hiding congratulations. Skill Spear Basics has progressed to level 2. Spear Basics level 2, SDR plus 2, AGI plus 2. You do 10% extra damage with spears. I decide to see where it was going, so I head towards the mushroom room. When I peek into the room, I see 2 goblins on the other side of the stream gathering mushrooms. When I step into the room, the goblins drop the mushrooms, draw their daggers, and rush across the bridge to attack me. I stop one with a spear thrust to its chest and swing my shield towards the other to block its attack. The goblin drops down and goes under my shield and stabs me in the leg. Objective: kill goblins 13 divided by 20. You have been stabbed for 5 damage. HP 219 divided by 224 fighting. You have been poisoned. 18 damage received. HP 201 divided by 224 fighting. Congratulations. Skill Poison Resist has progressed to level 3. Poison Resist level 3 and plus 3. You take 15% less damage from poison. Ah, you sneaky little. I yank my spear back, bring it up high, and stab down at the goblin as it is pulling its dagger out of my leg. Stab. Objective: kill goblins. 14 divided by 20. I free the spear from the corpse, then reach down to pinch the wound in my leg closed until the bleeding stops. While I am waiting, I look around and spot something on the floor by the mushrooms. I limp over the bridge for a closer look and find a mortar and pestle made of stone sitting there half full of paste. It seems the goblins have been turning the mushrooms into paste to smear on their daggers. I pick up the mortar and pestle and go over to the stream to clean them. As I am kneeling down, I spot movement. Looking closer, I see a fish swim through the stream. This makes me smile, as it is a new source of food. Once clean, I take the mortar and pestle and return to my room. Then I meditate for an hour before returning to the hunt. HP 224 divided by 225 as I go out to resume my hunt. The well room and the mushroom area are empty, except for the corpses I left behind. So I continue on and check the passageway where I found the books, but all the rooms are empty. So I continue searching and head for the room where I found the prisoners, but it is also empty. While looking around, I spot a second door on the right side of the room, so I head over and open it, finding another hallway. I can see the hallway goes on for about 30 feet, but halfway down is something irregular, so I approach cautiously. On the right is a shallow alcove, but on the left the wall is broken, and there seems to be a natural cave behind it. As I come closer to the opening, I get a bad feeling and the hair on the back of my neck stands up. Dine, congratulations. You have acquired the passive skill Danger Sense. Danger Sense level 1, Whiz plus 1, a feeling that warns you of great danger. I immediately put my back against the opposite wall. I slowly slide sideways until I can see into the cave. At first, all I see is the webbing, but after a few minutes of staring intently, I spot the spider. Its body is at least 3 feet across, and I am guessing with the legs it is at least 5 feet. It definitely is a giant spider. I turn to leave the area, but stop suddenly. I bet that thing has a beast core. I am trying to think how best to kill the spider when an evil grin blooms on my face, and I set off back towards the well room. As I am moving into the well room, I move my spear to my shield hand and stop by the headless corpse to pick up. It is dagger in my right hand. Then I creep into the last passageway that I haven't explored, knowing it has to be the goblin's lair. As I move slowly down the passageway, I see a room ahead in firelight. So I know I guessed right. As I edge closer and can see into the room, I count about 20 goblins around a fire. I also notice the room has torches along the walls as well as piles of trash. Maybe goblin beds. I also see a bigger goblin with a sword, which I am guessing is the chief. Okay, this should work. Let's try it. I step into the light and throw the dagger at the goblin next to the chief. MP 95 divided by 100 objective. Kill goblins 15 divided by 20 something. Congratulations. Skill Dagger Throw has progressed to level 4. Dagger Throw level 4 MP cost 5. You can throw a dagger with speed and accuracy. Hit plus 4 damage plus 8. Catch me if you can. I grab the nearest torch off the wall, shoot a grin at the chief, and take off running. I can hear goblins in pursuit as I hit the well room, and turn left, then left again towards the prisoner room. I run through the room and through the door on the right and skid to a stop by the broken wall. I toss the torch onto the webbing in the cave, then step back into the alcove. Stealth. MP 80 divided by 100. I stay perfectly still as I watch 10 goblins come running through the door and go straight into the cave, chasing the light of the torch. As soon as they see the burning webbing, the goblins skid to a stop, and those in front start trying to backpedal. However, they are too late as the spider lunges out of the darkness to snatch the front goblin. Objective: kill goblins. 16 divided by 20. Haha, I got credit for it. The remaining 9 goblins charge in to attack the spider, and I am about to jump out and attack them from behind when I hear footsteps, so I hold still and wait. I see another goblin come through the door, but this goblin is wearing furs and feathers and carrying a stick like it is a staff. Jackpot! This must be the shaman. The shaman stops in the middle of the hallway and faces the cave. He starts muttering something, which I assume is a spell. Sneak attack? MP 75 divided by 100. I step out of the alcove and stab the shaman in the back as hard as I can. Objective: kill goblins. 16 divided by 20. Sunding Diding objective: kill the goblin shaman. 1 divided by 1. Congratulations. You have completed the quest Kill the Goblin Shaman. You have been awarded the magic skill Firebolt. Hiding congratulations, you have unlocked magic skills. Congratulations. You have acquired the magic skill Firebolt. Firebolt level 1, MP cost 30. You throw a bolt of fire that deals 30 fire damage. Yay, magic. I can get magic as a skill, so I don't need to have a class to use magic. Excellent. Objective: kill goblins. 17 divided by 20. I look up to see a goblin twitching as it dies in the spider's mandibles. The remaining 8 goblins are still attacking the spider, but their daggers aren't even scratching it. The first goblin that turns to run gets my spear through its chest. Objective: kill goblins. 18 divided by 20. The next goblin doesn't even turn around and just looks down in surprise when the spearhead emerges from its chest. Objective: kill goblins. 19 divided by 20. I grin as I pull the spear free, and the remaining 6 goblins turn to face me. I feint towards one of the goblins, which quickly steps back, only to scream as the spider bites it. Objective: kill goblins. 20 divided by 20. Fighting congratulations. You have completed the quest Kill Goblins. 5 stat points have been awarded. Hiding new quest available. Kill Goblins. The second objective. Kill Goblins. 20 divided by 50 reward. 10 stat points. Do you accept the quest? Hin. Ha ha ha, of course. Yes. Chapter 12. In the pit, I move quickly while the goblins are still hesitating. I target the far right goblin and stab it in the chest. Objective: kill goblins. 21 divided by 50. I swing my shield at the next goblin. Shield bash. MP 70 divided by 100. Fighting congratulations. Skill Shield Bash has progressed to level 2. Shield Bash level 2 MP cost 5. When you bash an enemy with your shield, you have a 30% chance to stun them. My Shield Bash hits the next goblin and knocks it back stunned. As the last 3 goblins move to attack, I jump backwards and land back in the hallway. As the 3 goblins recover and pursue me, the spider takes the stunned one. Objective: kill goblins. 22 divided by 50. As the 3 goblins rush me, I again target the right one and let it run right into the spear as I push the shield at the other 2. Objective: kill goblins. 23 divided by 50. They try to reach over the shield to stab me, but their arms are too short. I swing the spear over their heads to make them duck, and while they are blinded, I swing the spear back around and below the shield and cut them off at the ankles. As they fall to the ground, I easily finish them off. Stab, stab at stab. Objective: kill goblins. 25 divided by 50. Stunning congratulations. Skill Spear Basics has progressed to level 3. Spear Basics level 3. STR plus 3. AGI plus 3. You do 15% extra damage with spears. I look at the giant spider and say, "Thanks for your help, but I was really hoping they would hurt you and make this easier." "Okay, let's try this out. Firebolt, MP 40, divided by 100, a small ball of fire forms just above the palm of my hand. I look directly into the multiple eyes of the spider and throw the ball of fire at them. Shriek, and again. Firebolt, MP 10, divided by 100, throwing the second firebolt, I hit the spider. While it is screaming and thrashing about, I charge it with my spear. After seeing how the goblin's daggers didn't scratch the spider's exoskeleton, I aim the spear at one of the junctions and thrust with all my strength. The spear sinks into the spider but is yanked out of my hands as it rears back. I react quickly and grab the mace off my belt and swing at the joint of the spider's leg. Crack with one of it, his legs broken, the spider tilts off balance, but doesn't fall. And because I am close enough to use the mace, I can't dodge the spider's bite. "You have suffered a bite attack. Damage 35 horsepower. Dingun, you have been poisoned. Damage 43 horsepower. HP 147 divided by 225. Even as I shout in pain, I bring the mace down on the spider's head. Smack dang. Congratulations. Skill Blunt Basics has progressed to level 3. Blunt Basics level 3 Styar plus 3. You do 15% extra damage with blunt weapons. The spider backs off but doesn't go down? I can see green ichor coming from its head and from where the spear is still lodged in its body. Seeing the spear, I get an idea and jump closer to the spider. Shield Bash, MP 5, divided by 100, I am not aiming at the spider. Instead, I bash the base of the spear and throw all my weight behind it to drive it deeper into the spider's body. As I am driving the spear deeper, the spider at the same time lunges and bites into my leg. You have suffered a bite attack. Damage 30 horsepower. Fighting, you have been poisoned. Damage 43 horsepower. HP 74, divided by 225. Ding, congratulations. Skill Poison Resist has progressed to level 4. Poison Resist level 4 end plus 4. You take 20% less damage from poison. I am about to move in for another attack when the spider falls over. It twitches a few times. Then the legs curl inward, all but the broken one. I wait a minute, then step closer and kick the spider to make sure it is dead. When it doesn't twitch again, I grab the spear and try to pull it free. I have to climb up and stand on the spider with my feet on either side of the spear and use my whole body before I am finally able to pull it free. Just out of curiosity, I try stabbing the spider's body with the spear, but it just hits and then skids along without even leaving a scratch. Oh, I am going to have to try and make stuff out of you. The first thing I have to do is figure out how to get it back to my room. But before that, I go over to the goblin shaman and cut open its chest. Aha! I lift the beast core out of the shaman with a smile on my face. I stare at it intently. Item beast core quality minor. Next I check the shaman's staff. Itemen a stick. Ha ha ha. I toss the stick aside. I check but find nothing else of value. I start dragging the goblins back to the well room and tossing them on the bone pile after taking the daggers and ropes off them. I leave the shaman till last and prop it up facing the passageway where the goblin lair is. Then I take all the daggers and ropes back to my room, where I come across the first 2 goblins I killed that I had forgotten about. I strip them of their daggers and ropes as well before dragging them to the bone pile. I also remember the 2 in the mushroom area and do the same with them. Then I go back for the spider. First, to get it through the doorways, I cut off all its legs. After that, I start slowly dragging it out into the hallway. But something odd catches my eye. The torch is still burning. I go over and pick it up and look at it. It doesn't seem to have burnt down at all, so I stare intently at it. Fun magic item, ever-burning torch. Ooh, I wonder if all those torches are like this. I stick the torch in the ground and leave it there for the time being and go back to dragging the spider body. It takes me a lot of effort and quite a bit of time to get the spider body back to my room. After I catch my breath for a minute, I head back for the torch. Once I pick it up, I decide to double check before leaving. So I use it to burn all the webbing. But all I find is a few more daggers. So I head back to my room with the torch. Now between the 2 light stones and the torch, my room is very bright. I have a bowl of soup and then meditate for 8 hours. HP 194 divided by 226 MP, 100 divided by 100, citing congratulations. Skill Meditation has progressed to level 6. Meditation level 6, Wes plus 6 int plus 2, Che plus 2 a skill for recovery. HP 20 Thunai, our MP 20 Thai. Hower, now that I am rested, I pull out the shaman's beast core and stare at it intently. Item and beast core quality. Minor, would you like to absorb it? Yes. You have absorbed a minor beast core. HP plus 10, MP plus 10. So little. Is that because it is a minor? So the higher the grade, the better the stats. That makes sense, I guess. So let's see what you have. I start cutting along the joints of the spider carapace and remove it piece by piece and set the pieces aside for now. Once the carapace is stripped, I cut into the chest and dig out the beast core. Then I stare at it. High tum beast core quality. Inferior, would you like to absorb it? Yes, you have absorbed an inferior beast core. HP plus 25 MP plus 25 STR plus 2 AGI plus 2 END plus 2 Dinden. Congratulations. Skill Observe has progressed to level 3. Observe level 3 int plus 3 you can identify items with intense study. Alright, not bad. Not bad at all. Now I wonder if you are edible. I quickly cook up a piece of spider meat and try it. It isn't poisonous, but it tastes fairly awful. So I drag what is left of the corpse and throw it on the bone pile. Then I sit down, clean my weapons and clothes, and clean and sharpen all the daggers. Hunting congratulations. Skill Repair has progressed to level 4. Repair level 4 STR plus 4. Int plus 4. You can repair common items without damaging them. I now have almost 20 daggers. I pick the best 2 to keep on my belt and leave the others for use with crafting. I try making armor pieces with the spider carapace, but none of my weapons can scratch it. So I settle for scraping and cleaning it, then pile it in the corner until I find something that will cut it. I sit down and meditate for another 2 hours. HP 271 divided by 271 MP. 135 divided by 135. All right, full HP. Now, it is time to finish this. I gather my weapons and head to the well room. After checking for enemies, I move into the passageway outside the goblin lair and carefully take a look inside. I count 8 goblins remaining besides the chief. I don't want to fight all of them at once, so I come up with a plan. I quickly return to my room for some extra daggers, then go and set things up. I step into the doorway of the goblin's lair and grin at the chief. The goblins notice me almost immediately, and the chief jumps up and points at me and starts roaring at the other goblins. The 8 remaining goblins draw their weapons and charge towards me. I step back a bit and kneel down while setting the spear down. Then, I grab the first of the daggers I left there waiting. Dagger throw, dagger throw, dagger throw, dagger throw. MP 115 divided by 135 thud objective. Kill goblins 29 divided by 50 siding. Congratulations. Skill Dagger Throw has progressed to level 5. Dagger Throw level 5 MP cost 5. You can throw a dagger with speed and accuracy. Hit plus 5 damage plus 10. I quickly throw the 4 daggers I left, ready, and just like that, half the goblins go down. Then I target the next goblin. Firebolt. MP 85 divided by 135, whoosh. Asterisk objective. Kill goblins 30 divided by 50 thudding. Congratulations. Skill Firebolt has progressed to level 2. Firebolt level 2 MP cost 30. You throw a bolt of fire that deals 35 fire damage. As the goblin falls screaming and burning, I grab my spear and get ready to meet the last 3 goblins. The fastest of the 3 leaps into the air from about 5 feet away and comes flying at me until it suddenly stops in midair as it meets the spear I am holding up. Stab objective. Kill goblins 31 divided by 50 tractae. Crack, the goblin suddenly drops to the ground with half the spear still stuck in it, while I am left with just a broken piece of wood as the last 2 goblins charged me. I throw it at one of the goblins to slow it down as I raise my shield to intercept the other goblin while reaching for the mace on my belt. I intended to attack the goblin behind my shield, but as I am about to swing, I see the second goblin getting close and change my target and swing at the goblin's head. Smash objective. Kill goblins 32 divided by 50. As I am killing the second goblin, the first darts around my shield and manages to stab me in the side. You have suffered a stab attack. Damage 10 horsepower. HP 261 divided by 271. Hutting, you have been poisoned. Damage 18 horsepower. HP 243 divided by 271. With a growl, I turn on the last goblin and bring the mace down on its head. Squish. Objective. Kill goblins. 33 divided by 50. With the last goblin dead, I step back into the goblin lair and glare at the chief. The chief unsheathes its sword and starts walking towards me. It is wielding a longsword, but using it two-handed. I move forward to meet the chief. As we close, the chief goes for a powerful overhead swing. I raise my shield to block, and at the same time, swing the mace at the chief's side. Thud, thud, crunch, ding, congratulations. Skill Shield Basics has progressed to level 2. Shield Basics level 2 star +2 and +2. You gain defense +2 when using a shield. I grin as I hear the chief's ribs break, but am surprised when it doesn't seem to affect the chief. The chief immediately goes for another big attack, and again, I raise my shield to block it. Thud thud crack. My grin fades as my shield breaks under the powerful blow of the chief. Before the chief can swing again, I swing my mace at the chief's elbow. Tum crack. Asterisk, the chief, now down to one arm, launches a horizontal swing at me, but I am able to dance back out of range. Dinding, congratulations. Skill Dodge has progressed to level 2. Dodge level 2 defense, +2 your nimbleness allows you to evade attacks. The chief moves after me and goes for another big swing. This time, I move in closer instead of backing away and catch the chief's wrist with my left hand to stop the swing. I then bring the mace down on the chief's head, and again, and again, and again. Let the David crack. With this, the light finally leaves the chief's eyes, and he slumps to the floor. Objective. Kill goblins. 34 divided by 50 sistan. Dine, dine, dine. Congratulations. You have completed a quest. Kill the chief objective. Kill the goblin chieftain. 1 divided by 1 reward. Black Razor. As the message fades away, a dagger suddenly appears floating in the air in front of me. I eagerly reach out and grab it. How magic item Black Razor +10 dark damage. A dagger forged of darkness? I slowly draw the dagger. It has a beautiful black blade, longer than an average dagger, slightly curved with a single edge, and as I hold it up, the blade seems to be coated in black fire. What a nice reward. This was definitely worth it. Chapter 13. In the pit, I kneel down and cut open the chief's chest. The new dagger cuts him open like he is made of paper. I remove the chief's beast core and stare at it. Item and beast core quality. Inferior. Would you like to absorb it? Yes. You have absorbed an inferior beast core. HP +20, MP +20, SDR +2, AGI +2, and +2. Dang how dang, dao dang how dang ha. Congratulations. You have unlocked abilities. For having strength exceeding 50, you gain the ability Superior Strength. For having agility exceeding 50, you gain the ability Superior Agility. Superior Strength, you gain half your strength stat as damage to melee attacks. Superior Agility, you gain half your agility stat as damage to ranged attacks. Oh, awesome. So my melee attacks get +25 damage, basically? Cool. Then I pick up the chief's sword and examine it. Itemen Knight's Sword, hit +2 durability. 49 divided by 50, I sheath the sword and strap it around my waist. Then I gather up the 12 daggers, all the rope, and my broken spear and carry them back to my room. Next, I drag all the corpses to the well room and toss them on the bone pile. When I return to the lair, I decide to take a look through the archway in the left wall that I noticed earlier. It leads to another room with a crude altar inside, making me think this is the shaman's room. There are also 2 torches in here, so with the 7 in the lair and the one I already stole, that makes 10 total. I grab one and stare at it just to make sure. Magic item Ever-Burning Torch. I should figure out how to take these with me. When I get out of here, I am sure I can sell them. Then I smash the altar into pieces and drag them out to toss on the bone pile. Then I also drag out the trash the goblins were using as beds, as well as their wood supply, and add it all to the bone pile. Then, with the rooms empty, I check all the walls for illusions. When I don't find any, I take all 9 torches back to my room. Now, with 10 torches, the room is a little too bright, so I grab one of the light stones, planning to hide it when I realize I never identified it. So I stare at it intently until the skill activates. Magic item daylight stone made by trapping a light spirit. Trapping? Oh no, that isn't good. I grip the stone tightly, and with a flex of my muscles, I break it in half. The light dims down to a little floating puff of light, which immediately flies to the other light stone and circles it. I understand. I pull the other light stone down from the ceiling and snap it in half. Again, the light dims down to a little puff of light. The two puffs fly to each other and circle closely. As they do, their lights change through all the colors of the rainbow. Once they settle down and return to yellow light, the two puffs fly over and circle my head. Hiding, congratulations. You have gained a title. Title, blessed by the light benefit. You take 25% less damage from dark and shadow attacks. Ah, thank you, little ones. Now go, be free. I watch the two little puffs of light zoom off down the hallway to the well room, then straight up the well. I wish I could fly out of here so easily. I sit down and finish the last of the soup while thinking about what I should do next. After I eat, I go over to the wall and add the goblin lair to the map. Hiding, congratulations. Skill cartography has progressed to level 2. Cartography level 2 int +2. You can draw crude maps. As I study the map, I realize I missed something. I never went to check out the room at the end of the hall past the spider, so I grab my weapons and set off to explore the last room. What I find is another small room full of trash, so I start hauling it to the well room and add it to the trash pile. As I am cleaning out the room, I make a discovery. In the back corner of the room, there is a hole. As I kneel down and take a look at it, I realize this must be where the rats and goblins came from. It isn't big enough for me or for the spider to have used unless it came up while it was a baby. The hole looks like it goes for about 20 feet, and it slopes down the entire time. But since I haven't found any other way out of the pit, I am probably going to have to figure something out. For now, I simply finish clearing out the trash and then go back to my room to rest. I am not very hurt, so I decide to sleep for once instead of meditating. When I wake up in the morning, I remember just how uncomfortable it is to sleep on the cold stone floor. As I stretch all the kinks out, I remember that I haven't done my fitness routine in a while. So I do my exercises, then I double them to make up for lost time. Skill fitness has progressed to level 3. Fitness level 3, star +3, end +3. It has been a while since I checked. Status. Name, Ash Race, Black Lion titles. 2 the Merciful, blessed by the light class. None level, 0 horsepower. 301 divided by 301 MP. 155 divided by 155 STNAR 52 AGI. 51 end, 46 int, 41 whiz, 26 cha, 21 unspent points, 5 abilities, 2 quests, 2 skills, 14 combat skills, 8 magic skills, 1 crafts, 9, looking good. Oh yeah, I have stat points to spend. Should I spend them or save them? I am not sure what to raise right now, so I guess I'll save them. Besides, my stats are going up plenty from all the skills anyway. Next, I take out the new sword and go through a few attack routines. Whiting, congratulations. You have acquired the combat skill, Sword Basics. Sword Basics, level 1, Styr +1. You do 5% extra damage with swords. Then, I sit down and take the spearhead from the broken spear. Then, I carve one of the dire wolf's leg bones into a new shaft and attach the spearhead. Well, now it is a short spear, but it should work. I take the spear, grab the bucket, and head over to the mushroom area. First, I check on the edible mushrooms and find new growth and pick some of the older stuff. Then I move to the stream and sit patiently with my spear ready until a fish swims by. The splash dang congratulations. You have acquired the craft skill fishing. Fishing level 1 AGI +1, you can attempt to catch fish. Haha, I got the skill even though I missed it. I try several more times before I get my first fish. Dang and congratulations. Skill fishing has progressed to level 2. Fishing level 2 AGI +2, you can attempt to catch fish. Okay, so fish and mushroom soup it is. I take the food back to my room and start cooking some soup. While the soup is cooking, I take a piece of the spider carapace and try the new knife on it. It does cut it, but not easily. But this means I can make armor out of it now. I spread out the pieces of carapace and plan out what I want to make. Okay, the 2 biggest pieces will be used for the breastplate and backplate. And if I use the last big piece to make a new shield that should leave just enough for ... bracers and vambraces. Yeah, I think that will work. I start carving while occasionally glancing over to keep an eye on the soup. I am taking my time and being very careful so I don't mess up any of the pieces since I don't want to go find another spider to get more material. Ding, congratulations! Skill Scrimshaw has progressed to level 5. Scrimshaw level 5 AGI plus 5 int plus 2. You can carve bone into items. I continue working until the soup is ready. Then I eat half of it for breakfast and set aside the rest to eat later. Man, I really miss salt. After eating, I gather my bone pick and shovel, grab 2 of the torches, and head for the room with the hole leading down. First, I carefully scrape away at the mortar until I can remove the bricks surrounding the hole. These I set aside for later. Once all the bricks are cleared, I start hitting the rocks around the tunnel. I plan to just widen the tunnel enough so that I can fit through it. However, I have only made a little progress when my pick breaks. I decide that a bone pick just isn't going to be enough to mine through the rock, so I head back to my room. I take out all the daggers I have collected from the goblins and sort through them. I set aside the 8 best, leaving me with 14 to use. I go out to the bone pile and search for 14 thigh bones to use. This task is fairly unpleasant since the corpses have started to rot, and the smell is fairly horrible. The only consolation is that due to the airflow in the well room, that smell would be working its way up towards the throne room. Once I find enough bones, I carry them back to my room. There I sit down and take the first bone and carve a notch into the end. Then I insert a dagger hilt into the notch and tie it in place with a length of rope. Once it is done, I shake it around and swing it a few times to make sure it isn't loose. After deciding it will work, I spend the next 2 hours making the other 13. Then I gather them all up and carry them back to the hole. I am cautious on my first few swings, but the pick holds up fairly well. I soon learn to aim for weak spots and swing at an angle to preserve the pick for as long as possible. Ding, congratulations! Skill mining has progressed to level 4. Mining level 4 STR plus 4 end plus 2, you can attempt to mine normal ore. I soon realize that doing it this way, I will have to make the hole a lot bigger than I originally planned, otherwise I won't have room to swing as I move deeper. So, I take a break from mining to remove more bricks from around the hole to make the area bigger. Then, I resume mining. By the time I am tired, I have enlarged the area around the hole and gotten to a depth of about a foot. I hope to make even better progress tomorrow, based on what I have learned. Before heading back, I take the shovel and clean up all the rock and dirt from the work area and pile it in a corner. Then I head back to my room to eat dinner. While I am eating, I pick up History of the Empire to continue reading. It is slow going as I still have to stop frequently to translate words, but I am definitely making progress. Hwenning, congratulations. Skill Linguistics has progressed to level 4. Linguistics level 4 int plus 8. You can attempt to decipher other languages. It says when the Empire was formed it covered the continent, yet makes no mention of beastmen. I read until my eyes start getting heavy, then put the book aside. Clean up the dishes in the room before sitting down to meditate. Chapter 14. I come out of my meditation 6 hours later, feeling completely refreshed. I immediately do my workout routine, then do a combat routine with the longsword. Dang, congratulations. Skill, Sword Basics, has progressed to level 2. Sword Basics, level 2, star plus 2. You do 10% extra damage with swords. Once I am done exercising, I grab the spear and go to get breakfast. I catch a fish on my first try, so I decide to give it a bit more time and see if I can get another. The next few attempts fail, but then I succeed and get a second fish. Hiding, congratulations. Skill Fishing has progressed to level 3. Fishing level 3 AGI plus 3, you can attempt to catch fish. Then, I pick a handful of mushrooms and return to my room to cook breakfast. Since I have 2 fish and am sick of soup, I decide to roast the fish and saute the mushrooms. I will eat 1 fish now, and the other later. It tastes better than the soup, but I still wish I had some seasoning. Biting, congratulations. Skill Cooking has progressed to level 4. Cooking level 4 int plus 4, you can cook somewhat decent food. With my stomach full, I head off to continue mining. I plan to spend most of the day at it. I make good progress, although by the end of the day I am on my 3rd pick. I managed to clear almost 5 feet of tunnel. I return to my room for dinner and go back to reading. I am getting much faster at it now and feel I am genuinely learning the language rather than translating all the time. The next morning, my routine is the same. And after breakfast, I return to mining. About halfway through the day, when my fourth pick breaks, I am at about the halfway point of the tunnel. Fighting congratulations! Skill mining has progressed to level 5. Mining level 5, STR plus 5, N plus 2. You can attempt to mine ore. I go back and get another pick and go back to mining. A few minutes later, when a section of rock breaks away under my blow, I notice something odd. There is a bright spot in the rock. Looking closer, it isn't a rock I am staring at. Havernagic item, Armatite ore, a magical ore, stronger and lighter than steel. Very hard to work with. I let myself be distracted and start mining out the ore. It only takes me an hour to mine out the 23 pounds of ore that is there, so I figure it was worth the effort. Even though I don't have blacksmithing yet, I figure I will eventually get it when I have the equipment to do it. I take the ore back to my room, then return to continue working on the tunnel. I get about a foot further before my pick breaks again, deciding to call it a day. At that point, I grab the shovel and clean up before returning to my room for dinner. As usual, I read while I eat, and before going to meditate for the night, I finish History of the Empire. I ding congratulations. Skill Linguistics has progressed to level 5. Linguistics level 5, int, plus 10. You can attempt to decipher other languages. Plodding time ding congratulations. You have gained a new ability. For having intelligence exceeding 50, you gain the ability Superior Intelligence. Superior Intelligence? You gain half your intelligence stat as damage to magic attacks. The next morning I wake up and do my exercises. Tinding congratulations. Skill Fitness has progressed to level 4. Fitness level 4, STR plus 4, End plus 4. After breakfast, I return to working on the tunnel. I am expecting to break through either today or tomorrow. I am on my 11th pick and have about 2 feet left to go when I am distracted by more ore. It is an even smaller vein this time, only about 10 pounds, so it only takes me 30 minutes to mine it out. Hiding congratulations. Skill mining has progressed to level 6. Mining level 6N plus 6N plus 3, you can attempt to mine normal ore. I take the ore to my room, and while I am there, I eat my dinner quickly. Then I return to the tunnel. I am determined to break through as soon as possible. It takes me 3 more hours and another broken pick, but I manage to break through. I stick my head through and look around. It is a large round passageway going left and right from my tunnel. Ding congratulations. You have completed a quest. Survive the pit. Objective, survive and find a way to escape the pit. Reward, 10 stat points. Finding new quest available. Escape the sewers. Objective, survive and find a way to escape the sewers. Reward, 10 stat points. Do you accept? Yan, of another one? Well, at least I get more stat points. Yes, I accept. I finish breaking out the hole into the sewers, but decide to leave starting to explore till tomorrow as I am fairly exhausted by this point. So, I turn around and return to my room to rest for the night? Dang congratulations. Skill Meditation has progressed to level 7. Meditation level 7, YS plus 7, Int plus 3, Chea plus 3, a skill for recovery. HP 25 teen on a sunner, Hour MP 25 teen. Hour when I wake up in the morning, I go through my normal routine and start reading History of the Empire too, while having breakfast. I really want to start exploring, but if it is more dangerous than the pit, I should really be better prepared. So once I am done eating, I take out Black Razor and work on carving the spider carapace into armor. It takes me a couple of hours just to complete the breastplate. Hiding congratulations. Skill Scrimshaw has progressed to level 6. Scrimshaw level 6, AGI plus 6, Int plus 3. You can carve bone into items. Item created a breastplate of the spider defense, plus 5. Next eye street art, carving a shield. Once I have the shape done, I carve a hole in the middle and fit a dagger hilt into it so the shield will have a spike. Item created a shield of the spider defense, plus 2 damage 10 once the shield is done. I stand up and draw my sword and go through a combat practice with the shield. Hiding congratulations. You have acquired the combat skill Sword and Shield. Sword and Shield level 1 defense plus 1 style plus 1. A style for both offense and defense. Huh, That was unexpected. There are even skills for combat styles. Then I go back to carving and work on bracers and vambraces. Item created bracers of the spider defense plus 1 disarm, resist plus 5 tem. Created vambraces of the spider defense plus 2 sure-footed plus 5. Those are some nice bonus abilities. When I try them all on, I get an extra surprise. Set bonus active. Spider set 4 divided by 4 set bonus. Web walk. You can walk on spider webs without getting stuck like a spider. Wow, I made a set. But I wasn't trying to, not that I am complaining. That bonus will be really handy if I run into another spider. Then, I set about modifying my dire wolf jerkin so it will fit over the breastplate without impairing my movements. Once that is done, I put everything on and do a combat workout to make sure nothing is going to pinch, chafe, or hinder my moves. Once everything is settled, I sit down to have dinner and continue reading. After I finish eating, I read for a couple of hours, and then meditate for my normal 6 hours. In the morning, I go through a light workout and go to catch breakfast. After breakfast, I get dressed, put my armor on, and grab all my weapons. All right, I am as ready as I can be. Time to explore the sewers. Chapter 15. Fully geared, I walk down my tunnel and step into the sewers, only to have a clawed hand rake down my arm from the right. You have suffered a claw attack. Damage 5 horsepower. Ding ding. You have been poisoned. Damage 7 horsepower. HP 292 divided by 304. I spin to my right and bring up my shield blocking the next attack. I see that my opponent is too close for the sword and draw the black razor off my belt. I block another attack with the shield, then swing the dagger at the thing's neck. Ha slice it. As it collapses to the ground and thrashes around before dying, I get my first good look at it. It looks like a 6-foot-tall rat complete with fur and tail, but from the way it stood upright and fought, I would guess it is bipedal in nature. Biting new quests available. Kill Ratman objective. Kill Ratman 1 divided by 30 reward. 10 stat points. Do you accept? Yen kill the Rat King objective. Kill Rat King 0 divided by 1 reward. Lionheart Helm, do you accept? Yun, yes. I accept. Ah, so it was a rat man, and they have a king. So there are at least 30 of these things down here, and who knows what else. I am glad I took the time to improve my armor. I check the corpse for anything of value and find nothing. I pick it up over my shoulder and walk back up to the trash pile and toss it on top. Then I return to the sewers, carefully looking around before stepping inside this time. I turn to the right and start slowly exploring. After about 30 feet, I see a small passage on the left, but decide to keep following the main tunnel for now. I can already tell that this place is much, much bigger than the pit. I continue on for another 70 feet or so before seeing a crossroads. The main tunnel continues straight, but there is a passage to the left and to the right, and the right passage is guarded by 2 goblins. I draw my sword slowly to keep from making noise. Then I use the shadows along the side of the passageway to get closer. Ding, congratulations. Skill Stealth has progressed to level 4. Stealth level 4 MP cost 15 AGI plus 3. You can sneak up on average beings. Once I am close enough, I charge. I hit the first goblin with the upswing as I pass by and continue on to the second, and hit it on the downswing. Objective: kill goblins 27 divided by 50. I hear a noise and turn towards the passageway to see a dozen goblins charging at me. I turn to face them and brace for the charge. I take out the first 2 with a swing of my sword and a bash from the shield, but the rest quickly surround me. Objective: kill goblins 29 divided by 50. You have suffered a stab attack. Damage 1 horsepower. You have suffered a stab attack. Damage 3 horsepower. You have suffered a stab attack. Damage 2 horsepower. You have suffered a stab attack. Damage 1 horsepower. You have suffered a stab attack. Damage 1 horsepower. You have suffered a stab attack. Damage 3 horsepower. HP 281 divided by 304. I start cutting left and right as fast as I can, quickly taking out another 3 goblins. Objective: kill goblins 32 divided by 50. You have suffered a stab attack. Damage 1 horsepower. You have suffered a stab attack. Damage 2 horsepower. You have suffered a stab attack. Damage 1 horsepower. You have suffered a stab attack. Damage 3 horsepower. You have suffered a stab attack. Damage 1 horsepower. You have suffered a stab attack. Damage 2 horsepower. You have suffered a stab attack. Damage 1 horsepower. HP 270 divided by 304. They are barely hurting me. I love this new armor. After seeing how little damage they are doing, I stop trying to block their attacks and start using the shield to attack them as well. 2 swings of the sword and 2 shield bashes and 4 more die. Objective: kill goblins. 36 divided by 50. You have suffered a stab attack. Damage 1 horsepower. You have suffered a stab attack. Damage 2 horsepower. You have suffered a stab attack. Damage 2 horsepower. HP 265 divided by 304. A few more moves, and the last 3 fall before me. Objective: kill goblins. 39 divided by 50 fighting. Congratulations. Skill sword and shield has progressed to level 2. Sword and shield level 2 defense +2 STR +2. A style for both offense and defense. I am feeling powerful as I step over the corpses and advance down the passageway. The passageway is rough and broken with obvious signs of tool marks, and after 30 feet, it opens up into what looks like a natural cave. Inside the cave is obviously the goblin's nest, and I find 6 more adult goblins guarding 5 younger goblins. I don't give them time to react and attack immediately. The 6 goblins go down without even being able to hit me. Dinding, congratulations. Skill Sword Basics has progressed to level 3. Sword Basics, level 3, STR +3. You do 15% extra damage with swords. Objective: kill goblins. 45 divided by 50. I look at the quest counter and then at the 5 remaining goblins. I am normally not in favor of killing the defenseless, but I want to finish the quest. And I know from manga that if I leave them alive, I might regret it later. So I step forward, and it is over with 5 swings of my sword. Pointing, tounding, dinding. You have completed a quest. Kill goblins the second. Kill goblins 50. Divided by 50 reward, 10 stat points. With that done, I clean my sword and start gathering daggers from the dead. I take the daggers all the way back to my room to make more picks out of later. Then, I spend an hour going back and forth to move all the bodies to the trash pile. Once that is done, I decide to call it a day and return to my room. Before eating dinner, I clean and mend my clothes and weapons. Then I update the map with the new area. After all that is done, I sit down to eat my cold dinner and read some more. With lots of talk about the Imperial family line and various rebellions, it is fairly boring reading. But I figure knowing the history of this world could come in handy someday. So after reading for a few hours, I meditate for 6 hours. The next morning, I get up and do my normal routine. After breakfast, I return to the goblin nest to finish cleaning it out. All the trash I haul back to the trash pile. I don't find anything useful until I am examining the walls of the cave, where I find a couple of veins of metal. I fetch my last 2 picks and come back and start mining the ore. As soon as I have a piece, I check it to see what it is. I 10 by 10 iron ore fighting. Congratulations. Skill Observe has progressed to level 4. Observe level 4 int +4. You can identify items with study. I end up breaking both picks, but am able to mine 150 pounds of iron ore. I then spend the next 2 hours hauling it all back to my room, even though I can't do anything with it yet. Deciding the day isn't done yet, I return to the sewers, and this time I turn to the left to explore the other side. After about 50 feet, there is a hallway to the right, but I pass it by. Another 30 feet further on, I find a hallway to the left and decide to check it out. It goes for 15 feet, then opens up into a room. It looks like another storeroom full of trash. As usual, I go through it and haul the trash to the trash pile under the well. As I am clearing the piles, I make a discovery. Under the pile is a pair of cans, and when I pick them up, they slosh. Opening them, I immediately recognize the smell of oil. Already having a plan in mind for them, I take the 2 cans back to my room. While there, I update the map, then instead of going back down, I locate some more bones and start making more picks with the goblin daggers I got from the nest. I am able to make another 15 picks, which I hope will be enough for whatever mining I end up doing down there. Congratulations. Skill Scrimshaw has progressed to level 7. Scrimshaw level 7 AGI plus 7 int plus 3. You can carve bone into items. Once I am done making picks, I settle down to do some reading and have dinner. After a couple of hours, I finish the History of the Empire 2 and decide to call it a night. Dighting congratulations. Skill Linguistics has progressed to level 6. Linguistics level 6 int plus 12. You can attempt to decipher other languages. Chapter 16. I get up the next morning and decide instead of doing exercises this morning, I will go do some mining after breakfast instead. So I get up and go to the mushroom area with my spear and quickly catch 2 fish. Ding congratulations. Skill Fishing has progressed to level 4. Fishing level 4 AGI plus 4. You can attempt to catch fish. When I go to get some mushrooms, I realize there is only new growth left, and none of them look mature, so I return to my room with just the 2 fish. After grilling and eating the 2 fish, I get my gear and the picks I have made, and head down to the goblin nest to do a couple of hours of mining. During the 2 hours, I get another 100 pounds of iron ore. Iding congratulations. Skill Mining has progressed to level 7. Mining level 7 STR plus 7, N plus 3. You can attempt to mine normal ore. By the time I have hauled the ore back to my room, I figure I have done enough exercise and head back down to continue exploring. I head to the storeroom, where I left off, and continue up the main passage. About 35 feet further on, I come to a crossroads. The main passage continues, while there are smaller hallways to the left and right. Keeping to my explore the outside first strategy, I take the left hallway. The hallway is about 15 feet long, but the weird thing is as I walk down it, the air becomes noticeably warmer. The room at the end of the hall looks like it is lit up by firelight, so I approach cautiously. When I take a look inside, what I see surprises me. The room is empty, except for one being. It looks like the figure of a woman made of fire. She is chained in place and seems to be either dead or asleep. But since the room is definitely warmer, I am guessing she is asleep. I carefully look around the room, which seems to be a natural cave that was expanded, and seeing no other enemies, I slowly enter the room. As I come closer to her, I notice the chains holding her are very thick, and they run from her wrists to the walls. I also notice an odd square hole in the ceiling directly above her. Hello? Elemental startles awake and yells, "Die, burn!" Elemental says, "Oh, you aren't a ratman or a goblin. What are you?" "I am a black lion beast man. Are you a fire elemental? And how come I can understand you?" Elemental says, "Yes, I am a fire elemental. Elementals are magic beings. We can communicate in any language. I've never heard of a black lion beast man before. Where did you come from? And how come I can sense mana in you? That is a long story, and I have mana. Should I not?" Elemental says beastmen as created beings are not supposed to have mana. Created beings? What do you mean by that? Elemental says beastmen are not natural. They were created by the Imperial mages by taking the core of a mana beast and fusing it with a human. Mana beasts? Not natural. The more you talk, the more questions I have. Elemental says, "Well, since you are the first person I've seen since the Archmage left last that I can talk to, I don't mind." "Okay, I'd love to talk to you for a while then, but first I think I should free you." "As long as you are not going to attack me, that is." Elemental says, "I would love it if you could free me, and I promise not to attack you if you do. But these chains are spell-forged steel, so I doubt you can free me." "Why would you want to free me anyway?" "I don't like slavery. I am not sure if I can free you, but I intend to try." I draw my sword and take a swing at the chains. Clang, the sword bounces off the chain without leaving a mark. Well, since you are a fire elemental, the chains would surely be immune to fire, so Firebolt won't do anything. Guess I'll try the Black Razor. The elemental watches as I pull out the dagger and step right next to her to try cutting the chain. The dagger slowly cuts through the chain as the elemental's eyes widen in disbelief. "Huh, okay, give me a minute, and I'll have you free." Elemental says, "That is a very powerful dagger you have there." "Yeah, I got it as a quest reward." Elemental says, "A quest reward?" As I cut through the chain on her right side, the entire chain and the manacle on her wrist completely disappear. "What? Where did it go?" Elemental says, "You broke the spell, so the chain was destroyed." "Oh, okay. I'll work on the other side then." The elemental watches me start cutting the left chain as she moves her arm around. It takes me a few more minutes to cut through the chain, and then it disappears as well. Elemental says, "Oh, free at last. I never thought I would be free again." "Thank you so much." "You're welcome." The elemental walks around stretching and enjoying being free. "Why were you chained up here anyway?" Elemental says, "It was my job to power the forge and incinerate any trash the town threw down the chute." As she says this, she points at the hole in the ceiling that I noticed earlier. I glance up at it and realize anything that fell out of it would have landed on the elemental while she was chained up. While that is a good way to dispose of trash, I can't believe someone enslaved you for something so simple. Elemental says, "The Archmage was very fond of finding ways to do even simple things using magic. And he didn't regard elementals and spirits as beings. He saw us as moving clumps of magic power." "Okay, so I have a lot of questions to ask you, but first I should probably tell you how I ended up here. As I said, it is a long story. So would you like to come to my base of operations?" Elemental says, "Sure, I don't mind. But just so you know, I only have enough mana to remain here for about 6 hours." "All right, I should be able to get a lot of info in that amount of time. Follow me." I turn and lead the way back through the sewers and up into the pit and then into my room. I don't have much, but can I get you anything?" Elemental laughs and says, "No, thank you. I consume mana to live." "Right, you mentioned you only have enough mana for 6 hours. Why is that?" Elemental says, "I was once a greater elemental, but having been stuck on this plane for eons, my powers have greatly diminished over time. The chains were providing me enough mana to keep me here, but now, once my personal mana runs out, I will return to the plane of fire." "That doesn't mean you will die, does it?" "If so, I don't really know how, but I can try to give you some of my mana." Elemental says, "You are a sweet being, but no, I will not die. I will simply return to my home plane to recover until I am summoned again." "Oh, I see. But the Archmage is long dead, so no one will be summoning you back, right?" "Oh, by the way, my name is Ash. What is yours?" Elemental says, "Ash. Haha, I like that name. I like Ash because it is all that is left when I burn my enemies. No, I don't have a name." "I'm okay then. For right now, is it okay if I call you Ella?" Ella says, "Sure, I don't mind that." "Okay, Ella. Now, to start with, let me tell you how I got here and what I know, and then you can fill in the blanks." Ella says, "I will tell you what I can, although my knowledge is fairly limited since I've been stuck down here for so long." I start by telling her a little about my old life and how I died and was summoned here. Ella says, "Wait, you were summoned here recently?" "Yes, a few weeks ago, I think." Ella says, "That shouldn't be possible. It isn't the time of the summoning yet." "The what?" Ella says, "Natural mana ebbs and flows over time. Every 100 years or so, it is at its peak, and this period, when it's the strongest, is called the time of summoning, because only when magic is at its peak can another world be reached." "So magic isn't at its peak right now, so I shouldn't have been summoned yet?" Ella says, "Right? The peak time is still about a year away. To summon you before that time would have taken a great sacrifice. I wasn't the only one summoned. I didn't get a chance to look around, but I feel like there were 40 to 50 people around me when I appeared here." Ella says, "Are you sure you were summoned by a king and not an emperor?" "The reason I ask is that the maximum number of summons possible is 50. And before you ask, no, I don't know why that is the limit. No one ever figured it out to my knowledge. The amount of power required to summon the full 50 during the time of summoning is immense. I can't even imagine how huge the amount would need to be to summon all 50 early. I am fairly sure he was just a king, but I know nothing of the kingdom or the current state of this world. Anyway, let me finish explaining so you know my situation." I go on to tell her how I was attacked immediately after being summoned and how I was deemed worthless for being a level 0 and tossed into the pit. I then explain how I survived and what I have managed since. Ella says, "Wow, that is quite the story." "It is amazing that you have survived, not to mention surviving as a level 0. I am sorry to say I don't know why you don't have a level. As I said, beastmen were created, so I didn't think it was even possible for one to be summoned." "Right. Let me tell you the story of the fall of the Empire first. so you understand the origin of beastmen. Okay, Ella says. At the time of the fall, the empire was ruled by Emperor Quintant, and the fall was caused by his older brother Duke Dagon. You see, at that point in time, the empire was ruled by mages and magic power was everything. Dagon was the eldest, but Quintant was a stronger mage, so he became emperor. Dagon was sent to rule the far northern territory as a duke. He, of course, felt cheated, and that the throne belonged to him. 10 years after the coronation of the emperor, Dagon raised the north in rebellion. Now rebellion was a fairly common thing in the history of the empire, so no one thought much of it and expected the army to put it down quickly. At first, they were right. The imperial army won several victories against Dagon in the beginning, but then Dagon started using a new type of beast, and the war shifted. Ella says, now magically created beasts were fairly common in the empire, used for all sorts of things such as farming and guarding and arena matches. The main difference was that those beasts only lasted as long as the mana infused into them, whereas Dagon's beasts were self-sustaining. They were real, living beasts, and could even breed. No one had any idea it was even possible before they appeared. They were also considerably stronger than expected. And they destroyed 2 full imperial armies before anyone knew what was happening. Dagon had apparently been planning and preparing for a long time because he unleashed thousands of the new beasts against the empire. These beasts came to be known as mana beasts, and what let them live fully was the beast core. Now, for the first time, the empire was losing a civil war, and so drastic measures were deemed necessary. The Archmage and the Imperial Mages came up with a process to infuse a beast core into a human being. Those were the first beastmen, right? That is why you called them a created race? Ella says, correct. Thousands of human soldiers of the Empire were fused with beast cores taken from Dagon's mana beasts. Those that survived the process became the first beastmen. The process had about a 35% fatality rate. Wow, that is a lot of dead soldiers, isn't it? Ella says. Yes, hundreds died to create the beastmen. But we are talking about an empire. The Imperial Army before the war was numbered at over 100,000, so hundreds of losses were acceptable, especially since tens of thousands had already died fighting Dagon's mana beasts. Now the tide turned again. With beastmen leading the army, they were able to kill the mana beasts and push Dagon back. I believe it was an act of desperation on Dagon's part, but he created a new type of mana beast. It was the only mana beast able to use magic. What is worse, they could fly and breathe fire. That sounds like a dragon, Ella says. What is a dragon? A mythical beast in my old world. Large, scaled, lizard-like, immensely powerful, able to fly, and can breathe fire. Ella says. Sounds about right. Anyway, these new creatures were beyond Dagon's ability to control and ran amok across the entire continent, burning every city and village to the ground. Even the Archmage's castle, which used to be above this basement, was destroyed easily, and he had spent a lot of time and power enchanting the castle. At the time, it was considered only second to the Imperial Palace in terms of magical protections, yet one dragon destroyed it in a matter of minutes. So they destroyed the entire empire. Ella says, yes, in about 2 weeks' time, everything was burned to the ground. The war and the empire ended in flames. At least, this is what the Archmage told me the last time I saw him. I think he only told me because he had no one else to tell. So the pit used to be the basement of the Archmage's castle? And the sewers were from the city belonging to the castle? Ella says yes, and the Archmage liked to hide in the basement from his people so he could do research and write his book. That is the only reason he survived. But he was trapped down there. After a while, he made his way to the sewers and talked to me for a few days. Then he left to look for a way out, saying something about the river. And that was the last I ever saw of him. Now I am not entirely sure how long ago that was. I slept quite a lot over the centuries that passed, and that is the end of my knowledge of the world above. Chapter 17. Well, that gives me a lot to think about. But one thing still puzzles me. Why were you surprised that I have mana? Ella says. Because beastmen have a beast core. A beast core absorbs mana and converts it to life energy, which is why beastmen can be so strong. To have mana, you either don't have a beast core, or you have such strong mana that it is more than your beast core can absorb. The only known being like that is what you called a dragon. Wait, I have a beast core, Ella says. As a beast man, you should, but my time is running out. Oh, right. I am sorry. I lost track of time. Ella says, Don't be. I've enjoyed our talk. You are quite the interesting being, Ash. It makes me wish I could stick around to see what happens next. What? Ella says, Well, there is one possibility since you have mana. I could attempt to form a bond with you which would make you able to summon me. However, you can only form one bond, and it would be for the rest of your life. All right, let's do it, Ella says. You didn't even think about it. You are the first friendly being I've met since I was summoned to this world. And who knows how long it will take me to escape this place. If I don't have a friend to talk to, I will go insane. Ellie says, Friend? I've never had a friend before. Okay, we will try it. First, though, you need to give me a proper name. Ella won't work since it is just short for elemental. I take a long look at her and think about a name for her. It needs to be a good name, something that suits her. How about Ruby? Because to me, your eyes look like rubies. Ruby says, I like it. I don't know what a ruby is, but I like the sound of it. A ruby is a type of gem, normally dark red in color. If they exist in this world, I'll show you one when I find one. Ruby says, Okay. Now, when I make the contract, you will have to place your blood on it to sign it. Then, I will seal the bond with a kiss. Now keep in mind, I am made of fire, so it will burn you. Also, the bond will burn itself into your soul. It is going to hurt a lot. Are you still sure you want to do this? Yes, I am sure, Ruby says. Okay, I will make the contract now. It only takes a drop of blood. Also, I will disappear afterwards because this will consume the last of my mana. While you should be able to summon me immediately, please wait about a week before trying as I need time on the other side to recover. Okay, got it. Let's do this. Ruby holds out her hands about a foot apart, and after a minute, a scroll made of fire appears. I read it real quick and find no hidden clauses or anything, so I prick my finger and place it on the bottom of the contract. Touching the contract burns my finger, but then the entire thing starts glowing, and the scroll rolls itself up and twists so its ends are pointing at Ruby and me. Then, as Ruby leans in to kiss me, the scroll stretches and enters both our chests. How can lips made of fire feel so soft? And how can this be so pleasant when my lips are being burned? I collapse to the ground, writhing in pain as Ruby disappears. To me, it feels like all the blood in my body has been replaced by fire, and I am being burned alive from the inside. Hiding congratulations. Skill Pain Resist has progressed to level 4. Pain Resist level 4, you feel 45% less pain. Physical damage reduced by 3%. Ding Gonding congratulations. You have gained a new ability. Due to the contract, you have gained Fire Elemental Bond. Fire Elemental Bond, you are bonded to the Fire Elemental Ruby. Fire Resist plus 30 dining congratulations. You have acquired the skill Summoning. Summoning level 1 MP cost 100 plus 5T cent. Hour you can summon the lesser Fire Elemental Ruby. Ow! That was only 60% of the pain. I thought I was going to die. I lay there for quite a while, the memory of pain making me unwilling to move. Eventually, my growling stomach motivates me to get up. I grab my spear and head to the mushroom area to catch some dinner. 100 MP plus 5 per HR, so I can summon Ruby and keep her around for 11 hours maximum. I need to either gain more mana or level up the skill to reduce the cost. It says she is a lesser fire elemental. I wonder what the ranks are. I will have to ask her in a week when I can summon her. I soon catch 2 fish and head back to my room to roast them. I try to pick up my book and read as usual, but I have too many thoughts roaring around in my head to focus on the words. So I put the book down and think back over everything Ruby had told me as I eat the fish. Wait, didn't she say something about powering a forge? What forge? Do I have a beast core? How can I find out? As I think about it, I think of meditation. In a lot of manga, meditation can be used for a variety of things. I decide to try meditating to explore my body instead of focusing on healing. As I drop into the meditation, an outline of my body appears before my mind's eye. As I focus on myself, the body becomes clearer, and then I can see the movement of energy within my body. I see a solid black beast core at the center of my chest. It looks just like the beast cores I have collected and absorbed, As I focus on it, I seem to move closer and closer to it. As I get closer and the image of my body clears, I can see energy flowing into my body from outside, and then following paths that all lead to the core. So this is the mana I am absorbing to feed my core? I wonder if I can affect it? Or the channels it follows. So I start experimenting. I soon find I can make small changes here and there. Mainly, I am able to smooth out some rough spots in the channels and widen some narrow spots. I am surprised when I suddenly lose the meditation and fall over. I am feeling lightheaded and weird. MP0 divided by 155. So doing things uses MP as the energy to make changes, I guess. That just means I need to recover my MP and try again. So I meditate normally for 7 hours to recover my MP. Then I go back into the mind-eye meditation. It is much easier the second time. This time, the channels look good, so I focus on the core. As I zoom in, I find my core isn't smooth, but is covered with ridges and imperfections. I am able to start chipping away, but very shortly drop out of the meditation due to my MP hitting 0. I again have to stop and meditate for 7 hours to recover my MP. Now that I have found out about the inner sight, I am obsessed with it. I am about to go back to working on my core when my stomach vigorously objects. I am forced to put it off while I go and catch and cook a couple of fish. Once my hunger is sated, I immediately return to the inner world and go back to chipping away at the same spot. Just before my mana runs out, I chip off a flake and find underneath it is red instead of black. Then I lose the meditative state and am once again lightheaded and feeling sick. So I do another 7 hours of meditation to recover my MP core. Upgrade process started. Progress 1%. Hastur Tumbin, congratulations. Skill meditation has progressed to level 8. Meditation level 8 Wiz plus 8, Int plus 4 Che plus 4 skill for recovery. HP 30 hour, MP 30 hour core upgrade. What did I just do? Wait, does that mean I need to turn the entire core red? That will take a year with my current mana. Okay, I need to improve my mana before I continue working on my core? Wait, beastmen all have cores. Does that mean so do ratmen? I rush to the trash pile and ignore the smell as best I can. I cut open the chest of the ratman I killed. Sure enough, I find a small core and remove it. I return to my room with it and wash both it and my hands off. Then I sit down and stare at the core. Item and beast core quality. Lesser, would you like to absorb it? Yan. Yes. You have absorbed the lesser beast core. HP plus 5, MP plus 5. That is it. No, wait, it is something. There are 29 more ratmen. This will add up fast. Okay, new plan. Hunt down everything in the sewers that has a beast core to raise my MP, then work on upgrading my core. Chapter 18. I am not sure how much time has passed. Is it 2 days or 3? Is it night or day right now? Not that it matters too much down here. So I act like it is morning and start my normal routine. After my morning workout, I go and catch 2 fish to roast and eat. Then I check my equipment and gear up. Then I head back down to the sewers. Right before stepping out of the tunnel, I draw my sword, then take a careful look inside to check for an ambush. After I see that it is clear, I step into the sewers and turn to the left. I head towards the room where I found Ruby. I plan to continue exploring from there, but I also want to check for a hidden forge. Before I reach the room, I spot 2 ratmen in the main tunnel. They also spot me at the same time. They charge at me recklessly, and I just stand and wait for them. As the faster of the 2 reaches me and reaches out with its claws, I calmly sidestep its attack and swing my sword. As the ratman's head is arching through the air, I take 2 steps forward and cut down the second one as it is watching the flying head. Kill Ratman 3, divided by 30 fighting, congratulations. Skill Sword Basics has progressed to level 4. Sword Basics, level 4 STR plus 4. You do 20% extra damage with swords. I stand for a minute listening and watching for any more to attack. When no more show up, I quickly cut the chests of the 2 ratmen open to retrieve their cores. You have absorbed the Lesser Beast core. HP plus 5, MP plus 5. You have absorbed the Lesser Beast core. HP plus 5, MP plus 5. After absorbing the cores, I pick up the 2 corpses and haul them back and toss them on the trash pile. Then I return to the sewers to continue exploring and hunting. When I reach the room where I found Ruby, I take my time and carefully search the room, but I find no illusions and nothing else to indicate the location of the forge. Guess I'll have to wait until I can ask Ruby. I head out of the room and take a left to continue following the main passage. After about 40 feet, I come to another tunnel on the left that is lit by a soft glow from within. I slowly go down the 10-foot tunnel, and it opens into a large cavern that has a glowing ceiling. The entire cavern, except for a path down the middle, is covered with mushrooms of different types and sizes. The glowing ceiling makes the cavern about as dark as twilight. Not dark enough to use my dark sight, but too dark to see well with normal vision. So I am extra cautious as I follow the path into the cavern. The path winds back and forth through the mushrooms, but generally heads north. The cavern itself is about 40 feet wide and well over 100 feet long. It takes me a few minutes of following the path before I see anything but mushrooms. About 80 feet down the cavern, the path splits. One path continues north along the cavern, the other path goes right towards the cavern wall. I decide to continue straight first. I want to see what is in the cavern before checking the other path. As I continue down the path, I start to hear the sound of running water, and about 30 feet from where the path split, I spot more ratmen. There are 4 of them this time. 3 seem unarmed and are gathering mushrooms. The 4th has a sword sheathed across its back, and it seems slightly larger than the others. I draw my sword, but the ratman hears it and spins to face me while drawing its own sword. The other 3 stop gathering and look around. As soon as the ratman sees me, it charges me. Again, I wait for it to come to me, and as it swings its sword down, I raise my shield to meet it. As the sword meets my shield, I thrust my sword at the ratman's stomach. Thud and stab, dang congratulations. Skill Shield Basics has progressed to level 3. Shield Basics level 3, STR plus 3, End plus 3. You gain defense plus 3 when using a shield. Hiding congratulations! You have gained a new ability. For having endurance exceeding 50, you gain the ability Superior Endurance. Superior Endurance base, HP increases from 100 to 250. I rip my sword to the side, disemboweling the ratman, then step aside and let him fall. As I step past the ratman, I hit him in the neck with a backhand swing, just to make sure of him, then move towards the other 3. Kill ratman 4 divided by 30. The 3 unarmed ratmen rush at me. I sidestep the first, swing my sword at the second, and shield bash the third. Then I spin around and cut down the first as it is coming back at me. Kill ratman 7 divided by 30. I turn a slow circle, checking for other enemies before I kneel down and retrieve the 3 beast cores from the unarmed ratman. You have absorbed the lesser beast core. HP plus 5, MP plus 5. You have absorbed the lesser beast core. HP plus 5, MP plus 5. You have absorbed the lesser beast core. HP plus 5, MP plus 5. Then I move to the bigger one. I killed first and remove its core. Item beast core quality. Inferior. Would you like to absorb it? Yes. You have absorbed the inferior beast core. HP plus 20, MP plus 20, STR plus 2, AGI plus 2N plus 2. Then I clean and sheath my sword before picking up the ratman's sword to take a look at it. Magic item Sword of the Imperial Knight, hit plus 3 damage plus 5 durability. 96 divided by 100. Wow, nice sword. How did a ratman get it, I wonder? Anyway, this will be my main weapon from now on, and I will keep the other as a backup. I take the sheath off the body and strap it to my waist, then sheath my new sword. I now have 2 swords, a shield, a mace, and the black razor. I am getting a little heavy, but I am of the opinion that it is better to be prepared. I take the corpses to the trash pile 2 at a time before returning to exploring the cavern. Another 20 feet further down the path ends beside a river. The river is about 10 feet wide and seems to be flowing fairly fast. I see plenty of fish in the water, and that reminds me that I am getting hungry. The river cuts off the last section of the cavern. I want to go over and look, but there is no bridge, meaning I will have to jump it. The bank on this side is about a foot above the water, while the other side looks to be 3 or 4 feet high, meaning I will have to cross 10 feet while gaining a couple in height. So I back up a bit to get a running start and jump as hard as I can. I realize very quickly I have underestimated my body as my head grazes the ceiling, which is 20 feet up. I land a good 15 feet past the bank of the river, which puts me fairly close to the middle of the area on this side of the river. The area is about 30 feet wide and 30 feet long, but it narrows as it goes away from the river. Still looking around, I figure it is fairly defensible. Maybe not as good as an illusionary wall, but it will probably work as a new base. After all, there isn't much point in constantly returning to the pit when everything I have to do now is down here. After searching the area to make sure nothing is hidden, I hop back across the river and head back to where the path split. Following the new path to my left brings me back to the main tunnel just through a different entrance. I then backtrack and follow the original path back to the first entrance and head back up to the pit. I grab my spear and some firewood and a couple of torches and carry it all back down to the cavern and across the river. I set the wood down and then explore the area again under torchlight to make sure I haven't missed anything. Then I take the spear and go fishing for my dinner. After I catch a couple of fish, I pick the edible mushrooms I recognize and cook myself a decent meal. Once I am done eating, I make several more trips back and forth hauling the stuff I have collected down to the new base. I am not planning to finish moving it all right now, mainly because of the ore I have collected, but I want to do at least half of it before I meditate for my usual 6 hours. Chapter 19. When I come out of my meditation, I decide to count this as day 3. Better to err on the side of caution than risk hurting Ruby. As I go through my morning routine, I decide to set today as moving and setting up the new base rather than exploring. Once my old base is empty, it should be time to let those idiots up above know I am still alive and get a bit of payback. So I set out to finish moving things down from the old base after I finish breakfast. It takes me several trips over the course of a couple of hours to move everything. At this point, the only things left in the old room are some stones, the bucket, and the 2 cans of oil I found. I take the bucket and partially fill it with dirt and clay from the collapse, then add some water to turn it into mud that I can use in place of mortar. Then I take the bucket and the bricks to the start of my tunnel. Then using the bricks I brought and the ones from when I made the tunnel, I start building a patch that will fit the hole and hopefully hide the tunnel. Titan congratulations! Skill Masonry has progressed to level 3. Masonry level 3, Styar +3, End +3, able to build simple structures using brick or stone. It takes me about an hour to build the fake wall and figure out how to lock it from the sewer side. Once that is ready, I go back to the well room and pour the 2 cans of oil over the trash pile. I then make a quick check of the pit to make sure I haven't missed anything, which it turns out I have. I have completely forgotten about one of the small storerooms, so I haul all of the trash in it and toss it on the pile. For good measure, I go into the mushroom area and pick all the edible mushrooms and take them down to my new base camp. Then when I return, I pick all the poisonous mushrooms and throw them on the trash pile as well. Hiding congratulations. Skill Herb Gathering has progressed to level 3. Herb Gathering level 3 int +3. You can gather common herbs and plants. I don't know if this will make the smoke poisonous, but I really hope it does. I cast Firebolt 3 times to make sure the trash pile is well and truly lit, and that the smoke is going straight up the well, and then I run for the sewers, laughing all the way. MP 115 divided by 205, 10 congratulations. Skill Firebolt has progressed to level 3. Firebolt level 3 MP costs 25. You throw a bolt of fire that deals 40 fire damage. I close and lock the fake wall and then sit and wait. Castle Throne Room, Zamart's Pav. It is midday, and the king is holding full court to listen to the petitions of his nobles. Everything is going along as usual, and I am practically dozing on my feet. However, I snap fully awake when I catch a whiff of a reek that totally doesn't belong. Activate magic eyes. Taking a look around, I see a foreign element in the air quickly spreading throughout the throne room. Evacuate the king immediately! Everyone, evacuate the throne room. I watch as the royal guard evacuates the king and his council through a secret door behind the throne. Meanwhile, the nobles are panicking and stampeding for the door. I can already see several bodies, and there is now a visible smoke pouring out of the well. I quickly cast several spells. The windows are forced open by the first spell, and the second creates a violent wind to blow the smoke out the windows. The third spell creates a bubble of pure air around me. If it came from the well, it must be that Beastman's doing. The king is going to be furious and do something stupid, I bet. I wait until the throne room is empty and the doors are closed before I walk towards the bodies. The guards stationed at the well are all dead, and a number of nobles have died as well. I check them all to see if any can be saved, but none can. So I walk over to the well and send a remote eye down to see what happened. I find the trash pile still burning. I try to cast a spell to quench the fire, but it is too far away and will drain all my mana, so I cancel it and decide to just let the fire burn itself out. So I turn and walk out of the room and head to report to the king. King's Chambers the king, having changed his clothes, is pacing back and forth waiting for me. Chancellor Marvoke and Knight Commander Tarek attend the king and wait for orders. I walk in looking worn and old. I bow to the king, who stops pacing. King Raiden says, "Well, report." "Your Majesty, 6 royal guards and 11 nobles who did not have anti-poison charms are dead. The smoke originated in the pit from a burning pile of goblin corpses and other trash. I have opened the windows and left a wind spell to blow the smoke outside. But unfortunately, I am unable to douse the fire because it is so far down." King Raiden says, "Arf! How dare that thing!" "Tarek, as soon as the smoke clears, I want you to lead a squad of your best men down to kill that thing." "No, better make it 2 squads." Knight Commander Tarek salutes and says, "Yes, Your Majesty." King Raiden says, "Marvoke, once the smoke has cleared, I want every servant in the palace in the throne room cleaning every inch, including the ceiling. They are to keep cleaning until not a trace of that stench remains." Chancellor Marvoke bows and says, "Yes, Your Majesty." King Raiden says, "Quill, Quill!" Spymaster Quill appears and bows and says, "You summoned me, Your Majesty." King Raiden says, "Make sure rumors of this indicate it was an assassination attempt by one of the other kingdoms. Make especially sure that is all that the other summons hear." Spymaster Quill says, "As you command," then fades away into the shadows. King Raiden says, "Zamart, what do you make of this? I mean the reasoning behind it." "Your Majesty, I can think of 2 possibilities. One, he has found an exit, and this was his parting gift. 2, he has been unable to find an exit, and this is to lure us down where he can attack and possibly escape." King Raiden says, "If it is the first, I will tear this country apart to find him. However, if it is the second, Tarek summoned 2 more squads to guard the well entrance while you are below." Knight Commander Tarek says, "As Your Majesty commands, no way will that beast escape me." King Raiden says, "Zamart, what else would you advise?" I wish I had the courage to tell him that this is entirely a problem of his own making. If the beast escapes, I would advise finding a way to seal the pit permanently, because if he can get out and link up with the rebels, then he could also lead them back inside. King Raiden says, "Good thinking, Zamart. Marvoke, if that thing escapes, I will leave it to you to have the pit sealed." Chancellor Marvoke says, "Yes, Your Majesty. However, I would point out this will make the nobles in the castle unhappy. They have gotten used to having a convenient place to dispose of playthings they are done with." King Raiden says, "Like I care if they have to put in more effort. Everyone, you have your orders. Get moving." Chancellor Marvoke, Knight Commander Tarek, and I all bow and depart, leaving the king to resume pacing and muttering. Outside the king's room, I watch Marvoke and Tarek scurry off to do the king's bidding. I realize I was not given a task, and I slowly walk back to my room. As I walk through the castle and see the fear on people's faces, I realize it is not fear of the attack, but fear of the king's mood. I wonder if I made the right decision to stay and serve the king. If I was younger, I definitely would have run off to join the rebels. Maybe it isn't too late. There are no mages here worth being my apprentice. Maybe among the rebels I could find someone worth passing my knowledge along to. Come to think of it, I didn't mention to the king that the fire in the pit was started with magic, so I've already committed treason, right? And if things go badly down there, the king will be looking for someone to blame. Chapter 20. Zamart's Povey arrive in my room and let out a sigh of relief. This room is the only place in the castle I can relax anymore. I take a look around and realize there is not much for me to take, just a few books and items I have made. I head to my closet and change into my best traveling gear, then start putting the rest of my clothes into a dimensional storage bag. I pack up my books and my few personal effects, and as quickly as that, I am done. So that is everything of value. Now, what is my next step? I remember hearing that the rebels are in the Forest of Fangs. I've never been there, though. Let's see, the closest I have been would be the port city of Durendal. That is only a few days' walk from the forest. So my best bet is to teleport to the port and walk. However, teleport takes a lot of power, and I haven't recovered my magic yet, but I don't want to wait around. I need to leave while everyone is focused on the pit. I am trying to remember a good way out of the castle. I know every inch of it as I have enchanted it at the king's request, adding layer upon layer of defensive spells because the king is worried about assassins and rebels. Wait, the enchantments! That is it! I can undo all the enchantments and regain some of the power used. Not only mine, but I know the keys to the enchantments my master did as well. After all, the king will be my enemy now, so why leave him with a well-defended castle? I go into my casting room and sit in the circle my master made so many years ago. I access the magic of the castle and only then realize just how many enchantments I can remove. Even with restoring my powers and teleporting, there is still going to be a huge amount of energy left over. I need to decide what to do with it before I begin, or I might accidentally level the city. I could make an item. No, I have nothing of high enough quality to hold that much power. It would just explode. I am unsure what to do. I have never used such a huge amount of power all at once. I start thinking of castle life and how I can affect it. Then I think of the court mages. Not the ones I have chosen and trained, which the king dismissed or sent to combat areas, but the current court mages that were chosen by the king from among the sons of the nobles who support him. All those useless clods with no real talent for magic lording it over the common people. If I use half of this power to drop a massive dispel over the castle, to remove their protections, then the rest of the power to launch an attack against all of them. I could kill all of them at one go and leave the king without any mages at all. Not only that, but then there would be no one to come after me. I decide and start unraveling all the magic woven into the castle defenses. I only recover about a quarter of the magic used, but it is still a staggering amount of power since the enchantments have been built up over the past 200 years. I know that. Even the incompetent court mages will feel this massive amount of mana moving around, so I have to act quickly. First, I refill my own mana supply. Then I ready my teleport spell. Next, I cast the most powerful dispel spell I know with extra power in it. And finally, I feed the remaining power into a spell targeting the court mages. As soon as I release the spell to kill the court mages, I activate the teleport spell, and in the next instant, I am over 1,000 miles away from the capital, sitting on a hill overlooking the port city of Durendal. I sit here for a while, just enjoying the sunshine and the pleasant ocean breeze. I feel a weight has been lifted from my heart that has been there since the queen's death. I slowly get to my feet and turn south and start walking towards the forest. As I walk, I can't help but chuckle as I picture the king's face when he finds out all his precious court mages have been reduced to piles of ash. As soon as I find the rebels, I need to tell their leader all about the summons and the king's secret army. If the rebels can get word to the other kingdoms about the king's plan to attack them, they can start getting ready to defend themselves. Hopefully, this will start to atone for my actions since the queen's death. In the pit, Tarek sends 20 soldiers down the rope into the pit before following them down himself. He leaves another 20 surrounding the well as the king ordered. He is convinced that it will be easy to kill the Beastman with just the soldiers he has sent down, but he was not going to disobey the king. Even before he reaches the bottom, the foul stench assaults his nose. He lets go of the rope with one hand to bring a scented handkerchief up to cover his nose and mouth. When his feet hit the floor, he feels the bones crumble to dust beneath them and sees his 20 men standing in a circle around the bone pile with torches held high. Even with the 20 torches, the room is not well lit, so he pulls the enchanted torch of his belt and raises it high. The enchanted torch easily lights up the whole room, and even a few feet of each of the 5 passages. Knight Commander Tarek says, Squad 1 will assume defensive positions. Squad 2 split into pairs. Each pair is to investigate one of the passages. When you spot the Beastman, do not engage. Simply call out and Squad 1 will rush to your aid. We will overwhelm him and make short work of this, so we can get out of this foul place. The soldiers obviously think that getting out of here is the best part of the plan, but nevertheless, They obey his orders, and the pairs set off into the passages, holding their torches high. Ash's Poviav, I have been waiting patiently this whole time. I am sitting just past the fake wall, occasionally glancing through a crack to check for movement. I have set my shield, mace, and 2 swords aside, and am armed only with the black razor. Finally, when I glance through the crack, I see a light in the hallway. I freeze and watch as the 2 soldiers walk into the room. As I hope they just see a dead end, they wave their torches around to light up the corners, then turn to return up the hallway. As they turn away, I gently push the fake wall open and slide out silently. I quickly move up behind the pair. As I move up behind the soldier in the back, I reach around with my left hand to cover his mouth, and I stab him in the back with the dagger in my right hand. The other soldier starts to turn at the sound of the torch hitting the ground. But I am already there to drive black razor into his chest. I quickly toss their torches into the spider den, then pick up the corpses and throw them into the tunnel before closing the fake wall. Then I go all the way to the corner before the well room to take a look and see what I am up against. Meanwhile, the other 4 pairs have returned, and the last pair has been gone for 10 minutes. Tarek is getting impatient. He wants this over, so he can return to the castle and take a bath and maybe a servant girl. Knight Commander Tarek says, "You 4, go find out what is taking them so long. You go up and find a court mage and have him levitate a pair of hunting dogs down here." With a "yes, sir," one soldier grabs the enchanted rope and rises smoothly out of sight. The other 4 soldiers, Tarek pointed to head for the passage where I am. Hearing everything, I quickly retreat down the hallway and hide myself in the alcove across from the spider room, then settle in to wait. The 4 soldiers are moving slowly until they spot the light from the 2 torches. Then they rush into the spider den, but stop when they see 2 torches just lying on the ground. This is exactly as I have planned, and as soon as they stop, I step out of the shadows and kill the first soldier. As the body is falling, I step between the next 2 and stab left, then right, then lunge forward to stab the last soldier in the throat just as he is starting to scream. Hiding congratulations. Skill Dagger Basics has progressed to level 3. Dagger Basics level 3. Agi +3. You do 15% extra damage with daggers. Okay, that is 6 down. Now it is 15 to 1. The odds are getting better all the time. I quickly move back to the corner to watch and listen for my next opportunity. Meanwhile, Tarek is pacing back and forth, when suddenly he hears a scream, and turning in the direction it came from, he sees his soldier that he sent up the well fall to his death. A few seconds after the body comes the enchanted rope, the coils of it covering the corpse like a shroud. Then Tarek's enchanted torch goes out as Zamart's dispel reaches even the pit. Knight Commander Tarek yells, "What in blazes is going on?" I see all the soldiers staring towards their comrade's body and quickly step out behind one of them. I again reach around to cover his mouth as I stab him in the back and drag him back into the darkness. I set the body in the passageway, then quickly move through the shadows to the passageway leading to the goblin lair. Hiding congratulations. Skill Stealth has progressed to level 5. Stealth level 5 MP cost 15 Agi +5. You can sneak up on average beings. It takes a minute for the soldiers to notice their missing companion. When they do, it is a confusion of yelling voices. I wait patiently to see what they will do now. I don't know why the magic rope and torch failed, but I am grateful for it. Knight Commander Tarek yells, "Quiet!" Knight Commander Tarek says, "Panicking will only get you dead. You stay here and wait for reinforcements to come. The rest of you with me, we will hunt down this beast." I watch as the leader and 10 soldiers go down the passage to the spider den. They only pause for a minute at the soldier's corpse. The 2 left behind have moved to stand under the well and are looking upwards like they are seeking salvation. This makes it easy for me to sneak up behind them and end their lives with 2 swift stabs. I snuff their torches, then follow the rest into the passageway leading to the spider's den. When I look around the corner, I see the leader and 2 soldiers standing in the hallway. Enough cat and mouse. Let's change the game. 4 soldiers return from the direction of the tunnel to report nothing, while the other 4 return from inside the spider den to report 6 torches, but only 4 bodies. Knight Commander Tarek yells, "Where the hell is this stupid beast?" I am right here. As I step into the light, I throw 3 firebolts, one at the leader and one at each of the 2 soldiers standing closest to him. The soldiers don't react in time and are hit. Tarek, however, is fast enough to pull one of the other soldiers in front of him to take the blast. MP 130 divided by 205 as the 3 soldiers hit go down in flames. I shoot a grin at Tarek and run back towards the well room. Knight Commander Tarek yells after him. Don't let him get away. Kill him. The 7 remaining soldiers hesitate for a few seconds as they look at the burned corpses of their comrades. Then they visibly gather themselves and take off running after me. Knight Commander Tarek thinks, how the hell can that thing use magic? Especially when ours isn't working. Did he do that? Knight Commander Tarek pants as he runs after his men. His armor is normally enchanted to be lighter, so he isn't used to running with the full weight. He catches up to his men in the well room. They are standing looking at the 2 corpses of the men they left behind. Knight Commander Tarek says, where the hell are our reinforcements? What is going on up there? Chapter 21. What happened in the throne room? Marvokes Povey the king sits on his throne watching as Tarek prepares his men. They are waiting for the court mage to finish setting the magic rope to allow them to descend easily. I stand beside the king as usual, also watching the preparations. King Raiden says, where is Zamart? He should be here. He would have had the rope ready in moments. Last I heard he had returned to his rooms to rest. Shall I have someone fetch him? King Raiden says yes. I want him here when Tarek brings me the head of the Beastman. As you command. With a wave of my hand, I send a guard to fetch Zamart. After the guard leaves, the court mage finally gets the rope set and moves off to join the other mages. Tarek starts sending his men down the rope. Tarek, don't you know a good commander leads his men? You are just a fat coward, and I hope the Beastman kills you before he dies. The king sits bored and impatient. Tarek has been down the well for over 10 minutes now. King Raiden says, what is taking them so long? They are probably having trouble finding him, your majesty. If he found a way out of the pit, it could take quite a while to find him. Royal Guard says, your majesty, someone is coming up. King Raiden says, well, it is about time. Suddenly the throne room dims as all the enchanted candles go out. At the same time, the king and I hear pained sounds from the court mages and a faint scream from the well. Looking towards the well, I can no longer see the rope. King Raiden says, what just happened? Court mage says, sire, all our magic has been aha. The king turns at this awful scream to see all his court mages burst into flames. King Raiden yells, it is an attack. We are under attack. The royal guards all rush to surround and protect the king. Escort his majesty out of here into a safe place at once. The royal guards take the king out through the secret door behind the throne. I stay to take control of the situation. Someone find me a court mage to explain what is going on. That is if any of them are still alive. The guard sent earlier to find head court mage Zamart comes through the doors and rushes up to report to me. Guard says, Chancellor, head court mage Zamart is nowhere to be found. His quarters are empty. His things are gone. He fled. Or is he the one behind this? Guard says, I don't know, my lord. Several other guards return and report all the court mages are dead. I look around and then remember the well. You go find enough normal rope to drop a line down to get our people out of there. You go to the blacksmiths and see if the seal for the well is ready. You tell the servants to check the storage for normal candles and get them in place. You alert the city guard and the army stationed in the capital to be on full alert. Each guard as he is pointed to salutes and rushes off to carry out my orders. I start pacing before the throne trying to piece together what is happening. Did Zamart betray us and do all this? Or is the Beastman somehow behind this? I need to know what happened, or the king is going to want my head. You and you, go out into the city and find me a mage. Even an adventurer will work. The 3 guards salute and run out of the room. Shortly, servants come in carrying candles and start placing and lighting them. Then, several guards come in carrying a massive spool of rope and place it next to the well. Good. Get that rope down there fast. I want to know just what happened down there. Tarek, you better have that beast's head or the king will have yours. Meanwhile, in the pit ashes Pove Knight Commander Tarek says, no more splitting up, he is picking us off a few at a time. Now, did any of you see which passageway he went down? The 7 remaining guards all look at each other before shaking their heads. Tarek takes a last look up the well, but seeing nothing, he turns to studying the 5 passageways. Knight Commander Tarek says, "We will hold position here until we get help. He won't try to attack all of us at once." I chuckle and throw the 2 daggers I took off of dead soldiers. MP 120 divided by 205 thud thud as the 2 soldiers drop with daggers in their throats. The rest spin around, trying to see where they came from. I slowly circle the group in the shadows, looking for an opening. Terrified Soldier says, "This is Enno Beastman. He is a D-Devil." Then takes off running into the darkness, dropping his torch behind him. Only 4 of you left. This is getting boring. Guess it is time to end it. I step into the light holding a soldier's sword in each hand. The 4 soldiers grip their weapons tightly but don't move. Knight Commander Tarek says, "What are you waiting for? Kill him in the name of the king." The 4 soldiers slowly move towards me, spreading out to surround me as I stand there calmly waiting for them. I really should have practiced with 2 swords before this, but it always looked so cool in the anime, so I just have to try it. I suddenly step forward, bringing both swords up and across, then spin as I straighten my arms. Slash chang, slash chang, slash chang, slash tang ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the combat skill Sword Dancer. Sword Dancer level 1 movement. Speed plus 5% damage. Plus 5% when wielding 2 swords. You dance the dance of death when wielding 2 swords. What an awesome skill! That worked better than I had hoped. Knight Commander Tarek blinks and rubs his eyes. He can't believe he just saw 4 of his soldiers taken down in an instant by a mere beastman. He just stares stupidly at me as I walk up to him. "You are their commander, right?" Knight Commander Tarek says, yes? Then why were you always hiding behind them? I say you are just a coward." Knight Commander Tarek says, "I am the Knight Commander of His Majesty's forces. Dealing with a piece of trash like you is?" Thud. Oh, sorry to interrupt. Were you saying something? The head lying on the floor, of course, doesn't answer. I quickly track down the soldier who ran away. I find him in the mushroom area trying to crawl through one of the arches that lets the stream through. I grab him by the back of the neck and pick him up. I quickly strip him of weapons and armor and his coin pouch and set him down against the wall. "If you answer my questions, I will let you live," Terrified Soldier says. "Oh, okay." "What kingdom is this?" Terrified Soldier says. "The kingdom of Revalia." "What is the king's name?" Terrified Soldier says. "King Raidenfeldster, I." "What city is above us?" Terrified Soldier says. "The King's City, although it used to be called Emberly after the founding queen. I found some live women down here captured by the goblins. How did they get here?" Terrified Soldier says. "Some of the nobles use the pit to dispose of playthings they are done with. Those who want them to suffer give them a slow-fall charm first." "Do you know the names of those nobles?" My voice comes out as a low, threatening growl. Terrified Soldier says, "No, I am just a commoner. I don't know any of the nobles. I will definitely find out the names of those nobles, and when I do, they are going to die, preferably slowly." "Very well, I will keep my word, you may live," Terrified Soldier says. "Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. But you must deliver a message to the king. Tell him the Beastman says that this trash will be the last thing he ever sees." Terrified Soldier says, "Yes, whatever you say. Fine, get out of here." Terrified Soldier says, I don't know the way." I sigh and pick the soldier up and carry him to the well. A rope is now hanging there. I shove the soldier towards the rope. "Wait." I pick up Tarek's head and tie it to the soldier's belt. "Take that to the king. Now go." The terrified soldier jumps up and grabs the rope and starts climbing like all the demons of hell are right behind him. I take hold of the bottom of the rope and stand under the well watching until the soldier disappears. As I expected, a few minutes later, the rope starts rising up. I wait until it goes taut, then yank on the rope with all my strength. I then step aside and wait. A few seconds later, 2 bodies hit the floor, shortly followed by the spindle for the rope. I gather all the rope and start gathering all the corpses. After stripping the corpses, I pile them all up directly under the well. At least, if any more people get thrown down, they might have a softer landing. Meanwhile, in the throne room, Marvokes Povey once sure. No attack is occurring. The king returns to the throne room to get my report. I tell the king everything that has happened and all the orders I issued. King Raiden says, "Why would you summon an adventurer mage to the castle?" Because with all the court mages dead and Zamart missing, we have no one who can cast spells to determine what actually happened. Your Majesty. The king is about to reply when one of the royal guards yells that someone is coming up the rope. We all turn to watch the well expectantly to see if Tarek was successful. When the soldier is helped out of the well and we see his terrified face and the head tied to his belt, everyone is shocked. King Raiden says, "Soldier report. Where are your comrades? What happened to Tarek?" Terrified soldier says, "All dead, Your Majesty. That monster killed everyone." King Raiden says, "What? Impossible." "Then how did you survive, soldier?" Terrified soldier says, "He let me live to deliver the head and a message to His Majesty." King Raiden says, "What message?" Terrified soldier says, "He said to tell you, this trash will be the last thing you ever see." King Raiden says, "What? You dare. Guards, kill this coward." One of the royal guards immediately steps up and draws his sword. To everyone's surprise, the soldier doesn't try to run. In fact, he even looks peaceful as he is decapitated. No one else is coming. Pull the rope up and prepare to seal the well. Two royal guards start pulling up the rope, but seconds later both scream as they are pulled into the well, and the spool holding the rope follows them. Everyone freezes in shock. Then the king starts screaming and yelling. King Raiden yells, "I will send 1,000 soldiers after him. There will be no safe place anywhere for that trash to hide from me." I watch the king rant and rave, and wonder if Zamart foresaw this, and that is why he disappeared. Chapter 22. In the sewers about 15 minutes later, I returned to my base with my arms full of swords and daggers taken from the soldier only to find my camp dark. All the torches are out. Luckily, I don't really need them to see. I hop across the river, put the stuff down out of the way, and pick up one of the torches to take a look at it. As I am examining it, I find some writing on the top where the flame normally is. There are 2 words in the ancient language. When I translate them, they are ignite and extinguish. Ignite! The torch bursts into flame when I say the command word. Hadding, congratulations. You have acquired the magic skill Ignite. Ignite level 1 MP cost 5. You can ignite small fires. Oh, that is handy. No more rubbing sticks together for a half hour. But did I get it from the torch or just from seeing how the magic worked? Let's see language as an expression of thoughts. In anime, chanting spells is a means of shaping your thoughts correctly. So if I understand how magic works and can create the shape in my mind, will I gain the skill? Extinguish? Diding, congratulations. You have acquired the magic skill Extinguish. Extinguish level 1 MP cost 5. You can extinguish small fires. I then go around and ignite all the torches. Before experimenting further, I make 2 more trips up to the pit to recover the gear I looted from the soldiers. I seal up the fake wall as much as I can on my last trip. Upon my return, I quickly catch a couple of fish and build a small fire. Ignite! MP 115 divided by 205 as the small pile of wood immediately starts burning merrily. I smile and place the fish over it to roast. Looking at my dwindling supply of wood, I realize I need to find more soon. Looking around, I still have quite a bit of work to do on my new camp as well. While the fish are cooking, I go around my camp area picking all the poisonous mushrooms and tossing them across the river. Then after I eat, I decide to test my theory. I sit down and focus on a rock and form in my mind the image of Mana moving the rock for me. I hold out my hand and concentrate, and after a minute, the rock flies to my hand. Hiding, congratulations. You have acquired the magic skill Remote Hand. Remote Hand level 1 MP costs 10. You can use mana to manipulate objects. Weight up to 5 pounds. Distance up to 20 feet. Ha! It worked. The force is strong with me. Ha 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 ha. Well, if that worked, then improving my knowledge of magic should open up new skills. Now the question is, can I apply my knowledge of physics to magic? I will have to try that later. For the time being, I figure I have done enough for one day, so I settle down to meditate for the night. I meditate for the next 8 hours, because while I didn't take any damage, I still went through a lot mentally, and I want to be sure that I am properly rested. The next morning, I get up from my meditation and look around. I don't really have room to do my usual routine. So first, I get to work clearing the area. First, I pick up all the loose rocks and pile them along the riverbank. Then I go to deal with the mushrooms. There are 6 types I don't recognize, one of which is huge. It is almost 4 feet tall. I tear off a tiny piece and try it, then immediately spit it out. Definitely not edible. However, it has the consistency of wood, so maybe it will be useful for other things? The next type I pick, I get a really bad feeling right before I put it in my mouth, so I stop. Dined, congratulations. Skill Danger Sense has progressed to level 2. Danger Sense level 2S plus 2, a feeling that warns you of great danger. Yep, definitely not trying that one. I immediately pick all of that type in my area and throw them in the river. The next type doesn't set off my danger sense, so I try it. It is good and not poisonous. The next 3 are also not poisonous, so I pick a bunch of all 6 edible types. Dieting, congratulations! Skill Herb Gathering has progressed to level 4. Herb Gathering level 4 int plus 4, you can gather useful herbs and plants. I then fill a pot with water and put it on the tripod above some wood. Then I cut up all the mushrooms I have picked and put them in the pot. Next, I catch 3 fish to add to my stew. Once everything is ready, I look at the wood and think ignite, and the wood starts burning instantly. MP 200 divided by 205. While the stew is cooking, I go through my normal exercises. Then before doing any combat work, I take a breastplate and use it to rake the cleared ground so it is more level. Then I take 2 of the soldiers' swords and start a combat routine. I am moving faster than normal thanks to the new skill, and I keep trying dance moves. I keep working at it until the stew is ready. By then, I am fairly worn out anyway. After I am done eating, I set aside the leftovers for later, then clean and maintain my equipment. After that, it is time to sort through my loot from the soldiers yesterday. None of the equipment is as good as what I am already using, although the daggers are better than the goblin ones. Next, I empty out all the belt pouches and count up the currency. 128, gold 439, silver 64, copper. Well, at least now, I will have money I can spend when I get out of here. I put all the coins in one pouch and put it securely under my belt. I then put on my gear and weapons and set out to do some exploring. I return to the tunnel and then turn around. But this time, as I head toward my base, I take the first right that I ignored previously. I head down the hallway, and after about 20 feet, I start seeing spider webs. Over the next 30 feet, the webs get thicker until the hallway opens into a room covered in webs. The room looks round, but it is hard to tell because of all the webs, so I stop in the doorway and carefully look around. It takes me a minute, but I am able to spot 3 giant spiders. 2 are the size of the one I killed in the pit. The third is over twice the size. Hello, Mama. I wonder how nice your core is. Luckily, the spiders are spread around the room, so I hope I can deal with them one at a time. I figure killing the 2 smaller spiders first will be easier. So I draw my sword, and with the shield on my arm, I take off running towards the closest spider. Thanks to the set bonus, I am able to run up the webbing to where the spider is. I am fairly sure if spiders could look surprised, this one would. Knowing how tough the spider carapace is, I target the joint of a leg with my first swing. I easily cut the leg off, then dance back to avoid the spider's bite. Tiding, congratulations. Skill Dodge has progressed to level 3. Dodge level 3 defense plus 3. Your nimbleness allows you to evade attacks. After I dodge the spider's bite, I dart back in to cut off a second leg, then with its mobility impaired, I can try to go for the kill. Instead, I get a bad feeling and jump to the side, just barely avoiding the second, smaller spider's bite. I was hoping they wouldn't help each other. I quickly check and see that the big one hasn't moved, but the distraction costs me as I am not able to dodge the uninjured spider's second bite. You have suffered a bite attack. Damage 28 horsepower. You have been poisoned. Damage 43 horsepower. HP 477 divided by 548. I quickly move backwards away from the injured spider, and as I hoped, the second spider follows me while the injured one stays put. As soon as the second spider is a decent distance from the first I attack, again I first aim for a leg joint. I block the spider's bite with my shield and stab my sword into one of the carapace joints on its body. I am rewarded with a spurt of green ichor As I rip the sword free and jump back to avoid another bite, I step closer, luring the spider into trying to bite me again. As it does, I sidestep the bite and cut off a second leg. Now that I have the advantage in mobility, I am confident I can kill the spider as long as the other two stay out of it. I stab the spider twice more while dodging the bites, and it is definitely getting slower. Then my foot catches on a strand of web and I stumble, and the spider bites me before I can regain my footing. You have suffered a bite attack. Damage 26 horsepower. You have been poisoned. Damage 43 horsepower. HP 408 divided by 548 hiding congratulations. Skill Poison Resist has progressed to level 5. Poison Resist level 5, End +5. You take 25% less damage from poison. Well, that will help a little, but I'd rather not get poisoned anymore. I slowly circle the spider as I catch my breath. I also check on the other two to make sure they haven't moved. Being more careful of my footing, I dance in close and stab the spider again, then dodge to the side to avoid its bite and stab it yet again. Now, the spider starts stumbling a bit when it moves and I know it is close to death. Rather than wait for it to die, I step in and slam it in the face when it tries to bite me and then drive my sword deep into its body. With a shudder, it collapses, and its remaining legs curl up. I keep an eye on the other two as I stab it again to make sure it is dead. Once sure it is dead, I start walking across the webs towards the injured one, keeping an eye on the big one. It takes me a few minutes of dancing around, but I manage to kill it without getting bitten. Now that I know how they move, they are much easier to deal with. I am hoping the big one moves the same way. With only the big one left, I slowly approach it, watching it closely to see how it will react. What happens next catches me off guard. The big one opens its mouth and suddenly sprays a web at me. I am too surprised to get out of the way and the web covers me. But after a second, it falls to the floor since it can't stick to me thanks to the set bonus. I use this opportunity to jump forward and drive my sword into the spider's open mouth. I quickly pull the sword back out and move back out of the spider's range. I am rewarded by a spray of green ichor from the spider's mouth. Then, for the first time, the big spider moves, and I am immediately in trouble. Every time the spider moves, the webs bounce and sway, so that I have to spend a lot of effort just staying on my feet. It is like trying to fight on an active trampoline, and the big spider has no problem moving at all. Then suddenly, the big spider moves way faster, a lot faster than something that big should be able to move, and the bouncing of the web throws me into the air. I have no chance to dodge, and the spider catches me in midair and bites me. You have suffered a bite attack. Damage 75 horsepower. You have been poisoned. Damage 1943 horsepower. HP 190 divided by 549. I scream in pain as the poison courses through me like fire. Knowing that another bite will kill me, I drive my sword into the spider up to the hilt and leave it there. As the spider lets me go, I drop to the webbing and roll away from it as fast as I can. Once I am a good distance away, I roll to my feet and draw my backup sword. As I look back at the big spider, it is thrashing around trying to pull the sword out with its legs. I look around, trying to think of a way to finish it without getting close enough for it to bite me. When I see all the webbing moving around and rubbing together, I get a crazy idea. Okay, now focus. Use mana to gather all the static electricity in the room down to one single point in my hand. Then throw it at the hilt of the sword. I am deafened by the thunderclap as a lightning bolt blasts from my hand to the hilt of the sword stuck in the spider. MP 130 divided by 205, Fendine congratulations. You have acquired the magic skill Lightning Bolt. Lightning Bolt level 1 MP costs 75. You throw a bolt of lightning that does 100 electric damage. I am surprised as I was only expecting a small arc, not a full bolt of lightning, but I happily watch the spider thrash around and die after getting hit with it. I simply sit down on the webbing and stare at the spider as I catch my breath. I don't want to go anywhere near it till it stops twitching. Chapter 23. While I am waiting for it to stop twitching, I grab a single strand of web with both hands and try to break it. Even trying with all my strength, I am unable to. So I start thinking about ways I can use it. I grab a severed leg and cut off a segment. Then I pick a single thread of web and start to untangle it and spool it on the leg segment. It takes me almost an hour just to get the one thread completely done, but the thread is almost 40 feet long. By then, the spider has long since stopped twitching, so I figure it is time to start dismantling the spiders. I move out into the hallway and clear an area of webbing to work in. Then I drag the first small spider out and start by cutting all its legs off. Then I start carefully removing all the carapace in sections and piling them to the side. Finally, I remove the beast core. Itemen beast core quality. Inferior, would you like to absorb it? Hen, yes! You have absorbed an inferior beast core. HP plus 25 MP plus 25 STR plus 2, AGI plus 2 End plus 2. I then drag the stripped corpse out into the main tunnel and shove it aside. Then I return to the spider den and pull the second small spider out into the hallway. I remove the legs, carapace, and beast core. You have absorbed an inferior beast core. HP plus 25 MP plus 25 STR plus 2 AGI plus 2 N plus 2 again. I drive AG the stripped corpse out into the main tunnel, intending to toss it with the other one. But when I get to the main tunnel, the first corpse is gone. I immediately drop the corpse and draw my sword, then carefully look around. I don't see anything, so I back into the shadows of the hallway and crouch down to wait. About 30 minutes later, 2 ratmen show up and grab the spider corpse. I kill them both before they even know I am there. Kill ratmen, 9 divided by 30. I cut them open for their beast cores, but leave the bodies there. You have absorbed the lesser beast core. HP plus 5, MP plus 5. You have absorbed the lesser beast core. HP plus 5, MP plus 5. Then I return to the spider den to start working on the big one. Its corpse is too big to fit through the doorway, so I have to take off the legs and remove the carapace in the room. Then I remove its beast core, which is quite a bit bigger. Item and beast core quality. Greater, would you like to absorb it? N? Greater? Yes! You have absorbed the greater beast core. HP plus 100 MP, STR plus 100 STR plus 10, AGI plus 10, and plus 10 IDing. Congratulations. You have acquired the active skill -- level 1 MP cost 10, your speed doubles. Duration 10 seconds. Wow, the beast core gave me a skill, and an awesome one at that. He was totally worth fighting. I pile up all the carapace and drag it behind me as I head back to base. I keep an eye out for ratmen, but I am not too worried about them. When I get to the river, I throw the pile of carapace across before jumping over. I pick up the carapace and set it against the wall with all the other stuff I have collected. Looking at the piles, I worry I am becoming something of a hoarder. I then eat some more stew and read for a bit. Then I decide to go into the inner world meditation and burn through my mana, chipping away at my core. MP 0 divided by 365 core upgrade progress. 2%. I then switch to normal meditation for 8 hours. HP 430 divided by 759 MP. 240 divided by 365. When I wake from my meditation, I am surprised to find my HP and MP are now high enough. I can't recover them in just 8 hours. I am going to need to avoid using mana for the day so I can be full tomorrow to summon Ruby. Tomorrow is a week, isn't it? It is so hard to keep track down here. Well, I guess I will just have to summon her tomorrow and see. I get up and go through my normal exercise routine and then finish the cold stew for breakfast. I am really sick of fish and mushrooms. I would literally kill for some bacon and eggs. After I am done eating, I go back to the spider den and spend 4 hours collecting more spider web spools. Luckily, each one makes the next easier as there is less to untangle. By then, I have a total of 6 spools, and the web is about a quarter dismantled. Enough I can start to see the floor, which is also covered in webbing. I am expecting to find bodies and possibly gear under there. I pick up the spools I have so far and head back to base. Once there, I start unwinding them and use black razor to cut them into 10-foot sections. Then, I take one of the breastplates and drill a small hole in it. Then, I take each segment and wash it in the river, then feed it through the hole and pull it through to scrape it clean. Hiding. Congratulations. You have acquired the craft skill tailoring. Tailoring level 1 AGI plus 1 int plus 1. You can make crude clothing. Once all the spider silk thread is clean, I start braiding pieces together to make rope. Then I weave the rope together. Item created a spider silk hammock tiding. Congratulations. Skill tailoring has progressed to level 2. Tailoring level 2 AGI plus 2 int plus 2. You can make crude clothing. I take my new hammock and string it between 2 rock spurs, then get in it to try it out. I find it very comfortable and figure I can use it when reading or when I want actual sleep. I then go back to braiding rope and weaving it into something else. Item created a spider silk fishing net. This will make fishing much easier. So I decide to try it out right away, and I am able to catch 2 fish on my second cast. Dining congratulations. Skill fishing has progressed to level 5. Fishing level 5 AGI plus 5. You are adept at catching fish. After a few more casts, I have 6 fish. So I decide to roast up 2 now for lunch, and save the rest for dinner. After eating, I return to the spider den to gather more spools of webbing. It takes me 6 hours to finish taking down the big web that had spanned the entire room. I return to camp and sit down to cook my fish. Eating congratulations. Skill cooking has progressed to level 5. Cooking level 5 int plus 5, you can cook decent food. After eating dinner, I lay in my new hammock to read for a while. I am able to finish History of the Empire III in about 2 hours. Then, I settle down to meditate for 8 hours. I have a bit of trouble clearing my mind because I am looking forward to summoning Ruby tomorrow. HP 670 divided by 759 MP 365 divided by 365. When I get up the next morning, I decide to skip my exercises and just go catch breakfast. While the fish are cooking, and while I am eating, I start reading the Diary of an Archmage. As soon as I am done eating and cleaning up after breakfast, I get ready to summon Ruby. With my current mana, I can summon Ruby and keep her around for over 2 days. Longer if I can meditate and still recover mana while she is summoned. Activate summoning MP 265 divided by 365 as the spell goes off. A pillar of flame forms from nowhere, and after it fades away, Ruby is standing there with a smile on her face. Ruby says, "Hello, Master." Chapter 24, Master. What is with that greeting? Ruby smiles and says, "Well, you did summon me, so now you are my master, right? Besides, I wanted to see the look on your face, Master. At least she can't see me blush thanks to the fur. Why is it that all women can make me react so easily? Okay, you can drop the master thing. Just call me Ash." Ruby laughs and says, "As you command, Master. At any rate, we have plenty of time to talk now. I should be able to keep you around for a couple of days at least." Ruby says yes. "I can sense you have gotten stronger. Do you mind if I ask how you were able to get so much stronger in such a short period of time?" "Mostly by absorbing beast cores." Ruby's mouth opens, but nothing comes out. She looks completely stunned. "Uh-oh, did I say something weird?" Ruby says, "Did you really just say you have been absorbing beast cores?" "Yes. Why? Is that weird?" Ruby says, "Weird? It should be impossible." "Oh, well, I didn't know." Ruby says, "How exactly do you absorb it? Are you eating it or something?" "No, I just hold it in my hand and get the option to absorb it." Ruby says, "Option? You aren't using a spell or something?" I explain to Ruby how my skill and stat system seems to work, and how after Observe gives me a core's information, it gives the option to absorb it. Ruby says, "That is absolutely incredible. I have never heard of such a thing." Then again, beast cores were a new thing back then, so maybe it is just something we hadn't discovered yet. Oh, that brings me to one of my many questions. Can you tell me about the rankings of beast cores and elementals? Ruby says, "Of course. They are the same anyway. From lowest to highest, the rankings are lesser, minor, inferior, average, superior, greater, and supreme. So you used to be the second highest, and now you are the lowest." Ruby says yes, unfortunately, with elementals' power fades slowly if we are not active. So being trapped in those chains for however many hundreds of years allowed all my power to slowly bleed away, and now I have to start from scratch. At least I kept my humanoid form. Lesser elementals aren't humanoid, Ruby says. No, elementals start as blobs of fire with eyes. It is normally around superior stage that we gain a humanoid form and the ability of speech. Well, I am glad you didn't lose your form or the ability to speak. By the way, are you fully recovered? I didn't summon you too soon, did I? Ruby says, no, you didn't. My mana is fully recovered. Thank you for worrying, Ash. Yeah, it is kind of hard to track the days down here, Ruby says. Oh yeah, I know exactly what you mean. So now that you are free, how do you go about regaining your previous power? Do you level up? Ruby says. No, elementals don't have levels. We just have our power grades. In the plane of fire, we become stronger by absorbing the power of the plane, hunting creatures native to the plane, or fighting and absorbing other elementals. What about while you are summoned? Is there a way for you to get more powerful while you are here? Ruby says, I am not sure. After all, the only time I have spent on this plane before now was trapped in those chains. I would probably get stronger from fighting things here, but I don't know for sure. I stare intently at Ruby and activate Observe. Name, Ruby Race, Lesser Fire Elemental title, none HP, 150 divided by 150 MP 350 divided by 350. Would you like to make Ruby your familiar? Like, in familiar. Like a mage's familiar? How does that work? Ruby says, not that I mind, but is there a reason you are staring at me so intently? Oh, sorry, I say as I blush. Ruby smiles and says, did you know that fire elementals don't see the same way you do? Instead, we see heat patterns and changes. My point is when you blush, I can see the heat rush to your cheeks, even through your fur. This just makes me blush even harder and stare at my feet, Ruby says. Oh, Master, you are so cute. Ahem. No, I was staring at you to use one of my skills, Observe. It lets me view your status. And when I did, I got an option. It asked if I wanted to make you my familiar. Ruby says, oh, so you were checking out my status? Familiar. What is that? Well, in my old world, it was a term in games that meant a magical servant or companion, Ruby says. Well, we are already bonded, so I don't see the harm in another bond. Do you know what effect it will have? Unfortunately, I haven't a clue what will happen. Ruby says, well, I am always open for new things, so unless you mind, let's go ahead and try it. No, I don't mind if you don't. I just didn't want to do anything that would affect you without your permission, Ruby says. Oh, such a polite master. Yes, go ahead and make me your familiar. Yes, make Ruby my familiar. Ding confirm. Make Elemental Ruby into a familiar. And warning, choice once made is irrevocable. Huh, that has never happened before, Ruby says. What is it? Nothing happened. Well, when I selected to make you my familiar, it asked me to confirm it and then warned that it was irrevocable. Ruby says, oh, it sounds just like the bond. Once done, it is for life. I am still fine with it. We are already bonded after all. Okay, confirm. Make Ruby my familiar. MP, 10 divided by 365, confirmed. Elemental Ruby will now become Ash's familiar. As the mana drained out of me, it swirled in around Ruby in all the colors of fire. After a few seconds, Ruby is completely obscured, and it continues to hide her form for several minutes. When the swirling energies fade away and Ruby is revealed, I can't help but stare with my mouth hanging open. Ruby now appears to be a human woman in her 20s, and she is wearing an Oriental-style red silk dress with flame patterns on it. Her skin is dusky, and she has long red hair with orange and yellow highlights, so that when it moves, it gives the impression of dancing flames. The only thing that hasn't changed are her eyes, which are still a solid deep red like a ruby. Ruby says, Master, what is wrong? Did something happen? Ding, congratulations. Skill evolution has occurred. Skill summoning has evolved into Summon Elemental. Summon Elemental Level 1, MP, cost 100 plus 510. Hour you can summon a lesser elemental of the desired element. Well, how to explain this? How do you feel, Ruby? Do you feel different? Ruby says, no, I feel just fine. Why? What is wrong? Well, it would seem you have changed to something different. You don't look the same anymore. Ruby looks down at herself and lets out a gasp of shock. She stares at her hands and then feels her face. Then she rushes over to the river to look at her reflection. Suddenly, she rushes back and grabs Ash's face with her hands. Ruby says, "Does that burn you?" "No, your hands are pleasantly warm. Nothing more." Ruby suddenly smiles and says, "You mean my touch won't hurt you anymore? I won't destroy everything I touch." Ruby suddenly sits down and starts crying fiery tears. But from the smile on her face, I can tell they are happy tears. I am not sure what happened, but I think it is safe to say you will only destroy what you want to from now on. Ruby launches herself at me and hugs me as she cries into my fur. Ruby says, "Thank you, Master. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you." Chapter 25. It takes a few minutes for Ruby's excitement to calm down, but I am not about to complain. I am enjoying the hug quite a bit. When Ruby finally pulls back, she suddenly starts brushing at my chest and apologizing. When I look, I see a few singed patches of fur from her tears. "Don't worry about it. I didn't feel a thing." Ruby says, "I am sorry. I've never cried before. In fact, I don't think I was capable of crying before now. That is okay. And at least your first time crying was out of happiness. I am just glad you aren't mad at me for what happened." Ruby says, "Why would I be mad? This is amazing." "Because in my old world, the majority of people found change frightening, and to hide their fear, they would get mad." Ruby smiles and says, "I am not human, Ash." "Right, but we still need to figure out what you are." So I stare at her and activate Observe. Name, Ruby Race. Flame Spirit. Lesser title, Ash's familiar class. Familiar level, 1 horsepower, 250 divided by 250 MP, 50 divided by 550 Steenier, 32 AGI, 36 End, 30 Int, 36 Whiz, 34 Cha, 34. How come she gets levels and I still can't? "It is not fair," Ruby says. "What do you see? Can I see?" "I don't know, maybe. Try thinking status," Ruby says. "Oh, I see it. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. What do you see?" Ruby says, "I can see everything. And I am a spirit now." "A spirit like those little puffs of light I saw?" Ruby says, "Yes, those are typical lesser spirits, but that is only the beginning. Greater spirits are often mistaken for gods by humans." "Okay, so humans are below elementals, right?" "What I mean is a lesser elemental can easily kill most common humans." "Well, elementals are below spirits, the same way humans are below elementals." "Ouch for humans. But okay, I think I get it. Where do beastmen fall?" Ruby says, "Normal beastmen are above humans who don't have magic but still below elementals. You are unique and I have no idea where you fit." "Okay, I can live with that. By the way, I don't see any skills or abilities, do you?" Ruby says, "Yes. I have 1 ability, 5 magic skills, and 1 normal skill. The ability is Fire Life. It means fire damage heals me. The magic skills are Fire Fist, Fireball, Flame Shield, Flame Weapon, and Summon Fire Elemental. The skill is Fire Dancing. That ability would sure be nice. The others sound useful, but what is fire dancing?" Ruby says, "I have no idea. Should I try using it?" "Sure. Use that clear area. It is where I do my training." Ruby gets up and moves to the clear area. "Can you make some kind of music?" "I can try." I grab a breastplate and start drumming on it. Then I start whistling the tune from one of my favorite anime. Ruby starts dancing to the music, and as she does, the area around her is filled with dancing flames that mimic her movements. I am completely enchanted by her dancing and can't take my eyes off of her. "No, Bad Ash, you shouldn't think such things." Ruby suddenly stops and says, "Oh, the skill leveled up." "Haha, yeah, it is a great feeling, isn't it?" Ruby says, "Yes, it is," with a smile. "Okay, I noticed your mana was low like mine, but since the drain from making you a familiar, it hasn't gone down. Also, my skill for summoning you changed to normal elementals. I think that means you are no longer a summon and may be here full time," Ruby sarcastically says. "Oh no, you mean I am stuck here with you, Master? You may not be so enthusiastic once you taste my cooking," I say with a grin. Ruby laughs and says, "Well, since I've never eaten before, I will be able to honestly say it is the best thing I have ever eaten. I laugh as I grab my net and head over to the river to catch some fish. While I am catching the fish, Ruby sets up the fire and lights it. She keeps stealing glances at me as she works. After catching some fish, I jump the river and gather some mushrooms before jumping back and sitting down to make some stew. Oh yeah, when you first told me about being imprisoned, you mentioned something about a forge. Ruby says, "Oh, you remember that?" "Yes. The Archmage used to have me power his forge when he was making magical items." "Really? Where is it?" Ruby says, "In the cave where I was chained up." But I searched there. There were no illusions hiding anything. Ruby says, "No, it is not an illusion. You have to apply mana to a certain rock to open it." "Can you show me? I want to teach myself the blacksmithing skill." Ruby says, "Of course I can master. After we eat, though." Sure. It is almost ready." "Oh, sorry, I only have one bowl and spoon, so we will have to share." Ruby smiles and says, "No, that is absolutely fine by me." Once the stew is cooked, I fill the bowl and hand it and the spoon to Ruby and show her how to use it. Ruby takes a spoonful and then makes a face. "Is it terrible?" Ruby says. "No, it is just a strange feeling, but I quite enjoy it." We pass the bowl back and forth, eating and enjoying a companionable silence. We eat about half the stew I made. Once we get out of here, I can't wait to introduce you to food with spices and sweets. Ruby says, "I will look forward to it, Master." "Should we go to the forge now?" "No, that can wait for tomorrow. For now, I want to test out your skills and make sure we both know just how they work in case we need to use them in combat." Ruby says, "Sure. I've been wanting to test them out anyway. I am pretty sure I know what Fire Fists does. And we don't have room for Fireball, so let's start with Flame Shield." With a nod, Ruby turns and activates the skill. Instead of a shield appearing on her arm, a large shield appears floating in midair. Oh, it is that kind of shield. Useful. Can you change its shape or move it around? Ruby tries and says, "I can move it around, but I can't change its shape." "Okay, next time you cast it, try picturing a different shape. For now, I am going to attack it so we can gauge how much damage it can take." Ruby nods and stops moving the shield around. I draw my sword and take a swing at it. Crack. The shield holds but is riddled with cracks. It obviously won't take another hit. Don't be disappointed I hit really hard. Based on that, it would hold up against 5 or 6 normal attacks. Okay, go ahead and dismiss it and try Flame Weapon next. Ruby concentrates then, says, "Nothing is happening when I activate the spell." "I see. Okay, try with this." Then I hand her my sword. Ruby takes the sword in hand and then activates the skill. Immediately, the sword is covered in flames. Okay, it is a weapon enhancement spell. "Do you know how to use a weapon?" Ruby says, "Number, I've never needed to use one before." "Okay, I will teach you. I am curious anyway to see if you can learn skills like I do now." I approach Ruby and show her how to hold the sword and how to swing it. Neither one of us mentions how our hearts speed up the closer we get. After showing her the steps, I step back and have her practice a few swings. Ruby says, "I just got a new skill called Sword Basics." "Excellent. That means you can learn skills just like I do." Ruby hands back my sword and sits down, then says, "Sorry, I don't have much mana left." "No, it is fine. That is the next skill I plan to teach you anyway. Now, sit like me." I sit cross-legged and wait for Ruby to imitate me. "Now close your eyes, even out your breathing, and try to clear your mind. If this works, you will get a skill called meditation." After a few minutes, Ruby says, "Okay, I got it. That is useful." "Yes, it is. It is one of the best skills I've found while being stuck down here. Now we will meditate till morning." So the both of us sit facing each other about a foot apart and meditate for the next 10 hours. Chapter 26. In the Castle Throne Room. Marvok's POV King Raiden sits and fumes while waiting for me to bring the report from the adventurer mage that has been hired to determine what happened. When I enter alone and dismiss everyone else, the king knows it can't be good news. King Raiden says, "Well, how bad is it? Your Majesty, all enchantments on the castle itself and all enchanted items inside the castle, including those in the vault, are completely dispelled. The adventurer confirmed the dispel, and the spell that killed the court mages were both cast by Zamart, so he has definitely betrayed you. The king flies into a rage, smashing everything he can get his hands on. I stand calmly aside and wait for the tantrum to pass. After all, it isn't the first tantrum the royal guards and I have witnessed, and the king will be more level-headed after wearing himself out. A few minutes later, the king collapses onto his throne panting. King Raiden says, huff, okay, what is the next thing? The Mages Guild in Ilium have quoted 20,000 gold to dispatch a group of mages to re-enchant the castle. King Raiden says, very well, do it! Oh, and create a residence tax for those nobles who choose to live in my castle and bother me constantly. If they are going to live here, they can help pay for the enchantments. Yes, my king. Huh, I guess he can have a good idea from time to time. Still, he doesn't compare to the former queen. We also need to consider the court mages. We will need to hire a trainer for them once we find new mages. Might I suggest we open the recruiting to include commoners? There are few noble children left who have magic potential. King Raiden says never. I will not trust commoners with power. Just recruit every noble who has magic potential and hire a trainer for them. After all, if we just wait a while, there will be more noble children. All the nobles ever produce are children. In fact, instruct all the lords to check their illegitimate children. Those found to have magic should be made legitimate and turned over to the crown to become court mages. Yes, that should give us about 10 times as many kids to pull from. If I phrase it right, some of those kids will have a much better future ahead of them than they do now. It will be done, my king. The last item for you to consider is Tarek's replacement as Knight Commander. Unfortunately, his second in command and the most capable candidate is a commoner by birth. King Raiden says, no, absolutely not. Choose the highest ranked noble serving in the army. I believe that would be Sir Ravios. He is just like Tarek, all bluster, no brains. With him leading the army, we will be lucky to win any battle where we don't outnumber the enemy. King Raiden says, then summon him and I will promote him and explain his duties. At once, my king, King Raiden says. If that is everything, then you are dismissed. I bow to the king and walk out of the throne room. The king waits until the doors close behind me. King Raiden says, Quill. Spymaster Quill steps out of the shadow cast by the throne and kneels next to the king. Spymaster Quill says, your orders, your majesty. King Raiden says, spread rumors that Zamart sold out to the Empire of Gundar and place a bounty of 10,000 gold on his head. Spymaster Quill says, as you wish, your majesty. Is there anything else? King Raiden says, have someone keep an eye on Marvok. He is entirely too soft towards the commoners for my liking. Spymaster Quill says, by your command. Quill disappears back into the shadows, leaving the king to brood and plot his revenge. Outside the Forest of Fangs, Zamart's Povee, I have been walking for a few days, and I have been enjoying the freedom of it. I am now entering the edges of the Forest of Fangs, and I pause to cast a few spells. Better be ready to defend myself just in case I encounter real bandits or mana beast. While I am at it, I cast a spell to spy on the castle's past to see what happened after I left. When I see that Tarek is dead, a huge grin appears on my face, and then I walk into the forest. Huh, I really underestimated that beast man to think he took out Tarek. If I ever meet him, I owe him an apology and a thank you. So I walk deeper into the forest. My mood's so good I am actually whistling as I walk. Of course, that just makes me easy to find. A half hour later, I am surrounded and confronted by the bandits. Bandit says, stop where you are and identify yourself. Well, you didn't ask for my valuables, so I am hoping you are part of the rebels. As for me, I am former head court mage Zamart, and I have valuable information for your leaders. The armed men confer for a bit then, surround me closely, and escort me deeper into the forest. About an hour later, we come into the rebel camp. There are several defensive ditches surrounding the camp, and a few tents spread around inside. I am taken to the biggest of the tents under guard, and told to sit on the ground and wait. I do as I am told and wait for about 5 minutes before someone new enters the tent. I am surprised to see it was a woman, and even more surprised when I recognize her. She is a striking woman with bright red hair that would be hard to forget. Lady Alexa, I heard you were dead, Alexa says. No, despite the king's best efforts, I am still alive and well. And you can drop the lady. I am either Alexa or commander here. Now, Zamart, what are you doing here? And why are you the former head court mage? Well, that is a bit of a story, but first, I have much more important news. Somewhere in the north of the kingdom, an army of 10,000 new soldiers is currently being trained. Also, the king was able to summon all 50 summons early. Alexa just stares at me in shock as she hears this news. She staggers over to a camp chair and collapses into it. Alexa says, "Are you sure about this? It is not just a rumor you heard?" Yes, absolutely sure. I was there when the king commanded Tarek to double the size of the army in secret, and I also helped with the summoning spell, to my shame. Alexa says, "I don't understand. The army is strong enough to wipe us out already. There is no need for him to double it just for us." You are not the target. He is planning to launch a surprise attack against the other nations. He wants to unify the continent and become emperor. Alexa says, "That is insane. I just can't believe it." Says, "I certainly can." I turn to see who spoke. I see a young woman in her early 20s with short blonde hair and green eyes. As I recognize her, my eyes widen and my mouth drops open. After a second, I throw myself to my knees. "Princess Amercy, I thought you were dead. Please forgive this old man for waiting so long to act," Mercy says. "You may rise, and please call me Mercy. It is what I go by among the rebels." "Now, what do you mean about acting? What have you done?" I stay kneeling and say, "Princess, forgive me for not being able to save your sister. Allow me to pass on everything I know of the king's plans and what has happened recently, and then you can execute me." Mercy takes hold of my shoulders and pulls me to my feet, then leans in and kisses me on both cheeks. Mercy says, "Whatever happened to my sister is my father's doing, not yours. You were my favorite teacher as a child, and the magic you taught me secretly is the only reason I am alive today. So there will be no more talk of executing you. Now, sit yourself down and start at the beginning." So I end up sitting at a table with Mercy and Alexa and telling them all about the summoning that Princess Maricel was sacrificed for and everything that has happened since, including the level 0 Beastman who killed a level 10 dire wolf and Knight Commander Tarek. Alexa says, if Tarek is dead, then the army is leaderless, and now would be the perfect time for the raids we have been planning. Mercy holds up a hand to stop Alexa from leaving and says, "Zamart, you still haven't explained what it is you did that you wanted me to forgive you for." In order to have enough power to flee the castle, I stripped the enchantments from the castle. With the extra power, I dispelled everything in the castle and killed all the court mages. Mercy says, "So you weakened the castle and killed some of my enemies, and you think you should be punished?" "No, I should be punished for not acting when the queen died. If I had acted instead of looking for proof, I could have prevented so much of this misery." Mercy smiles sadly and says, "I know how loyal you were to my mother, and I know she counted you as one of her few real friends. I don't doubt that the news of her death destroyed you. Besides, if you had acted earlier, we would have no idea of what the king is planning. For what it is worth, if you need it, you have my forgiveness. But more importantly, now you are here, you can help us. Mercy, you are the rightful queen. If there is anything this old man can do to serve you, then it would be my honor." Alexa laughs and says, "You may be old, but you are still the most powerful mage in the kingdom." Mercy says, "Alexa is right. I can think of 100 uses for your magic, and I don't even know what you are truly capable of. So, yes, I will accept your service and loyalty, and together we will make my father pay for everything that he has done." I kneel once again before Princess Amercy and take her hand. I swear my loyalty to her, then kiss her hand. Mercy smiles and helps me to my feet. Mercy says, "Now then, Alexa, go ahead with the plans for the raids, and also find me our best messengers. We need to warn the other countries of what my father is planning." "I can help with that. Given a day to prepare, I can create a gate to the Mages Guild in the city-state of Ilium. The guildmaster is an old friend. If I explain the situation to him, I am sure he will help the messengers get to where they need to go. Mercy says, "See, already you are invaluable to us." I smile at Mercy as Alexa leaves to go start making preparations. Mercy says, "What else can you tell me about the Beast Man? Do you think he will escape? Do you have any idea where he might come up?" I don't know much else, but I am sure he will survive. And while I don't know where he will come out, I do know we will hear about it. I doubt he could move around quietly anywhere in this kingdom. With that, I start preparing a site for a gate while the princess and her knights send out raiding parties and prepare messengers. They will do what they can to disrupt the king's plans and buy time for the other countries to ready their defenses. Chapter 27. In the sewers, I wake from meditating to a familiar sound. Hiding congratulations. Skill meditation has progressed to level 9. Meditation level 9, Whis plus 9, Int plus 4, Chea plus 4, a skill for recovery. HP 40 Fun, our MP 40 Thund. I look over at Ruby, who is still meditating. I simply enjoy looking at her. I can't help but admire her beauty and wonder at possibilities. No, I can't think like that. We are bound together for life. What if I confess and she doesn't feel the same? How awkward would that make things? It is better to just be friends and companions, especially since I could die any time in this world. Maybe if it was my old world. Ah, who am I kidding? In my old life, I would have never had the courage to approach someone as beautiful as her. My thoughts are interrupted as Ruby starts to stir. I quickly get up and act like I am busy doing something before she opens her eyes. Ruby says, "Yay! My meditation skill went up 2 levels. Good morning. And that is great. Would you like some breakfast?" Ruby says. "Sure. After that, do you want me to show you the forge?" "Yes, please." Ruby gets up and stretches. She smiles as she notices me watching her from the corner of my eye. Then we sit down and share breakfast. And after that, we get ready to head to the forge. Ruby says, "How do I cross the river?" "Like this." And I sweep her up into my arms and jump across the river. Ruby's heart starts pounding, and not because of flying through the air. "Did you just say EP?" Ruby hits him on the arm and says, "No, I did not." "Ow. Okay, I am sorry." I rub my arm as we head back to the room Ruby was imprisoned in. Ruby walks over to the back wall and points at a rock. Ruby says, "Channel mana into this rock and the room will open." I walk over and put my hand on the rock and channel some mana into it. A section of the wall vanishes, as if it was made of smoke. Behind it is a fully equipped forge with a full set of tools. Ruby says, "Before we go in, you should know a few things. 1, the forge will only work while I am in the room. 2, you cannot take anything that is in the room right now out. 3, time moves faster in the room. It is enchanted with time dilation." Awesome. Do you know the rate? Ruby says, "I don't know what you just said, but every 6 hours inside is an hour out here. That is so awesome. I am going to be using this room a lot." I am so excited I rush over and hug Ruby before I think better of it. Ruby freezes in surprise at first, then smiles and hugs me back. "Oh, sorry. I guess I got carried away." Ruby says, "Oh, it is fine. I don't mind at all." "Okay. First thing I need to do is carry the 250 pounds of iron ore I've mined over here. That is a lot of running back and forth. Do you just want to wait here?" Ruby says, "Yeah, that is fine. I am feeling a little rundown." "Rundown? Are you all right?" Ruby sits with her back against the wall and says, "Yeah, I am feeling like I used to when it was past time for me to be unsummoned so I can rest, even though I have plenty of mana. I don't understand it myself." I kneel down next to Ruby and say, "We can do this later. Let's return to camp for now and you can try sleeping. Maybe meditation doesn't count as rest for you." Ruby pats his hand and says, No, I am fine. I'll just sit here and relax while you run back and forth like crazy." "Are you sure, Ruby?" Ruby says, "Master, I am fine. Just go already." "Well, okay if you insist." I then spend the next hour running back and forth from the camp to the forge hauling iron ore. Ruby sits and tries to rest, but every time I run in, she can't help but open her eyes and watch me. On my return from the last trip, I am also carrying 2 torches and 3 books. Ruby asks, "What are those for?" I've been meaning to finish reading these, but just haven't wanted to take the time. So I thought I might read them in there so it doesn't take up much time. Ruby says, "Oh, I guess that is smart." Thanks. Ruby laughs and says, "You are so serious all the time." "Well, it has kind of been life or death since I was summoned. Sorry." Ruby says, "No, I understand. I was just wondering what you would be like if you were more playful. Anyway, I'd like to try out the forge now if you are feeling up to it." As answer, Ruby stands up and steps into the room. As soon as she enters, the forge lights up and a wave of heat hits me. It gets worse as I step into the room after her, making me really glad of the fire resist I got from the bond with her. Ruby moves to the side of the room and sits on the stone bench that is there. Ruby says, "I power the forge just by being in the room, but I don't know anything about how to use it. To be honest, I never paid much attention to what the Archmage was doing." That is fine. I've never done this before, but I am fairly sure I know the theory behind it at least. Ruby sits and watches as I fill a crucible with raw iron ore and place it in the forge. While it is heating, I get some ingot molds ready, then sit and watch the iron ore melt and bubble. So, I know I need to wait a bit for the impurities to burn off, but I don't really know how long it takes. "So this will be a bit of trial and error?" Ruby says. "Okay. I just plan to sit here and rest anyway." "Are you still feeling drained?" Ruby says. "Yes. If anything, it has gotten worse." "You said you felt this way when you needed to be unsummoned, but you aren't summoned anymore, so what could we do?" Ruby says, "Yes, the chains used to maintain me, but when the Archmage would unchain me to run the forge, I would feel this way until he put me back in the chains. But the chains are gone now, and you aren't an elemental anymore, so can you think of anything that might help you?" Ruby says, "I feel I just need to rest." Ruby's form starts glowing, and as I watch, she shrinks down to a glowing red puff of light and flies towards me. When the puff reaches me, it hits my chest, and I feel a sharp, burning pain. When I look down at my chest, there is a medallion with a fire motif embedded in my chest. I touch it, gently wondering what just happened. "Ruby, can you hear me? Are you all right?" I hear Ruby's voice in my head. I am fine, just sleepy, reassured that she isn't in any danger. I turn back to what I was doing. The fact that the forge is still going strong also helps to lessen my worry for Ruby. I then realize I have probably left the iron in the forge for too long and pull it out and pour the molten metal into the ingot molds. Dang, congratulations. You have acquired the craft skill blacksmithing. Blacksmithing level 1, Styar +1, fire resist +1. You can turn metal ore into crude items. Item created steel ingot quality. High grade. Wow! High grade steel? How did that happen? I quickly put more iron ore in the crucible and put it in the forge. While I am waiting for it to smelt, I find myself rubbing the medallion and find that it is warm, even warmer than the air in the room with the forge going. I take that as a good sign since Ruby is a flame spirit. Come to think of it, when she turned into the puff of light, she looked just like the other spirits I saw. Maybe this has something to do with what happened to her because of me. I spend the next few hours turning the 250 pounds of iron ore I mined into 20 high-grade steel ingots. What in congratulations. Skill blacksmithing has progressed to level 2. Blacksmithing level 2, SDR +2, fire resist +2, you can turn metal ore into crude items. I then return to my camp to catch and cook some fish to eat. After eating, I gather up all the armor and weapons I have collected and start carrying them to the forge room. I then proceed to melt them down into another 10 ingots. Ruby thinks, "Yawn. How are you feeling?" Ruby thinks, "I feel much better now and I understand some things as well." Like what? Ruby thinks, "Well, I now have something called spiritual power. I have to use it to maintain my human form. I ran out, and that is why I became an amulet." Oh, good. I was worried something had gone wrong, Ruby thinks. "Oh, you were worried about me?" "Of course. You just suddenly turned into a puff of light and then this amulet. What was I supposed to think?" Ruby thinks, "I can see your point." Normally, a spirit that ran out of power would return to the spirit plane to recover. I guess this means you are my plane. Well, as long as you are recovered, it isn't important how. Ruby thinks I am still recovering, but I have recovered enough to stay awake now. But I will be staying as an amulet for a bit. That is fine, I am just doing boring crafting stuff for now anyway. Chapter 28. Ruby thinks, okay, I am going back to sleep. Wake me up if you need me. Okay, I will. Sleep well. I then pick up the tongs and use them to put an ingot in the forge and watch as it heats up. Then I grab the smithing hammer and put the ingot on the anvil and start trying to hammer it into a shape. Hiding, congratulations. Skill blacksmithing has progressed to level 3. Blacksmithing level 3, STR plus 3, fire resist plus 3. You can turn metal ore into crude items. My first attempt fails miserably, but I am able to melt it back down into an ingot and try again. My second attempt also fails, but I learn I am not using enough steel, so I start over with 2 ingots. I get closer the next time, but still fail. Hiding, congratulations. Skill blacksmithing has progressed to level 4. Blacksmithing level 4, STR plus 4 fire, resist plus 4. You can turn metal ore into crude items. Okay, I am at least getting the hang of hammering it into the shape I want, but I should probably take a break for a bit. I head back to camp to eat and then return and sit on the stone bench and start reading. It only takes me a couple of hours to finish the diary of an archmage. Before I start magic theory, I decide to do some inner world meditation. Ruby thinks you know that book isn't his real diary, right? Ah, don't scare me like that. Ruby thinks it is not my fault you screamed like a girl. I did not. And what do you mean, not his diary? Ruby thinks that book was edited and published by the Empire. His real diary was always on him. I would love to read his real diary then. Ding, new quest is available. Locate the Archmage objective. Find the Archmage's remains 0 divided by 1 reward. 5 stat points. Do you wish to accept the quest? 1 yes. Wow. Just talking about it created a quest to find his remains. Ruby thinks a quest? What do you mean? So I tell her about the quests I have done so far and the rewards. Ruby thinks, that is so weird. I've never heard of anything like that. I have no idea how it works. I just know it does, and so far it has been worth it to do them. Ruby thinks, well, if you can find his remains, it will definitely be worth the effort. He never went anywhere without his personal dimensional bag. Please, tell me that is what I think it is. A bag that holds way more than it should be able to? Ruby thinks, yes, that is it exactly. Woohoo, a bag of holding. That settles it. I am not leaving here without finding his remains. Ruby thinks, you are so cute, Master. Anyway, I am going back to sleep now. I blush and sit down to meditate, but it takes me a lot longer than usual to clear my mind. Once I finally do and sink down into the inner world, I find a strange light that hasn't been here before. When I look at it, I find the puff of light that is Ruby. What are you doing here? Ruby says, I don't know. I don't even know where this is. I was sleeping, then suddenly I am here. This is my inner world meditation where I can work on improving my core. Ruby says, oh, maybe it is because my amulet is connected to your core? It is. I didn't know that. I take a closer look at my chest, and sure enough I can see the amulet and tiny threads connecting it to my core. Since they are much smaller than my mana channels, I figure these can be called mana veins. And unlike my channels which bring mana into my core, these were allowing mana to pass from my core to the amulet. So, my core feeds mana to the amulet, and it converts it to spirit power for you to recover. Ruby says, yes, as far as I know, that is how it is working. I wonder if I can create more mana veins to spread mana throughout my body? But if I do that, I will need more mana coming in, so I should widen my channels first. I start from my core and slowly start to widen my mana channels. I am doing it slowly for fear of ripping them. I often stop to thicken a wall of a channel if it looks thinner after the widening. I can only do a little bit at a time as I keep having to stop and meditate normally to recover my mana. Anytime I am working on my inner world, the little red puff of light is always right there with me, staying close and keeping me company even if she doesn't say anything. The only time I take a break is to go catch, cook, and eat food. And I spend over a week doing this before all my mana channels are widened. Dinding! Congratulations! You have gained the ability Mana Regen. Mana Regen level 1. You constantly regenerate mana. MP plus 5 Tifon hour, yes. Now I can recover mana no matter what I am doing. So, I start creating mana veins a little at a time. Then once my mana is spent, I will practice blacksmithing for hours while my mana recovers slowly. During the second day of this, I have my first success with blacksmithing. Item created a crude steel pickaxe. No, why is it crude? After all that, this sucks. And so I throw the crude pickaxe back into the forge to start over yet again. I make a crude pickaxe 2 more times before my mana is recovered enough to make more mana veins. The first mana veins I complete are going to my heart. Once mana is constantly flowing into my heart, I find I get tired a lot less and can go longer without resting. After feeling these effects, I decide to connect veins to all my organs first before worrying about the rest of my body. Next, I start connecting veins to my lungs, but I am soon out of mana and go back to blacksmithing to wait for my mana to recover. Hiding congratulations! Skill meditation has progressed to level 10. Meditation level 10 max whiz plus 10, int plus 5 che, plus 5 a skill for recovery, HP 50 Thundi hour, MP 50 Thundi hour. Huh. So level 10 is the maximum level. Good to know, I guess. As I go back to trying to make a pickaxe, I have to add another ingot as each time I restart a little material is lost. I have to repeat this process a few times over the next 12 hours, as I reforge the pickaxe again and again until I finally get it good enough. Item created its steel pickaxe wending, congratulations. Skill blacksmithing has progressed to level 5. Blacksmithing level 5, STR plus 5. Fire resist plus 5. You can turn metal ore into useful items. Well, finally, it only took 8 ingots. I carefully put the pickaxe aside. I will have to make a haft for it later. Then, since my mana is full, I go back into the inner world to create more mana veins to my lungs. Once my mana is drained again, I get up and go back to camp to eat again before returning to blacksmithing. Now I start working on making steel tool sets for my other crafts. I also want to make some woodworking tools to see if I can use them on the big mushrooms to make useful items. Ruby thinks, why are you so dedicated to all this crafting? Because since I can't gain levels, my best bet for getting stronger is all the stat ups I get from leveling skills. Besides, being able to make what I need for myself is going to come in handy once I get out of here, and am stuck in a hostile kingdom, Ruby says. Well, you do have a point there from what you have told me once you get out of here. You will have soldiers hunting you, right? I may have an entire army hunting me for all I know. What I do know is that this kingdom and its king are definitely on my enemies list. Ruby thinks, well, if they are your enemies, then they are mine as well. Anyone who tries to hurt you will burn. I do want them to pay for what they did to me, and I do plan on fighting them, but I don't want to get hung up on revenge. I want to explore this world and experience all its wonders, not turn my heart dark with hatred and revenge. Ruby thinks, okay, I will guard your heart for you. Thank you, Ruby. I am really glad I found you down here, or I might have already been lost. As I go back to blacksmithing, Ruby is really glad that I can't see her face right at that moment. Chapter 29. I make tools for hours until my mana is recharged. By this time, a week has passed. But thanks to the room, only a little over a day has passed outside. This time, my mana lasts long enough for me to finish the veins to my lungs. Hiding congratulations. You have gained the ability Magic Body. Magic Body level, 1 all street ATS plus 5 horsepower plus 5 power. Awesome. Now that is the kind of power-up I needed. As I take the first breath with my mana-enhanced lungs, I get fairly lightheaded since my body isn't used to that much oxygen intake. I have to sit down for a while until I get used to it, but I can't help the grin that is on my face. Ruby thinks, why are you grinning like a fool? I am kinda on an oxygen high right now. Ruby thinks, huh? I have to explain quite a bit of biology to Ruby before she finally understands. By then, my high is gone, and she grumbles and goes back to napping. I go through all the tools I have made to see if I missed any. When I can't think of any more to make with blacksmithing, I take the handsaw I made and return to my camp. After catching and eating some fish, I cut down the 3 large mushrooms that are in the camp area. After cutting the softer tops off, I carry the 3 trunks back to the forge room. I then sit down and start carefully cutting out a haft for the pickaxe. Iding congratulations. You have acquired the craft skill woodworking. Woodworking level 1, AGI +1, you can make tools or structures from wood. Then, I continue carving handles for all the tools I have made. This uses up 2 of the mushroom trunks. With the last one, I carve 4 wooden swords. Ding, congratulations. Skill woodworking has progressed to level 2. Woodworking level 2 AGI +2, you can make tools or structures from wood. Okay, now that is done, let's see. I have 88 steel ingots left. Time to start trying to forge a sword, I think. After emptying my mana-growing mana veins, I start trying to smith a sword. It takes me a few hours before I have my first success. Item created its steel katana, hit +1 damage, +20 congratulations. Skill blacksmithing has progressed to level 6. Blacksmithing level 6 S-star +6. Fire resist +6. You can turn metal ore into useful items. Yes, I can make a katana. The balance is off, so I need to improve my skill, but I can do it. I can wield katanas like a proper anime hero. Even though it is a success, I am not happy with it and melt it down to try again. I am so focused on crafting that I don't notice the little red puff of light leave the amulet and circle around the room a few times. Ruby watches me until I once again make a katana. Ruby says, "What type of sword is that?" Huh. Oh, hi, Ruby. It is called a katana. It is a sword from my old world that I always dreamed of wielding. Ruby says, "It is a very pretty sword. It is also a very good sword, if you know the fighting style to use it properly." Ruby says, "Do you?" Well, not exactly, but I have some ideas of how it goes. Ruby says, "Can you show me?" I attach the blade to a hilt I made earlier and then move out of the forge room. In the bigger cave where I have room to swing it, I attempt to go through a kendo routine based on what I have seen in anime and manga. Ruby ends up laughing after I trip over my own feet. Ruby says, "Oh yes, very dangerous. Ha ha! I told you I only had some ideas. Obviously, it will take a lot of practice to figure it out." Speaking of practice, are you feeling up for some? Ruby says. Yeah, I am full of energy and kind of bored, to be honest. I return to the forge room, put down the katana, and pick up the 4 wooden swords and take Ruby with me back to camp. Okay, you need to be in human form for this. Ruby assumes her human form, and I hand her 2 of the swords. Then I take the other 2 and draw a rough circle in the dirt. Okay, this is called sparring. We will fight each other using the wooden sword so it won't hurt too much if we get hit. Stay inside the circle, though. The limit is to help make you aware of your position and your footing. Ruby swings the 2 swords back and forth to get a feel for them, then says, "Okay?" Soon the rapid clack, clack, clack echoes throughout the cavern as Ruby and I fight back and forth. We are fairly evenly matched. I have the advantage in stats and experience. But I am not pushing as hard as I can because I am having so much fun. The fight ends after almost an hour when one of my swords breaks, at which point Ruby hits me fairly hard in the ribs. With the fight over, both of us drop to sit on the floor panting for breath. Howding-diding congratulations. Skill dual wield has progressed to level 3. Dual wield level 3 AGI +3. You can fight well with a weapon in each hand. Congratulations. Skill Sword Basics has progressed to level 5. Sword Basics, level 5, STR +5. You do 25% extra damage with swords. Congratulations. Skill Sword Dancer has progressed to level 2. Sword Dancer level 2 movement speed plus 10% damage plus 10% when wielding 2 swords. You dance the dance of death when wielding 2 swords. Ruby says, "Wow, I got a bunch of skill ups." Yeah, me too. That was the point of this. Although, it was really fun. Ruby says yes, it was. So what do I get for winning? Ha ha ha, I will make you dinner, Ruby says. Ah, you would have done that anyway. Well, what did you want? Ruby looks away and says, "Nothing, never mind. I get up after catching my breath and take my net to go catch some fish." I keep at it until I have caught 5 fish, then I go and pick some mushrooms. After cleaning and gutting the fish, I cut up the mushrooms and stuff the fish with them, then fry the fish with my new steel skillet I made. Hiding, congratulations! Skill cooking has progressed to level 6. Cooking level 6 int plus 6, you can cook decent food. That hasn't leveled up in a while. The meal doesn't turn out too bad, at least the flavor is a bit different. Ruby and I sit next to each other during our meal, occasionally talking about little things and enjoying each other's company. Ruby, do you have any dreams? Ruby says. Well, yes. Originally, I dreamed of becoming powerful enough no one could command me. Then for the longest time, my only dream was to be out of those chains. You made that dream come true. Yes. Well, I think I gained as much from that as you did. What about now? Ruby says. Now, my dream now is to explore the world with you and to see you standing tall and proud on the surface no matter what anyone says about you. I am honored. And even if the entire world is against me, I will stand tall as long as you are beside me. Ruby smiles and leans over to kiss me on the cheek, causing me to blush even more. I quickly look around, trying to think of a change of subject when I spot the pile of spider silk. Oh, yeah, I never did finish that room. Ruby, want to help me with something? Ruby says, Of course, Master. Okay, let's go to the spider room. Ruby quickly turns into a puff of light and zips across the river before I can try to pick her up again. I then lead the way to the spider room where Ruby returns to human form. Ruby says, You, relax, the spiders are dead. Ruby says, Then what are we doing? Gathering spider silk and checking for useful stuff. Ruby shrugs, and after being told how wins the spindle while I untangle the threads, it takes about 2 hours for us to finish dismantling the medium-sized webs around the room. Then I start ripping up the smaller webs on the floor, revealing bones, and occasionally something else. During the process of clearing the room, we find 2 more passages out of the room. One leads back to the main tunnel and comes out across from the room Ruby was trapped in. The other leads north to a large cross corridor that I haven't explored yet. Other than a few daggers and other small items, we don't find anything useful amongst the bones. So we gather up the spools of silk and head back to camp. Chapter 30. Once back in camp, I have Ruby help me clean and scrape the silk. Then together, we start braiding it into rope. Several times I have to stop and untangle Ruby's hands while laughing. But we have a lot of fun working together and are able to turn the silk into a 120-foot length of rope. Hiding, congratulations. Skill tailoring has progressed to level 3. Tailoring level 3 AGI plus 3 int plus 3. You can make items from cloth. Ruby says, I didn't know working with your hands like this could be so much fun. It is mostly fun because of the company. The rest of the time it is fairly boring. Ruby says, Well, I am getting kinda low on energy. I am not completely out, but I think I should rest just in case you need me for something. Okay, that is a good idea. I will try to finish up my crafting stuff. And once you are fully charged, we can work on exploring some more areas. Ruby says, Okay, and turns into a puff and zips back into the amulet. I get up and go around cleaning up the camp and organizing everything. This is much easier now that all the extra weapons and armor have been melted down. Then I catch a couple of fish and roast them. I take them with me as I head back to the forge room. Once back in the forge room, I quickly burn through my mana, creating more mana veins in my body. Then I sit on the stone bench and eat my fish while I start reading Magic Theory. It is not a big book, and I finish it in a couple of hours. This is a really basic book. It isn't meant to teach about magic so much as identify the elements and types of magic. It is almost like a kid's book. I quickly move on to reading basic spellcasting. But again, I am not very impressed with the book. Hiding, congratulations. Skill Linguistics has progressed to level 7. Linguistics level 7, int plus 14. You are adept at deciphering other languages. This book teaches spellcasting, all right, but it is useless to me since I use skills instead of casting spells. Putting the books aside, I go back into the inner world to create more mana veins. Once I am out of mana again, I get up and stretch. What should I work on next? Come to think of it, I can't even remember all the skills I have. Skills, combat skills. 11 Beast Slayer level, 1 Dagger Basics level, 3 Dual Wield level, 3 Blunt Basics level, 3 Dodge level, 3 spear basics level, 3 shield basics level, 3 charge level, 2 sword basics level, 5 sword and shy eld level, 2 sword dancer level, 2 magic skills, 6 firebolt level, 3 summon elemental level, 1 ignite level, 1 extinguish level, 1 remote hand level, 1 lightning bolt level, 1 active, 5 stealth level, 5 sneak attack level, 3 dagger throw level, 5 shield bash level, 2 dash level, 1 passive, tenacity level, 3 pain resist level, 5 safe fall level, 1 fitness level, 4 observe level, 4 meditation level, 10 max poison resist level, 4 lockpicking level, 3 linguistics level, 7 danger sense level, 2 crafts, 13 skinning level, 4 cooking level, 6 mining level, 7 masonry level, 3 repair level, 4 herb gathering level, 4 scrimshaw level, 7 leatherworking level, 2 cartography level, 2 fishing level, 5 tailoring level, 3 blacksmithing level, 6 woodworking level, 2 abilities, 7 superior strength, superior agility, superior intelligence, fire elemental bond, superior endurance mana regen level, 1 magic body level, 1, wow, I really did collect a bunch of skills, didn't I? Oh yeah, fitness. I completely forgot about my daily routine. I decide to level up the fitness skill since I have forgotten about it for so long, so I do an hour of exercise. It doesn't really feel like I am doing much, so I stop and forge some steel weights for my wrists and ankles, then I try again. Another 2 hours of exercise go by before I finally get my message. Dang congratulations. Skill fitness has progressed to level 5. Fitness level 5, STR plus 5N to plus 5. I am glad Ruby was asleep for that. Otherwise, it would have been kind of embarrassing if she was watching. I then melt down the katana I made earlier and try to make it better. I try folding the steel a few times, but it doesn't go well for me. However, I keep trying as folding steel is a major goal for me in making a proper katana. Hiding congratulations. Skill blacksmithing has progressed to level 7. Blacksmithing level 7 STR plus 7, STR plus 7 fire resist plus 7. You can turn metal ore into useful items. I am getting closer to being able to fold steel, but I am running out of ingots. I either need to give up or find more iron. Feeling a little discouraged, I leave the forge and head back to camp. I sit down on one of the tops from the big mushrooms and notice my mana is full. I go into the inner world to add more mana veins. While I am adding veins, I have an idea. So once I am out of mana, I grab another of the mushroom tops and my handsaw. I cut the bottom off first, so it is even then, I cut it again about an inch higher. When I am done, I have an inch-thick circular board, which I take back to the forge room. I sit down next to the forge and put a poker in it until it is red hot. Then I carefully burn a line on the board. Hiding congratulations. Skill woodworking has progressed to level 3. Woodworking level 3 Agi plus 3. You can make tools or structures from wood. Not the skill I was planning to level up, but I'll take it. I continue burning lines into the board, stopping every few lines to reheat the poker. As I add more and more lines, it slowly starts to form a picture of the sewers that I have explored so far. Hunding congratulations. Skill cartography has progressed to level 3. Cartography level 3, int plus 3, you can draw crude maps. There's the skill I was expecting. Now, when Ruby wakes up, I can at least show her what I have explored so far, and we can keep track as we explore more areas. I take my new map and the poker and return to my camp. I set them near the fire pit, then walk over and look at the river. Ruby can't help with this part, so I should probably do it now. Having made up my mind, I strip down and take the rope we made earlier and tie one end around my waist and the other to a rock on the riverbank, trying to brace myself for the cold. I jump in and at first, I don't feel the cold until the water soaks through my fur and reaches my skin. I hold on to the riverbank and start kicking my feet. I knew how to swim in my old world, but I figure with my legs being different, I will have to relearn. Dinding congratulations! You have acquired the passive skill swimming. Swimming level 1, STR plus 1, N plus 1 cold resist, plus 1 hold breath. N stat X 1 minute. You can paddle around and not drown. Yay, cold resist, and I can hold my breath for over an hour. So I take a deep breath and let go of the bank and let the river carry me downstream to the end of the rope. I keep a careful eye out looking for another cave or any sign of air pockets. Unfortunately, I don't find any by the time I hit the end of the rope. I turn and try swimming back upstream, but the current is too strong and I don't go anywhere. Adding congratulations. Skill swimming has progressed to level 2. Swimming level 2 star +2 end, +2 cold resist, +2 hold breath, end stat x1 minute. You can paddle around and not drown. I grab the rope and start pulling myself back toward my camp and quickly climb out of the water and huddle next to the fire. My fur is soaked and I can't stop shivering. Ruby, help. Ruby quickly appears from the amulet and takes human form. After one look at me shivering, she kneels behind me and wraps her arms around me. Then suddenly the temperature shoots up so much that my fur starts steaming. Oh, so warm. That feels amazing. Ruby says, "You idiot. What were you thinking?" I was thinking that I needed to check for a way out through the river. I didn't know the cold would affect me this much, and I knew it wasn't something you could do. Ruby says, "Well, did you find anything?" "Nothing within reach of the rope, but that is not very far. I need to get stronger at swimming before I can try going further without the rope." Ruby says, "Wait, you plan to do this again?" "Yeah, I have to. This may be the only way out of here. This river probably goes above ground at some point. The question is if I can hold my breath long enough to get there." Ruby says, "How do you know it goes above ground somewhere?" "The fish I've been catching. If they didn't come from an area with sunlight, they would be albino." Ruby says, "Oh, okay, Ruby. I am warm and dry. Thank you very much." Ruby regretfully lets go of me and lets the temperature return to normal. She is glad she is behind me, so I can't see her blush when she realizes I am sitting there naked. She can't quite stop from sighing in disappointment when I start getting dressed. Even with the fur, I am very pleasant to look at. I am about to put my armor on when I realize it hasn't been washed in some time. I take it over to the river and start washing it piece by piece. As I am cleaning it, I think about how little damage I took while wearing it and then look over at Ruby. "Ruby, put this on," as I hand her one of the bracers. Ruby says, "It doesn't really fit, but okay. I know it is too big, but I want to try something. Go back into the amulet and then come back, please." Ruby does as I ask and disappears, then comes back a minute later. When she reappears, she still has the bracer on. Good, it worked. The bracer went with you. Now, I can make you some armor so you won't get hurt when we go exploring. Ruby says, "Oh, okay. I was wondering what you were up to." Ruby hands me back the bracer, which I put back on. Then, for something to do, she picks up the rope and dries it as she coils it up. Ruby says, "I am going to have to go back to sleep soon. I used a lot of energy to warm you up that fast." "Yeah, sorry about that. I underestimated how the cold would affect me. I will prepare better next time. Go ahead and go to sleep. I will work on your armor while you rest." Ruby walks over and kisses me on the forehead and says, "Good night, and no more stupid stunts." Ruby disappears into the amulet before I can think of a reply. I then go fishing after realizing just how hungry I suddenly am. After eating, I gather my leatherworking tools I made and all the spider carapace and head to the forge room.